All right, everyone. We have a very tight program, a very fun-filled, jam-packed program, so I think we'll start to begin. I see lots of familiar faces that I know and some that I don't know, and so I just wanted to welcome everyone. My name is Willie Recht. I'm the CEO of the Federation. I'm very, very excited that you all have joined us, and I'm very, very excited that the community has decided to come together in this way for this community-wide Shavuot program. I just want to quickly thank all of the rabbis and leadership in the community and the Board of Rabbis who have come together to make this possible, and a special thanks to Rabbi Nancy for her leadership in spearheading this and bringing everybody together. I also want to give a huge thank you to our friend Danny Zeff, who is monitoring this program, because I have many strengths, and monitoring a community-wide Zoom program is not one of them. So without that, I'm going to turn it over to my friend Denise, and I wish you all a Chag Sameach, enjoyable. I see some cheesecake backdrops, and that's awesome. So with that, let us begin and enjoy.
Chag Sameach, everyone. Thank you, Ellie. I am Denise Krevin. I am the Director of Education at Congregation B'nai Israel, and super excited to be in the opening time slot to do a little learning about Shavuot, some singing, and a fun scavenger hunt to get us moving. I am happy to be doing this with my partner in crime, Emma, and I'll let her unmute and introduce herself.
Hi everyone, Chag Sameach. I'm so grateful to be here with you. I have my guitar and I see some young friends are here ready to celebrate. I am one of the mini minion teachers, and I also teach music at Shalom School. So I see some friends that I know here.
And a couple Zoom things in general, we love to see your faces participating. So if you have the ability to turn on your video so we can see your smiles and your faces, we would love that. We're keeping you on mute for now because we're doing some singing, but we hope you sing loudly in your own home and know that we are hearing you in our heads. Just when we all sing on Zoom, it often sounds a little nutty. So we're going to keep you on mute. And please feel free, in a little while, we're going to be asking you if you can type to use the chat or raise your hand when we ask questions. But we really have set this up to be participatory and interactive. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to Emma.
All right, since we are celebrating the fruits of our springtime, we're going to get out an apple, a tapuach, and we're going to eat a banana to start with. So if you know this song, you can sing along at home. And if you feel comfortable, you can always use your hands as wonderful instruments. We're going to sing about eating apples and bananas. Ready? 1, 2, 3. I like to eat apples and bananas. You know it. I like to eat apples and bananas. Ooh, I like your dance moves. Okay, so now we sing 8. I like to eat apples and bananas. I like to eat apples and bananas. A-E. I like to eat apples and bananas. Oh, I like to eat apples and bananas. I like to eat apples and bananas. It's getting faster. I like to eat apples and bananas. Can you oot some ooples? I like to oot ooples and bananas. I like to oot ooples and bananas. And now we oat them. I like to oat opals and bananas. I like to oat opals and bananas. Oh, very nice dancing and singing. Give yourselves a round of applause. And it's really fun to high-five your friends through the screen too. I see some new friends are just here joining us. Welcome to our celebration. We're going to practice singing Sweet as Honey. So we sing it 3 times. It goes first, sweet as honey, sweet as honey. You know it. Sweet as honey on our tongue. I saw your tongue. Let's practice it again. Taking a big deep breath through your nose and out through your mouth. We're ready. 1, 2, 3. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongues. Oh my goodness, I think you're ready to sing it along with the guitar. I'm going to put on a capo so we can sing in a comfortable key. And if you have your hands, again, you can clap with those. I saw some of you having excellent rhythmic hands. All right, so we'll sing Sweet as Honey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Very nice. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kiddushanu b'mitzvah v'tzivanu לעשות בדברי תורה, לעשות בדברי תורה. Now the sweet as honey, ready? Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. I love to see you dance. Sweet as honey, sweet as honey, sweet as honey on our tongue. Give yourselves a big round of applause. I saw you dancing with your parents and with your friends and with your sweet toys. Thank you so much for singing.
So now I want to know, why do we celebrate Shavuot? If you know and want to share, raise your hand or throw it in the chat if you can type. Anyone know? Do I see any hands? I think someone with Elizabeth. Why do we celebrate?
Well, to celebrate the giving of the Torah.
Perfect. That is exactly right. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask, how do we celebrate? Anyone want to, what are some ways we celebrate Shavuot? Eleanor, let's hear from you.
I've heard that people stay up studying Torah for
Exactly.
a while.
Exactly. People stay up all night studying Torah. So when you think of staying up all night studying, what sort of things would you need to do that? Talia, do you have an answer for that? What do you need when you stay up late? Oops, I'll let you unmute. Did you have an answer, Talia or Alana? Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know, maybe a pillow? Would that be helpful when you're staying up late?
No, because then you can lounge so you won't fall. So it'll be like resting instead of sleeping.
Oh, you don't want to sleep. Okay, that's a good one. Oh, I know you. What's your answer, Friedman family? I'm gonna unmute you.
What's your answer?
Snacks.
Snacks if you want to stay up late. That's a good one. Perfect. What's another way we celebrate Shavuot? I have 2 more ways on my list that I'm hoping you guys think of. So we stay up late studying Torah because we're observing receiving it.
Toy?
Oh yeah, it looks like a doll.
Oops. Oh, Eleanor has another answer again. Eleanor, what's another way?
People make a lot of sweet foods like desserts.
So yeah, so we eat dairy. So a lot of people say, there's lots of reasons why we eat dairy. One thing is that people say it reminds us of the land of milk and honey, which is another name for Israel. Another thing is that milk is nourishing to kids and Torah provides spiritual sustenance to the people that study it. What dairy items can you guys think of? Do you know any dairy items? Elizabeth's household, yeah?
Blintzes are a famous food that you would eat on Shavuot.
Yeah, blintzes are one. Anyone else can think of anything dairy? Oh, the Friedmans, is that your doll that knows the answer? Let's hear it.
Okay.
What would you say?
It's my doll.
Yeah, what did she say? What's something dairy?
Milk.
Milk. Exactly. Cheesecake is something else. You can see Emma has cheesecake behind her because that's another traditional Shavuot food. So I want to make sure we have time really quick for a quick little scavenger hunt. So I asked you guys, the other thing that Shavuot is a harvest holiday. We're celebrating the harvest. So Emma had mentioned fruits, and we welcome spring. So that's another piece. So I am going to give you guys 1 minute when I say go. And I want you to find something in your home related to Shavuot. So I gave you some hints when we talked about receiving of the Torah, our rules, our laws, staying up all night, the harvest, dairy. So I'm going to give you a moment to run around your house and come back, and then we'll have time for maybe 1 or 2 of you. Everyone can hold up what they get and we can share. So on your marks, get set, go. I feel like a game show host. Let's see what people find. Ooh, Levi and Lily came back with something already. Ooh. This is, oh, and Laura has stuff. I see Alana might have something. Okay, if people can hear me in their house, I'm gonna do a little countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now I'm going to ask you to hold up what you brought back. Can everyone see everyone? I see some, let's see, Levi and Lily have milk and Greek yogurt. Those are both dairy. It looks like Abigail has milk and a cow. Is that a cow you have? And Alana has a cow down here, and whoever is with her has what looks like some plants. Let's see. A lot more milk. Does anyone have something different? Oh, you have a snack there. You want to say something? Let's hear you, Elizabeth. What do you want to say?
My mom is Elizabeth, but I brought cheese.
Cheese, another dairy thing.
And milk.
And milk. I love it that we had a wide assortment, that we had dairy stuff, that we have some harvest stuff. We have a cow, which is what dairy comes from. So you guys did an awesome job, and I am going to turn it back to Emma for another song.
All right, that's so great to see all of the dairy things you brought. I was thinking we could sing a song where we practice being the things that grow from the ground. My friends from Shalom School know this song already, but what you do is you get really small in a little seed, and it goes like this. I'm a little seed in the dark, dark ground. Out comes the sun, yellow and round. Down comes the cool rain, soft and slow. Up a seed begins to grow. Look at you growing to be so big and strong. That is just fantastic. I think we have time to sing it one more time. Get small like a little seed. I'm a little seed in the dark, dark ground. Out comes the sun, yellow and round. Down comes the cool rain, soft and slow. Up a seed begins to grow. And I see Abigail balancing, and I see our friends having long extended arms like Lily and Levi. And for my new friends, I loved watching you do this song. I'm gonna give you high fives. Well done. Thank you, Denise.
So Emma and I loved being with you to kick stuff off. And if you received the link, one of the items was called Shavuot 2020. It gave some brief information about the holiday, and then it had some ways to celebrate at home. So I encourage you to go on and find that. Some fun things to do tomorrow all day for the holiday. And I'm going to turn things over to, I believe, Rabbi Seth Castleman. So thank you for being with Emma and I, and we look forward to seeing you again soon. Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach. Hello, everybody. That was wonderful. Thank you, Denise. Thank you, Emma. I hope everybody can hear me. You can give a thumbs up. Sounds good. So Chag Sameach meaning happy holiday. And it's a holiday about receiving the Torah. And the Torah is about getting us closer to God. So I have a story for you about God. And it's called The Princess Who Didn't Cry. Once upon a time, a long time ago, it could have been yesterday, there was a girl whose parents were the king and queen, which made her the princess. I'll give a little pause at different times in the story. You can add your answer in if you want to. And the princess lived with her father, who was the king, and she was very sad because her mother had died. But even though she was very sad, the princess never cried. You know what else she didn't do? She didn't share. She wouldn't share any of her toys. And so her friends would come over, and her friends would come to her house, which was the palace. And she had so many toys because she was the princess. But even though she had so many toys, she would say, mine, 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 mine. And she would keep all the toys for herself. So friends didn't come over very often. In fact, they stopped coming altogether. So she was pretty lonely and sad, but still she never cried. Well, one day at breakfast, she was sitting with her father, who was the king, and he was reading the newspaper while she was eating her breakfast cereal. And she said, Dad, can you show me God? And her father, the king, sat behind the newspaper, said, sure, honey, whatever you want, dear. She says, great, when? How about today? Wonderful, I'll go get ready. And she ran upstairs to get ready. And the king folded up his newspaper and he put it down and he sipped his coffee like a king will do. And he thought to himself, what did I just agree to? I don't remember. And he asked one of his advisors, one of his aides, one of his servants. He said, what did I just tell my daughter? Well, sir, you said you would show your daughter God. What? I have no idea how to do that. What am I going to do? Where am I going to look? I don't know what to do. So he clapped 3 times, and you can clap 3 times with me. And any time in a fairy tale with a king and a princess and sometimes a queen, if you clap 3 times, all your wise advisors start gathering around. So the wise men and the wise women of the kingdom came and gathered around, and the king said, I have to show my daughter God, and I don't know how to do it. Can you help me? Well, the first wise woman stepped forward, and she had little spectacle glasses on, and she held her hands together like this, and she looked like she could have been your grandmother or mine. Short, petite, very strong, very determined. And she said, I will show your daughter God. The king said, great, thank you, wise woman. And the princess came back. She said, come with me. And they went through the palace, and they came down a hallway, and they came to some wooden stairs, and they climbed up the stairs, and they opened up a wooden door, and they stepped inside. And what do you think was inside that room? Books. There was nothing but books. Books as far as you could see. Books up to the ceiling. Books down to the floor. Books, books, books. This, said the wise woman, is the royal library. It has every book ever written, and it even has a few books that haven't been written yet. It has all the wisdom that you can possibly imagine, and all the knowledge and all the information. This is everything. This is God, said the wise woman. And the princess looked around. She said, well, I like books and all, and I like libraries. Unfortunately, mine's closed at the moment because of the sickness going around. But all the same, I think libraries are great, but I don't know if I would say that this was the same as God. No, I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Take me home. So the wise woman took the princess home. The wise woman had to say she had failed, and the second wise man came along and said, I'll do it. And he took her down the passageway through the palace until they came to a metal door. And he put his hand up on a glass screen, and it went zoop, zoop, and a door opened, whoosh, and they went on a moving sidewalk. And the moving sidewalk brought them to another door, which went whoosh, and they stepped inside. And what do you think was inside the room? But a giant computer. It was huge, it was enormous, it was gigantic. And there were lights, and there were sounds, and there was whizzing, and there was whirring. And he said, this is the royal computer. This can solve all sorts of problems. This can come up with problems that it can't solve and then solve them, and then have solutions to problems that haven't been thought up yet. This is everything you ever could want. This is God. And the princess looked at it. She said, this looks kind of like a Nintendo on steroids. I mean, it looks like it's interesting and all, but I don't think this is what I'm looking for. Take me home. And the third advisor came out, and he was old and bent over, and you could smell him before you could see him. And he came stomping in, and he had a big black cloak over him, and he said, "Come with me, young lady." And he took the princess down a set of stairs into the basement, and he reached into his pocket, and he pulled out an iron key, and he put it in the door, an iron door, and he turned it, click, and he opened it. And what was in there but a bright light, so bright that the princess had to put on her sunglasses. And what did she see but jewels and diamonds and gold? This was the royal treasury. This is money. This is power. This is everything. This is what you're looking for. No, I'm pretty sure this is not what I'm looking for, said the princess. Take me home. Well, the king had run out of advisors. There was nobody else to ask. So what do you do in a fairy tale when you don't have any other answers and you're the king? You dress up like a commoner, and you ride out on your horse out into the countryside. And he rode and he rode and he rode. And when he came to the side of a road, he saw an old woman who was planting a tree. And he said, "What are you doing?" And she says, "I'm planting a tree." He says, "What kind of tree?" And she says, "It's a date tree." And the king says, "But doesn't a date tree take 70 years to give fruit?" "It does." "Well, aren't you going to be long gone by then, old woman?" She says, "Well, it's not very polite to call me an old woman, but you're right, I will be gone by then. But you see, when I was a young woman, I walked down this road and there was plenty of fruit for me to eat when I was hungry because somebody else had planted the tree before me. And now I'm planting a tree for someone else in the future." And the king thought this sounded very wise. So he said, "Can you show my daughter God?" "Of course I can, but on one condition." And old wise women in fairy tales like this always have one condition. Sometimes it's rheumatism, sometimes it's gout, it could be arthritis, but they always have a condition. Anyway, she said, "My one condition is you give me a room in the palace where I can have just for myself." So they climb back on the horse, the old woman behind the king, and they ride back to the palace. And the old woman goes upstairs and she gets her room and she goes in and she closes the door. And when she comes out, she says to the princess, come with me, and I will show you God." And they got in the royal carriage, and the white horses pulled them out into the countryside, out into the fields, out beyond the fields to a small dirt road. And there was a little hut, nothing but mud and straw with some smoke coming out of a smokestack in the middle. And the old woman said, "Come with me." And she led the princess in. And the princess went in, and her eyes adjusted to the darkness in the little room. And there was a girl just about her age who was sitting in the middle of the room by a fire, stirring a pot of soup with a blanket over her legs, singing, "Ya-da-dee-dee-dum, da-dee-dee-dee-dee-dum, ya-da-dee-dee-dum, dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dum." And the girl looked so happy sitting there stirring her soup and singing. And the princess at first was quite surprised. Then she thought, why is she happy and I'm not happy? I'm the princess. I'm supposed to be happy. "Stand up and bow down to me," she said. And the girl put her spoon down. She looked up at the princess. And then she took the blanket and she took it off her lap. And what did the princess see but the chair had two big wheels on it. And the girl's legs ended right at the knees. She had no lower legs or feet. She couldn't walk. She couldn't stand up and bow. She put the blanket back down over her lap. She picked the spoon up again and she started singing, "Ya-dee-dee-dee-dee, ya-da-da-da-da-da, ya-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-da-da-da-da-da." And the princess, she started to quake and she started to shake, and she ran out of the room and she went back into the carriage and she waited for the old woman. And when the old woman came, she said, "You brought me to the wrong place. That's not God. Take me home." So they rode back home, back to the palace. And where do you think they went? That's right, up to the room. And in the room, there was a chair facing a wall with a blanket over it. And the old woman put the princess, to sit down in the chair. And when the princess was sitting down looking at the blanket, the old woman pulled the blanket away. And what was there? But a mirror. And the princess looked and she saw somebody that she didn't quite recognize. It looked kind of like her, but there were tears running down her face. And she was shaking and her cheeks were quaking. And she cried and she cried. And the old woman leaned over and pointed at the image in the mirror and said, "Look, look, that's God." And the princess cried and she cried and she cried all the tears she hadn't cried for so many years. And when she was done crying, she sniffled and she snorted and she wiped her eyes. She said, "Do you think that girl needs toys? And without waiting for an answer, she went into her toy room. She started putting some old toys in a box. Then she started taking some of her nice new toys that she really liked. She put those in a box too. She put the box in the carriage and she went to the kitchen. She got a box of food from the pantry in the fridge and she put that in the carriage and she took the reins and she rode off and she brought her boxes to the girl in the little hut. And they played together all day and they cooked. And she taught the girl many games and the girl taught the princess how to sing. And when she came home, she had a friend. And when she came home, the old woman brought her back into the room and sat her down in the chair again and said, "Look in the mirror." And once again, there were tears coming down her face. This time they were tears of joy. And the old woman said, "Look, that too is God." And that is the story of the princess who learned how to cry, learned how to share, and in the process found God. And hopefully each of us in our own way, we will find some connection to God in this day or 2 days, depending on how long you celebrate, or maybe just this hour of Shavuot, of this wonderful holiday. And next, I think you're going to have some stories from Mary, from Or Rishon. So I pass it on. Chag Sameach again. Happy holidays.
Thank you, Rabbi Seth. That was fantastic. What a beautiful story. And it's so great to see all of your smiling faces. I got to hear a little bit of your responses when Miss Denise was helping do the scavenger hunt and all of the fun stuff that you were showing in your screens. That was awesome. And I learned that many of you are learning about or already know about the holiday of Shavuot, which is fantastic. It's a fun holiday. It's when we celebrate the giving of the Torah. And for those of us who like ice cream, it's a fun holiday because there's usually lots of ice cream involved. I have a lovely story that I'm going to share with you, and I'm going to share my screen so that you can look at the story with me, okay? So give me 1 second to do that. All right, give me a thumbs up if you can see my screen right now. I have a awesome, excellent. So this story is called The Littlest Mountain, and it is my favorite Shavuot story. Raise your hand if you have this book at home. How many of you have this book at home? A couple of you. Oh, so it'll be new to some of you. That's great too. Okay, so here we go. The Littlest Mountain by Barb Rosenstock, illustrated by Melanie Hall. Long, long ago, God called all of the mountains together. My friends, God said, since time began, you have watched over the world with me. Some people have been kind and generous with one another, while others have been hateful and cruel. My people cannot seem to live together. The mountains agreed, but what did God want from them? People have always looked up to the heavens, God continued, so I will speak to them from a mountaintop. I will give them laws to follow so that the world will finally know peace. The mountains cheered at this high honor. They joined in a great circle and danced. Then God asked quietly, "Which mountain should I choose?" Instantly, the dance ended. The mountains broke apart, pushing and shoving. They turned this way and that, trying to impress God. Of course, God will choose me, bragged the beautiful Mount Carmel. My seaside slopes are lush and green. My Hebrew name means garden. People fight over my rich land. I am the most important mountain. The other mountains mumbled in protest, except for little Mount Sinai. Its slopes were far too rocky for anyone to want. No, God will choose me, boasted Mount Hermon. I am broad and strong. I have 3 peaks. People marvel at my rushing streams and snow-capped summits. In my caves, they build temples to the sun and moon. I am their favorite mountain. The other mountains grumbled with jealousy, except for little Mount Sinai. Its face was far too plain to be anyone's favorite. Majestic Mount Tabor pushed boldly through the crowd. God will choose me. Remember, I kept my head above water during the great flood. I am the mountain closest to heaven. The other mountains rumbled with memories of the flood. Still, they argued, except for little Mount Sinai. Its peak was far too lowly to see the wonders of heaven. Soon, other mountains joined in the boasting. Valuable rocks are mined from my land, Mount Ebal crowed. My hills are home to the fiercest battles, Mount Moriah blustered. My meadows are filled with heavenly flowers, Mount Gilboa gloated. Each mountain stepped forward to praise itself, sure it deserved the honor of being chosen. Only Mount Sinai stood back. And what about you, little Sinai? Asked God. Have you nothing to say? No, God, said Sinai. Unlike the others, I'm not a great mountain in any way. Whichever mountain you choose will be the best. God thought, I do not want to speak from a mountain that is boastful and vain, said God to the beautiful Mount Carmel. I do not want to speak from a mountain that has been used to worship suns and moons, said God to the vast Mount Hermon. And I do not want to speak from the mightiest peak. My people should know that I am down among them always, said God to the majestic Mount Tabor. Mount Sinai stepped further back to admire the massive cliffs and peaks of the other mountains. Lost in thought, it wondered which would be chosen. Come forward, Sinai, God called, while the other mountains squabbled among themselves. Yes, God, said the littlest mountain. I choose you, the humblest mountain, to be the special place where I will speak to my people. For you were silent when the others were boasting. You were peaceful when the others were fighting. And only you put your trust in me. And so the other mountains returned to their homes, a little less full of themselves, but a good deal wiser about the ways of God. And soon enough, God spoke to the people as promised. The 10 Commandments were given to all from the top of humble Mount Sinai, which on that day was very close to heaven indeed. So what'd you think of that story? Did you like it? Some of you liked it. Yeah? So what did we learn from that story? Raise your hand if you can tell me one thing that you learned from that story, and I'll unmute you so you can tell me. Okay. Levi and Lily. Tell me one thing that you learned.
Don't brag.
Don't brag. That's a big lesson from this story, right? Because some of the mountains were like, I'm the mightiest, I'm the biggest, or I'm the most beautiful, I have all the rivers and all of the trees, and I'm just great. Did God care about all that stuff? Not when he was choosing a mountain to give the Torah from. Thank you for sharing. Does anyone else have something they want to share from this story? Here, I'm going to unmute you. Is that Laura or, oh, you have to do it? There we go.
What else did you want to say?
I learned not to be mean.
Yeah. So you remember at the beginning of the story where everybody was dancing, they were so excited that God was gonna give a message to the people, and then when he said he was gonna choose a mountain, they all started arguing and pushing each other out of the way. That's not very nice, is it?
And the little one in the little mountain, he wanted to be choose first.
Yeah, well, he kind of stayed back a little bit and listened to what God wanted to do, right? He came back and said, well, no, I don't really know. Maybe you should choose. Thank you for sharing. That was fantastic. How about Talia over here? Let me unmute you, or it won't let me. Can you do it? There we go.
Not to be me, and all the other mountains were like arguing, and just little Mount Sinai just stood back and think about it.
Yeah, and did that work out for Mount Sinai?
Yeah.
Step back, yeah, definitely. Thank you for sharing. Okay, I'm gonna unmute Elizabeth's box. There we go. Go ahead.
Not if like a bunch of people are in a group and one of them's gonna get chosen, that if you don't brag about yourself and just think like whoever the picker is, like if you just think, oh well, I don't know who they're gonna pick, and whoever they do pick, it doesn't mean that whoever they do pick will be a good pick, and they shouldn't. And that if I don't brag, then maybe I'll pick. Maybe someone else will. It doesn't really matter because I'll still be good. Because I'll still be cool even if I don't get picked.
Right. So you got to have some confidence too, right? And it's okay if sometimes you don't get picked, because in this case, God kind of knew what he was looking for and picked what the best one was for that moment. So definitely. Okay, how about here at Friedman's? Can you unmute? There we go.
To not be mean and never compete about winning, about being the best.
Because everybody's good at some things, right? Because one of the mountains was good at being really tall. One of the mountains was good at being mighty. Mount Sinai was a good small mountain, and we need small mountains too, right? Because remember how God said that if you pick the tallest mountain, sometimes people can't climb up to the top. There are people who need to have a shorter mountain or a smaller place to be in order to participate. And it's really important that everybody's able to participate equally, right? Definitely. Does anybody else want to share? Anybody else? Well, I think that's one of my favorite stories, because I think it tells us teaches us lots of lessons, but it's also a good reminder that God is here for everyone, and that he's not looking at all the impressive boasting and all of that. He's looking at what's inside of you, right? And that's kind of what Rabbi Seth's story was about too, like really looking inside and finding the parts of God that are inside of you that you can share with other people by being kind and by being welcoming and accepting to all the people who are around you. So I'm so happy that I got to participate in this with all of you. It was so great to see your faces and to be able to tell you a story. And I'm so happy that you all showed up. Thank you for coming and hearing a story with me. I am so happy about that. And I hope you all enjoy Shavuot and that you do something fun and that you enjoy something dairy, some ice cream or some cheesecake or something like that, because this is the time to do that as we celebrate all of the babies that are being born to all of our animals at this time of year too, because spring is a great time for that as well. So have a great day everyone. I'm not sure who comes on next.
Hello, everyone. I wanted to thank Denise and Rabbi Seth and everybody for leading us in some wonderful programming. We ended a little bit early. I believe that our next program starts at, let me double check, I believe 6 o'clock. So please feel free to take a little bathroom break, a blintz break, a cheesecake break, a milk break, whatever you would like. And we will join back here, I don't know, in 10 minutes or so. So if anybody has any questions, please let us know. Thank you again for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you shortly. Okay.
Well, hello, guys. How's it going? We are going to get started here. Willie and I were chatting in the chat here, and, I'm more than willing to start this thing off. So let's get the party started. Shavuot, woo! There we go. There we go. Is that the enthusiasm that we're looking for? I think so, right? Anybody had any cheesecake yet? Okay, it's way too hot. I was not going to dive in and go for that at all. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. This is our team programming that we have for tonight here. I can see I have a lot of people in our chat here. Feel free to turn on your cameras, come join us, say hi to everyone here. Feel free to utilize our chat feature as well. Give us a nice little wave here. I see a lot of individuals on here. I would love to see some teens on here as well. Is a little bit on the teen side, but we can do whatever here. So thank you so much for joining us, guys. I really do appreciate it here. I'm actually going to share with you guys a keynote presentation that I created for tonight, just as kind of a stepping off point to kind of get us in the zone for this. And then I have a really fun collective kind of a group effort project that we're going to conduct for the next 40 minutes here. It's kind of maybe a thought experiment would be something to kind of have fun with. It's going to involve us stepping out of our own selves and looking at Judaism and looking at the 10 Commandments from another person's perspective. Maybe not even a person's perspective. Maybe we need to go extraterrestrial on this. So I'm really excited to share with you guys what we have planned for you guys tonight. So yeah, feel free to turn on those cameras, join us. If you have any questions, we can utilize a really cool chat feature. There's also a lot of other cool features on Zoom here involving raising your hand. If you click on the 3 buttons at the bottom there, or if you click on your name itself, it should give you like a more option. You can raise your hand and that'll let us know that you would like to say something and weigh in. But I really do appreciate everyone that's here right now. And thank you so much for joining us. But yeah, turn on those cameras, guys. Join us here. It's just us talking in my garage. And I mean, I could do that any night. This is a special night, so come join us here. So I'm gonna do a brief little introduction of who I am because some of us don't know who this strange man talking through your iPad or iPhone or laptop or whatever is, and I get it. I completely understand that here. So just a little thing here. You should be seeing something that pops up. It's a little keynote underneath. Looks like, can you guys see that? Can you guys see there's like a gray screen, has some letterings on it. I know it's very high tech. Very, very classy here. So tonight what we're going to be looking at here is we're going to be looking at alien interpretations of the 10 Commandments. Yes, the truth is out there. A reference that was really, really popular about 20 to 25 years ago. And I was really excited to bring X-Files back. I heard it was coming back at one point, but we'll find out on one of these days here. So come along with us here. Let's take a little journey, a little bit about myself before we get started, because I know going into a thought experiment, trying out new things, it does involve building a little bit of trust. So I wanted to share with you guys a little bit about myself before we kind of dive into what we're looking at, just so that way we're on the same page. A little bit about me. I'm looking forward to learning a little bit about you as well. So this is who I am. It does say Mr. Gould on there, but my name is Ben. In fact, let's do this. Let's edit that right now. I'm sorry. Who is Mr. Gould? That's my father. Let's do that. A little bit about Ben Gould. I grew up in Sacramento. I've been here all my life. Born and raised, bris, bar mitzvah, confirmation, all of that, all here. I have a degree in anthropology at Sacramento State University. I got the opportunity in my undergrad to study abroad in London for a semester, which was very, very influential to what I ended up doing afterwards, which was I actually got to train as an archaeologist, and I was an archaeological technician for the Archaeological Research Center. That's what the ARC stands for, not American River College. Sorry, I tried. At Sac State. I did a lot of work in the Mojave. I did a lot of work at the Great Basin, Marin County, Central California. Barstow, California was a very, very popular destination for me. It was actually a very exciting destination compared to everywhere else because they had a movie theater and they had hot showers and they had a grocery store. It was a really, really big deal for me. Yes, I've worked with ASD students, mild to severe nonverbal, autism spectrum with San Juan School District. And I just wrapped up my 6th year teaching at Maryhill Midtown. Looking forward to teaching my 7th year as a middle school science teacher. A couple of other things about myself here as I'm switching over here. I am married. I do have 2 amazing daughters who are currently eating cheese right now. They're very, very, very excited about their cheese. And I enjoy science fiction, fantasy, history, Neil Gaiman, camping, the outdoors. I love looking at game-based learning and tinkering and doing hands-on activities. I'm currently in my work setting right now. I have a lot of paints and brushes and tools and all of this awesome creative stuff around me. So I'm really, really fortunate to have that. That was the silver lining with working from home for the past 2.5 months here. Yes, and I love making horrible jokes. I don't know if you can tell yet. X-Files, anyone? No? No? All right. Hobbies do include painting, gardening, camping, cooking, and yes, I do run a Dungeons & Dragons group for a whole bunch of middle schoolers and maybe some adults. So thank you so much for joining us here. Here's a little bit of procedure stuff. Just as a reminder here, please make sure that you've muted yourselves, which you guys are amazing at, but turn your cameras on. Let's see you. Let's say hi to everyone here. If you have any questions or comments, please raise your hand using the raise hand feature anytime, or you can shoot me anything through the chat here. I do have a chat feature. It will shoot through me. You can do it privately. You can do it to everyone. Just, let us know what's going on here. And then if you need to move around or if for whatever reason you need to go use the restroom, obviously don't bring your electronic device with you. I know a lot of us are very used to checking Facebook or Twitter or whatever. Turn your camera off. Thank you. I do appreciate it. No one wants to see that, okay? It can be a distraction a little bit here, but once you're done, come on back, turn that camera back on, be a part of this active, fun, exciting conversation. At any time, if you like anything that anyone is saying, myself not included, because, well, let's be honest, I'm going to be talking a lot here. Please use the reaction feature. It's a really, really cool feature. It gives you thumbs up, gives you applause. We haven't figured out how to boo or hiss yet, but I'm sure someone is going to be creating that mod very, very, very soon. All right, let's get started with our exciting event here. Now, we talked about expectations, but this is going to be something that I'm going to need participant stuff with you guys. So use that chat feature, use that raise hand feature, come say hi to us and everything. Be actively here. Give your personal best. We're not judging anyone here tonight. We're here to have fun and have an exciting time and help kind of bring in this amazing, amazing holiday here. When you are chatting, when you are sharing out ideas and everything, we want to remind ourselves to be inclusive and be respectful to everyone. So be respectful to yourself, be respectful to other people, and please be respectful to our virtual environment. A lot of our teens like to use the amazing Zoom background feature, and I have seen some amazing pictures. So that's why I included that in there here. So yes, join us, turn on that camera, say hello to everyone here, and let's get started. So, anybody know what Shavuot is? Any ideas? No, none whatsoever. Well, thank goodness we have this slide here, right? So Shavuot, the Feast of Weeks. It's celebrated 7 weeks after the second Passover Seder. Although Shavuot began as an ancient grain harvest festival, it has been identified since then as really the time where the ancient Israelites were standing before Mount Sinai and we got Torah. We got our amazing heritage that we have continued on from generation to generation. During this time, it is customary to stay up all night and party. No, to stay up all night and study. So is it, Rabbi Nancy, I know I can see you there. Is it ironic that this is right after finals for most colleges? Like, is that like the irony? Because they already stood up all night studying, right? Just a little bit, right? Okay. I always wondered about that. Reading the book of Ruth. No, not Ginsburg. Sorry. I'm sure that'll be next year's practice there. Eating dairy foods, especially cheesecake, unless you're in Sacramento proper and it's over 100 degrees right now, and cheesecake just sounds like the most disturbing thing to eat right now in the heat. I hope you're all like air conditioned. And of course, decorating the house in floral themes, harvest, pretty spring stuff, that type of stuff. All right. So this is my participation here. I left this intentionally blank because I need help building the 10 commandments tonight. Yes, there's 10 of them. It's actually 613 mitzvot. 365 of them are the do-nots. And out of the big 10, there's 3 of them that we're really not supposed to break. We can break all the other ones. But let's talk about the big 10. Let's talk about the ones passed down from Moses at Mount Sinai, the Word of God itself. And as many of you remember, Mel Brooks with his 15, he meant 10 commandments from History of the World Part 1. Let's talk about the 10. So does anyone have an idea of where we should start, or does anyone have a commandment that is coming out and frothing and they must share it? So you can share it with me through the chat here, utilizing the chat feature, or just feel free to weigh in, turn on that microphone. Let's have a conversation. So anybody have an idea? Commandments. I'll give you a hint. A lot of them started with thou shalt not. Quite a few, actually. No ideas? Oh, come on, guys. We can all try it out here. Thou shalt not kill. Yes. Oh, my goodness. Now, I'm not going to do this in order here. I'm going to do this in how we're going to discuss it. So, yeah, this is not number 1 if you were to look at Tanakh and so on, but we're just going to write it down. Thank you, Willie. Thou shalt not murder, right? Don't kill people, right? Shall not. And I'm just going to do a little bit of kavanah here, interpretation on that, and say, thou shalt not murder, right? Thou shalt love your God. I love that. Yes. Oh, keeping the Sabbath day. Absolutely. Okay, so we're getting into it now. So, yes. Keep the Sabbath day holy. Love it. Which is not a thou shalt not. That's like a, hey, just as a reminder, right? Okay. Oh, thou shalt not lie. I love that. Yeah, I love that. Be happy with what you've got, AKA don't covet. Yeah, absolutely. Good. Ah, yes, the favorite teen one. I'm going to write this down. Honor. And I'm going to put our mother and father because it's honestly, it doesn't matter what age you are. It goes, right? Honor our mother and father. Yeah, honor the parents, right? Okay. Notice here, does not say love, does say honor though, right? So respect is given, but love is earned. Oh, I know that's a PSA that I saw. It was amazing. What else do we have? We had don't covet. Okay, what else do we have? Shall not steal. Shall not use spell check. What else? What else? Am I missing one here? All right, I'm just going to throw it out there. Oh, wait, we got some messages. Okay. Bear false witness, aka lying. I'm just going to omit that and change that into don't lie, if that's okay. Ah, yes, the graven images. Oh, we're so close, guys. What else? Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's really cool stuff. Very, very, very true. All right, I'm just going to throw this one out there. Don't do that, right? Anything else? We're missing one. Actually, we're missing two because I didn't fill in number 4. Hey, there's only one God. Yes. 1G-D coming right up, right? Let's see, what else are we missing here? Oh, thank you so much. Yes. Don't use, I'm just going to say name in vain. I think that should cover it. Let's take a look here. So the one God, which is the false idol situation, right? We have, what else do we have on here? We have don't covet, don't steal, don't murder, keep the Sabbath day holy, honor your mother and father, do not create graven images, remember the Sabbath. I think we're pretty good. Anybody want to double check that? Am I missing one? I think we're looking good on that. All right. So you guys are absolutely right. And thank you so much for sharing. And thank you so much for weighing in on that. So yeah, we don't want to murder, obviously, for you know, duh reasons, right? Keeping the Sabbath day holy, honoring your mother and father, having our God as the God, and not worshiping false idols. There are no other gods that come before Adonai our God. Not coveting. Sorry, moving my Zoom window. Not stealing. Do not bear false witness, so do not lie. Do not create graven images, which, you know, something about a golden calf. A little awkward there, right? Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yes, please do not mess with other people's wives and husbands. Duh. And last but not least, please do not use God's name in vain. Does anyone know which 3 we absolutely cannot break? We can break all of these except for 3. Yes, Rabbi Nancy. And can you unmute yourself, or do I get to unmute it? Ah, good, yes. So yes, I was going to say, yeah, worshiping false idols, we cannot break that one. Absolutely, you got to have one God. Yeah, the murder thing also. Now notice we put murder on there instead of kill, because there are different laws depending upon obviously justified killing, whether it's laws of war or so on, which gets into mitzvot down the road, and definitely a lot more of a gray area. But yeah, you can't just kill someone in cold blood for no reason. Definitely, right? Oh, can you take the Lord's name in vain? Yes, you can. To preserve yourself, to preserve the divine spark, you can take the Lord's name in vain. You can lie. You can steal. You do not have to honor your mother and father to preserve the divine spark. But 3 of them that you cannot break is worshiping false idols, don't murder, and don't commit adultery. Kind of interesting how that goes, right? Now, it makes me wonder how those are related there too. All right, so thank you so much. Yeah, and I was going to say, I'm loving the chat coming in here. That is absolutely terrific. I love it. Thank you so much here. So let's go ahead and get started with our thought experiment for tonight. Our thought experiment is going to be a little bit out there, and I'm looking forward to seeing you guys utilize that chat feature, or hey, turn on those microphones, join us on this, okay? Let me know if you're not able to turn on your mic, and I'll double check on the host features whether that has been turned off remotely or so on, okay? So let's take a look here. Welcome, aliens, because tonight we're looking at the 10 Commandments, and we've been looking at it as Jews all of our lives because that is what we are. But sometimes learning about ourselves has a very amazing ability to really step back and look at it from another perspective. If we look at things from another person's perspective, we kind of get to know a little bit more about who we are, what we believe, what our culture is, what are our morals and our ethics. And that's essentially what it is, right? Shavuot, passing down the Torah, our culture, from generation to generation. That is what this holiday is about. And so let's take a look at the 10 Commandments that you guys helped me create tonight, and let's look at it from another creature's perspective. Because these are laws that, we see pretty much across the board on our planet. We really do. Minus the God situation, or maybe the honoring situation. In some form or another, most of our cultures acknowledge these laws in some form. Whether they're rooted from the Judeo-Christian tradition, whether they came upon it themselves, we can all agree stealing is bad, murdering is wrong, committing adultery is not okay, right? And so we need to step back for a moment. We need to look back from another creature's perspective that might not have any understanding of our ethical and moral codes that we have as a community, as a society. So let's take a look here. Do I have a volunteer that could actually read for us the prompt for tonight? I know it's a big step. If you are able to, and I'm going to switch through and take a look here, feel free to raise your hand. Oh, I have someone, and I'm going to mispronounce this last name. I am so sorry. Nancy Lenoli, or Lenol? If you want to unmute yourself and tell me how we say that. I see someone waving there. All right. Nancy, can you hear me there? All right, give me just 1 second, guys, here. Let me get out my participant list here. I see someone is raising their hand, and I absolutely love it. No. Put the hand back up. Don't take it down. Put the hand back up. It was there. It was there. Oh, okay. All right. Awesome. Okay. Can you unmute yourself, or do you want me to try it for you? Oh, there we go. I hear. Yes. All right. And what is your name?
Well, William Lenoyle.
William Lenoyle. Thank you so much for joining us. William, you want to take a shot at reading this?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it, buddy.
Welcome, aliens. Your spaceship had just landed on an inhabited planet, but outside the fertile or built-up areas to avoid being detected. You are in a desert peninsula in the northern hemisphere, in between several large land masses. You are at the top of a small mountain. As you prepare to leave the spaceship in a mobile craft, your scanner picks up a strange image. 2 tablets of stone with some writing on them and through them. Your computer interprets them from the ancient Hebrew and issues you the text. See the 10 Commandments. You delay your exploration. You realize that this is a technologically advanced world. from satellite reconnaissance.
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 I know it's a big word.
But these stone tablets are primitive. Evaluate. What do they tell you about this society? Do you agree with this code of conduct? And would you like to make contact with the society? What would you gain from or give to this society? You have 10 minutes to decide whether to investigate or to leave the planet.
You know, I'm just letting you know. I mean, it's a big universe out there, right? We gotta be quick about this, right? And looking at the time right now, we really gotta go. So I absolutely love it, and I got a lot of people in the chat telling me, William, that you have an amazing voice for that. That was amazing. So thank you so much for sharing out here. That was amazing, buddy. Okay, so let's take a look at the first alien race here. Let's not take a look. Let's try that again. Let's take a look. Group Aleph. Does he look familiar? I hope so. And if not, your homework assignment for this summer is to watch E.T. Just saying, okay? Do I have another volunteer? William did such a great job. Thank you so much, William. And William, if you want to volunteer again, you're more than welcome to. But I want to throw it out. If there's anyone else that would like to read for us this alien's background, so that way we kind of get a little bit of a perspective when we look at the 10 Commandments. Do you have a volunteer that would like to raise a hand, maybe? I'm going to go through the cameras right now to see if anyone's like frantically waving at their camera. Let's take a look here. William, you want to take a shot at it again? Your call, buddy. Whatever you like to do. All right, William, I think you're still muted. Did you want to take a shot at it again? Okay, well, let's go ahead and I'll read it for us while we're waiting here. All right, so aliens, Group Aleph. You come from a planet where intelligent life and machines coexist, based on a logical code with which everyone complies freely. Your society is impeccably organized and entirely harmonious. It is disease-free, its life forms disease-protected, and there is a life expectancy of about 300 years. Everyone is skilled in some special field and rotates through all the mundane jobs at some point in their life cycle. So let's think about this group for a moment here. And I'm just going to jump back to the 10 Commandments. Based upon this alien and this understanding of this alien, what do you guys think that this alien would think about these? How would they react? They live in a harmonious setting. Everyone takes turns. They are freely doing this. And freely is kind of loose, but the expectation is there and no one's forcing them to do it. Do you think that they would have issues with honoring mother and father? Maybe, maybe not. Oh, great point. Gail, Randy, and Redding, thank you so much for joining us. The aliens would not know what a lie is, would they? Probably not. Creatures lie to get advantages, right? Whether it's to avoid suffering or to avoid something or to gain something. If this creature takes its time and is freely part of a society where everyone's going to do this, everyone has a specialized role, everyone takes a part in this mundane processes, would there be any advantage to lying? Probably not, right? Yeah. Yes, absolutely. They probably wouldn't understand the meaning of Sabbath, but do you think they would have periods that they would rest. Possibly. Taking turns, you know. We don't have one alien that's constantly taking out the trash, right? Everyone takes out the trash at one point. We don't have one alien that's constantly cleaning the alien cat litter, right? Everyone takes turns at that. So maybe their concept of keeping the Sabbath day holy or a taking a break might be a little different than ours, but it might be there, it might not. Yeah, I don't know if they would murder either. It sounds like everyone gets along, it's harmonious. There's very little, if any, conflict. Now, mind you, this is a thought experiment here. So could this alien civilization actually exist? Well, that's a whole different debate. What do you guys think? Yeah, I agree. I do have some people in the chat telling me, you know, this false idol and one God and not using the name in vain, right? That might be something that might be extremely foreign to them. But there might be some similarities based upon their culture, their upbringing. Anything else? All right, so let's take a look at this here. Okay, so alien group Olive, I'm going to bring him back up again. Okay, we talked about that he lives in a society that's impeccably organized. It's entirely harmonious, no conflict whatsoever. There's no disease. All the life forms are disease protected. They have a life expectancy of 300 years. Everyone is skilled in a special field, and they rotate all of the tough, mundane stuff, right? Maybe the boring stuff, maybe the stuff that no one wants to do, but they all rotate, they all take turns. So talking about this here, and I'm just gonna jot it down for you guys here. We might have issues with not knowing what Sabbath is, right? You might have issues with God or false idols. What else? Going back to the chat here. Oh, yes. Lying. Right? Remember? Harmonious. Everyone takes turns. Sounds pretty utopia. So maybe lying might be foreign to them as well. Is there anything else that I'm missing? I see a baby in the chat. Oh, are you showing the belly button? I love that. I know, my daughter does that too. I'm not going to show you mine though, because no one wants to see that. All right. Well, let's go ahead and move on. William, what do you think? William, do you think that we should add anything else to this? You think we're good on this? You can give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down. You tell me. We're good? Okay. Let's take a look at the next group. Let's take a look at the next alien here, because I know we are moving on here. All right. Do I have a volunteer that would like to read this one? It's a little different than Aleph. Feel free, use that chat feature. Oh, yes, Rabbi Nancy, please. I got it.
You come from a distant star, a different star system where many life forms have developed with their own codes. Your own life form has been dominated for millennia because of its intellectual capacity and utilization of machines. Most of the other life forms have fled to the far reaches of your planet. Apart from these areas, life is disease-free, disease-protected, and life expectancy reaches about 300 years. Your society bases its success on instinct, although the armed forces, of which the Space Command is a branch, are highly disciplined within a hierarchical command. Outside this framework, you may operate as you see fit.
Yeah. And Rabbi, do you happen to know what movie that one's from? No? Oh, it's a great one. Galaxy Quest. Highly recommended. All right. I know. This is what I'm just going to recommend movies to you guys. I hope you don't mind. Yeah, absolutely. That was amazing. And I love the intensity of the reading because unlike Group A, and just to kind of go back here, Group A, we're logical, everyone complies freely. And I see Gail and Randy, I see something in the chat here. I'll address that in just one moment. You know, they're organized, but they're entirely harmonious. Gail and Randy, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like when you answered with this comment, and I'm going to read the comment here, that you were still talking about this alien. Is that correct? Yeah, okay, awesome, terrific, yeah. So Gail and Randy brought up a very, very good point, and I'm going to go back to this right here. Okay, so we're talking about Sabbath, we're talking about gods, we're talking about false idols. Lies, yeah, we don't really know. However, Gail and Randy brought this up, and I'm just going to put it up here. Group Aleph, our ET companion, because everything's decided for them, they're completely harmonious, they live as a collective, do they have free choice? Do they have individual needs? Let's take a look at Group Aleph, Group Bet, excuse me, okay? A very scary villain here, okay? What do you think they would have issues with our 10 Commandments? And I'm just going to jump back to this part right here. Oh, don't move it. Your society bases its success on instinct. And they do talk about that they do have a hierarchical space command, their military branch. But outside that framework, you operate as you see fit. You can do what you want. Is that free choice? Oh, yeah. Right? If we think about the 10 Commandments, do the 10 Commandments give us free choice? It's a big question. And it's a tough question because we've all been in our kind of thinking of the 10 Commandments is the way it's going to be, right? We've been raised this way, whether we agree with them or not. Do they give us free choice? Now, this is the far opposite side of free choice, right? This is the free choice of I could do what I want, and if I'm the strongest and I'm the meanest and I'm the baddest and I have the best technology, who's gonna stop me? Most of the other life forms have fled to the far reaches of your planet. They're afraid. And they're afraid of this alien. Which, honestly, if I met this guy in a dark alley, I'd be afraid too. It's the eye patch. That's what really sells it for me, right? Right? Oh, absolutely, right? Yeah, but that's a really, really good point. And Gail and Randy and Redding, thank you so much for bringing that up about free choice. Because if utilized properly, the 10 Commandments shouldn't be eliminating our free choice. It should be encouraging us to make good decisions. It should be encouraging us to live together harmoniously. But these two aliens that we've looked at here, one is a completely collective, the other is completely individualistic and can get its means by any way. I know we're kind of getting towards time there. We got a couple of minutes left. So I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on how you think Alien Bet would react to looking at our 10 Commandments. How about just throwing it out there, thou shall nots. Is this an alien that you think would like to be told what to do? Probably not, right? Unless it was in the military, unless it was in part of the space command or so on, right? Probably not. And so I always love that. Oh, you're not allowed to do this. You're not allowed to do that. What do you mean I'm not allowed to have cheesecake after 7 p.m.? What you talking about? Mm-mm. I can do what I want, right? And we all get that, right? We all get that because there's a certain thing that we put at those defenses. If someone tells us what to do, you know, we want to use logic, but at the same time, it's like, well, hold on. If I don't agree with that, why would I do that? So maybe this alien might have issues with that. Anything else? Oh, Dale, thank you so much for letting me know. I will unmute you right now. Let me see if I can find you here. Dale, go for it.
I'm sorry, I kind of came in the middle of this, so I sort of missed a lot.
No problem. Well, thank you for joining us. I do appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. It's nice to see you.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's nice to see everyone. I love it. I absolutely love this. This is a fun medium. I'm really glad that we live in an amazing time to have this with what's been going on. So, and I'm sorry, am I saying that right? Is Marie, or is it?
Are you talking about me?
Yes, you.
I'm Dale Marie Zinn.
Oh, Dale. Okay, sorry about that. So Dale, is there any thoughts that you have about our alien here and what you think he would be reacting to the Ten Commandments?
Probably mystified.
Yeah, I agree. Why would you say mystified?
From a different planet, mostly confused. It's like, I don't understand what's going on here. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If this was an alien that came down, and the alien's background, just to kind of reemphasize here, it's definitely an alien that does what it wants, when it wants, how it wants. To look at a set of doctrine that says that we're not allowed to do certain things, do you think that it would be okay with that?
We all know that freedom is not free, and there have to be rules to make freedoms work. So yeah. I think the alien would be isolated because he'd get rid of everybody because they're in his way. And then what purpose would he have?
That's a really, really, really great point. Absolutely. Yeah, I completely agree with you on that. You know, it's weird us being who we are, and there's been a lot of research on how humans have been reacting due to isolation and due to our COVID quarantines, that out of all the primates, we are probably the most social. And because we are the most social, when you tell someone, you know, hey, you know, you're not allowed to see other people, you're not allowed to touch people, you're not allowed to be in the presence of other people, that can be really, really, really impactful for us. Maybe this alien might have a similar situation. It's so used to doing a certain thing that, you know, once everything's gone, it could be lonely, possibly.
I think that adjustments need to be made. I mean, there have been several growth steps for me during this pandemic in terms of what I've had to learn about myself and how I've had to see my community. And I've learned a lot about rules and regulations. Maybe I don't agree with all of them, but it's important to have them in order to have structure. I feel like structure is absolutely necessary.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I agree as well. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I really do appreciate it. We are kind of getting toward. Yeah, thank you. We are getting towards the end of time. Is there anyone else that would like to weigh in on what you guys think would be occurring either from this alien's perspective or from another alien's perspective? If you're muted and you can't unmute yourself, just message me and I'll unmute you. That's no problem on my end here. And I'll switch it over. I'll allow participants to unmute themselves. So feel free to weigh in, guys. I would love to hear from you. We'll just go back to the creepy image again. There he is. Alien B versus Alien A. Thinking about our 10 commandments.
I think A might be more receptive.
I'm sorry. I kind of missed who said that there. Which one are we referring to? Which one would be more receptive?
I said I think Alien A might be more receptive.
Oh, yeah. Good point. Good point. I mean, besides the fact that, I mean, let's all be honest, he just looks way nicer, too. Alien A, working in a highly organized and entirely harmonious society, might be receptive on regulations, absolutely, and on rules, absolutely. But as I know Gail and Randy from Reading pointed out, not a lot of ability to express oneself, not a lot of free choice. You don't get to choose what you're going to do. It's chosen for you. It can be very limiting. I think many science fiction authors have had an amazingly fun time thinking about utopia futures and how they actually become dystopian, because underneath all of this facade of everything's perfect and beautiful, you don't have the ability to think for yourself, right? So many books and movies out there, Logan's Run, Fahrenheit 451, oh gosh, so many that are out there that give us this situation. Oh, yeah, that's a really good point as well. And we see this historically as well with communities that are not Jewish, right? Or with our own communities, right? You know, Shabbat being Friday night to Saturday night, and yet most things are closed on Sundays in a, you know, Christianized kind of setting. That can be a little alien as well. And can be kind of stepping away from us, not understanding why. Right? Really, really good point. Very, very good point. Thank you so much for sharing that, Gail and Randy. So, Willie, I'm just going to kind of throw you out there. How are we doing on time right now? Because I feel like we're kind of getting towards the end here.
Yeah, we are getting towards the end, but I wanted to, this is really a thoughtful, awesome presentation. Mr. Gold, I mean, Ben, no, I'm just kidding.
Thank you.
So, I mean, if you want to take a few more minutes, but we'll restart again at 7 o'clock.
Okay, sounds good. So just a couple of more moments here. Is there anyone else that would like to share anything else? Feel free to unmute yourselves, weigh in. I would love to hear from you guys. I feel like I'm that radio DJ, you know, between the 2 and 4 a.m. shift. Hey, caller, are you out there?
You are not alone.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. So there, okay.
Hi.
Yeah. Oh, so that's a really, really good point there. Oh, Karen, please go on ahead.
The one thing that I kind of zoomed in on was that everyone is skilled in some special field and rotates through all the mundane jobs at some point in their life. And it made me think of Israel and the fact that everybody serves in the IDF. Even the kids with Down syndrome, they have a special unit for them. Everybody is equal as far as they all serve. And I think it's a really good idea because they serve for 2 years for a girl, 3 years for a boy, and they come out of that service and they're ready to either go to college, go to a tech school, or find a job, but they're mature and they're ready. And I think that I just really love that. I wish we did that here in the United States.
Yeah, no, that's a really good point. Yeah, if we think about looking at other cultures on our own planet, what the expectations are to be a member of the community is very different as well. And you bring up a very, very amazing point, Karen, the fact that everyone is expected to participate in that way for that society. It can also unify certain aspects, right? So yeah, really, really good point. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing here. I had someone weigh in on the chat here saying that out of our 10 commandments, there's a couple of things that maybe we could have added, right? I mean, if you think about this, these aliens are coming from disease-free situations. They're coming from, we're assuming, an advanced culture that has not destroyed their own planet through whatever means, whether it's through war or through utilizing non-renewable resources. I mean, that's a really, really good point as well. Should we add something to that, or would the aliens have judgment on our 10 commandments? By, hey, how come you're not doing Bal Tashit? How come you're not like looking at conservation efforts? It's a really, really good point, right? Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Rabbi Nancy suggested that we have a learning and growing commandment. Thou shalt always be learning. I agree wholeheartedly with that. And thank you so much for being here tonight, because I know you guys are all learning as well. So we do have a couple more moments here. Is there anyone else that would like to share out any opinions on this, or what you guys thought about it? Because I know it's kind of tough throwing it out there and trying it out, and it's kind of an interesting situation that we're all living in. But I do have a closing statement, but I want to see if there's anything else that we have from our amazing people that are participating tonight. So feel free, you can unmute yourselves, say hi, you can talk to us in the chat. Victoria said maybe we should follow it and encourage growth, right? We should really emphasize growth in ourselves and growth in each other. And yes, absolutely, Victoria. And Victoria brought up peace on Shabbat, a day of rest to literally take care of you and take care of your family, right? That kind of separates the mundane from the sacred right there, one day a week. The holiest of holidays, Shabbat. It happens not once, not twice, but 52 times every single year. And it doesn't take days off. Oh, interesting. Yeah. What about, loving your God with all of your heart? Yeah, love that as well. And hopefully that would tie into growth and learning. Is there any, I heard a microphone. Is there anyone else that would like to weigh in? Yeah, go for it.
Were you talking to me?
I'm talking to whoever would like to talk.
I like what Rabbi Nancy just said, thou shalt laugh at thyself. That was great.
Oh yeah, I was absolutely. I think that's a little slice of humble pie is how I translate that. You know, being able to just really think at how things are, and it's going to be okay, right?
It's good to be humble. And humor is essential. And so is forgiveness.
Do we freeze? Ben, we might have lost you for a moment.
I think we did freeze.
Okay. Well,
But
Ben,
but it was great.
it was fantastic, Ben. Thank you for putting together this marvelous presentation. We enjoyed it. To everybody who's come on, we have about 5 or 6 minutes until we continue on with B'nai Israel doing their presentation. So hang tight, grab another slice of cheesecake, and we'll be with you shortly.
Ben, you're back on?
Then we're back on.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, no, that's actually a perfect time to end it there. But one thing I wanted to point out to everyone here looking at our two aliens is that they're two opposite sides, right? And the Ten Commandments should not be something that should be holding us, and constraining us. It should be freeing us. But I think we can all agree that living in a society where we have laws, we have rules, we have governance, we have the ability to support each other and to, as a group, decide what is right and what is the best thing for everyone. That real thing. And so, even aliens, which obviously are completely made up and everything, they kind of bring us on two different sides of the spectrum when really we're somewhere in the middle, right? We want individualism, we want free speech, we want the ability to express oneself and to choose what you want to choose. But we want to also remember to be inclusive and be forgiving and be accepting and be supportive of each other. And I really think if you boil down the Ten Commandments down to that, it's essentially, do unto others as you want them to be done, Absolutely. Stand on the foot, right? Everything else is just commentary, right? Keep the Sabbath holy. Make sure that you're being kind to each other. You're being supportive of each other. And the rest is just commentary. So thank you so much for allowing me to share this stuff with you guys. And I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much for inviting me to chat. And thank you to everyone that is out there in our amazing technological, diverse, weird, freezing situations. Thank you so much for joining me tonight, because I really do appreciate it.
Thank you, Ben.
All right. So thank you, Willie. I'm going to sign off now because I'm going to go find some cheesecake. That sounds, yeah. So thank you, guys. I'll see you guys later.
All right, everybody, just hang tight. We'll get going here in a few more moments.
So this is Rabbi Alfie. We're about to get started in just a minute. And I'm going to ask people if you could go onto speaker view or active speaker, because we'll make the first part of this a little bit more fun. Sarah? Sarah Bat Menachem? Is that you? Sarah? Oi, are you having something the matter with your throat, Sarah? Because I can't hear you. Oi, vavoy.
I was so taken with emotion. My lips were moving, but there was no sound coming. Miriam Bat Shafak Ezra.
You look amazing. Not a day over 3,000 years, I have to say.
You have not changed one bit.
Did you see Eliyahu Chasdai ben Shlomo?
I have not seen him. Is he here?
He's here. Hey, Eliyahu, come join us. Come say hello.
I see him.
Hineni. Here I am.
And he's speaking the Mama Lashon.
And such a punim that boy has. It's
such a punim.
I don't think I've seen you two since the last time we stood at Sinai. It feels like it's been forever.
It has been forever, and let me tell you, Miriam Bat Shafak Ezra, there are many things I've been trying to forget about that time when I stood with you.
Oh, you and me both. Such a temper Moshe had. Can you believe? Down that mountain in such a snit, smashing the tablets like that.
Oy boy. I will never forget all the things you said. I can't say them in mixed company, but I will never forget your words.
You should not say that. It was just between you and me. Oy. And Eliyahu, how about you? Do you remember what that day was like?
I remember it like it was just yesterday, those many, many years ago. All of the events, Moses coming down the mountain, the tablets in his hand.
Crazy. He was so crazy. He was screaming and yelling, and we were just having a little party.
And if I might say, he was a bit full of himself.
Just a little bit.
You know, you stand before God. I know, but please.
Yeah, I know. It takes me back.
Yes. It's good to be back in this place again.
It does. Eliyahu, you got footage of that day, didn't you?
I did. I have some good footage.
You have some good footage. Can you show them the stuff that I sent you about the footage that my husband Shlomi took?
Yes. Hang on one second. Let me see. Here is what I have of your footage.
I heard that Shlomi was going to go see if your husband was going to want to go for a walk. You know, they've never been good at standing still.
You did just doing fine.
Good. Oh, look at that.
Back.
The technology was amazing.
You have sinned a great sin in the sight of God. You are not worthy to receive these 10 commandments.
You know, I told him, don't yell at the people so much. Maybe they'll pay attention better.
It is a little hard to hear him this time. I may be getting older.
Maybe.
You take too much upon yourself. We will not live by your commandments. We're free. There is no freedom without the law. Whose law, Moses? Yours? Did you carve those tablets to become a prince over us?
You know, even then we had authority issues.
Let him come to me.
We were figuring it out.
But Sarah, what do you remember? You were standing a little bit further back than me, if I remember correctly.
I was a little bit back. I think you can see Yedidya there. Oh, he passed. You could see Yedidya.
He was lobbying to be the head of his tribe, wasn't he?
My Yedidya. What a Shana Punim he had then. Oh, I remember her.
She was a troublemaker. Eliyahu, do you have the footage that Sarah got?
Well, you know, it's funny that you shared it like this video, because I have to say I remembered it looking a little bit different than that day. I remember it something a little bit more like this. I don't know. There was.
Well, you were on the southeastern side of the mountain, weren't you?
Maybe I was on the different side of the mountain, but I heard something. I remember the people being a little bit yellower and looking a little bit different.
A little more sallow?
This is what I remember from that day.
Well, you are younger than us.
Hey, good evening, Hezron, carver of graven images.
The graven images.
How was business? Been a little slow these past few months. Not much to steal in the desert, you know.
Do not worry, my friend. I figure we'll be wandering out here another 2 weeks tops.
Hey, good evening, Zohar the adulterer. My wife sends her warmest regards.
Oh, yes.
I remember him.
Yeah, he was kind of a seedy sort.
This is just what it was like.
Moses is back. Quick, everybody look busy. The Lord has handed down to us 10 commandments by which to live. I will now read them in no particular order. Thou shalt not make any graven images.
Oh my God!
Thou shalt
Well, that was the end of his business.
Yes, it was.
Looks like the party's over.
Hey, Moses, keep them coming. Thou shalt not steal.
Sorry, Homer.
Mike or Eliyahu, your parents did not watch over you enough. I cannot believe that they let you hang out with those people.
Yeah, those are my friends. And then, you know, Moses came down from the mountain and it just ended their businesses. They were done. No more thievery.
The two of you have such bad memories.
It was awful.
That's not what I remember at all. Not one bit, except for that little bit about Yadidya in the back. I remember something so different. I remember everybody wanted to know exactly what the rules meant.
אלה הדמעות שאתם צריכים לקיים. שאלות?
כשאתה אומר לא תישא את שם אדוני לשווא, אז לא הרגע אמרת את השם שלו?
לא, אדוני זה לא השם שלו.
אז איך קוראים לו?
קוראים לו אדוני.
אז כן קוראים לו אדוני.
לא, זה לא השם שלו אדוני. השם שלו מתחיל בי' ונגמר ב-A. יוספה. לא, נו.
יודה.
עזבו, לא חשוב. שאלה הבאה.
לא תחמוד אשת רעך. זה אומר שאסור אפילו לחשוב עליה?
נכון.
אפילו אם היא ממש שווה?
כן, גם אם היא ממש שווה.
ואם אני מסתכל עליה וכל הזמן אומר לעצמי, אל תחשוב עליה, אל תחשוב עליה. זה עכשיו שאני חושב עליה?
אני לא יודע, אני אברר לך את זה.
אבל תברר, כי אני לא רוצה ליפול פה על סתירה לוגית.
עוד שאלות!
זה בקשר לכבד את אביך ואת אמך.
נו, באמת.
ומה אם נניח אבא שלי רצח מישהו תוך כדי שהוא חושב על אשתו השווה של השכן?
צודק. אם זה המצב, אז אל תכבד. בסדר? עוד שאלות.
לגבי הלא תרצח.
מה לא ברור בלא תרצח? למה צריך להתווכח על כל דבר? לא תרצח, לא תרצח, מה לא ברור פה?
זה כולל המלאקים? כי אתה ביקשת שנמחה את זכרם. עכשיו, כשאני מוחה זכר, אז אני עושה את זה בעזרת רצח. אז אני מפספסת פה משהו.
צודקת, שימי את העמלקים בצד. לא תרצח, לא כולל עמלקים.
ופלישתים. כן, וחיתים.
זה מורים.
ויבוסים, וגרגסים.
אבל זה לא מה שאמרתי.
אבל אתה ביקשת מאיתנו שננקה את ארץ ישראל מכל ישועיה.
אבל זה לא אומר שצריך ישר לרצוח אותם.
אז מה נעשה איתם? נשלח אותם לשייט?
רבותיי, בסדר, הבנתי, לא תרצח למעט פלישתים, עמלקים, גרגסים, יבוסים, אמורים וחיתים.
ומצרים.
מה מצרים? מה מצרים? את ראית פעם מצרים בארץ כנען?
אתה רצחת פעם מצרי, מה? אז למה לך מותר ולנו לא? מה, אתה יותר טוב מאיתנו?
מה זה?
לא, הנה, תראו אותו, כן, מסתובב לו בעולם, רוצח איזה מצרי שבא לו, אבל לנו לא. לנו אסור, למה? כי הוא קשה, והוא יכול לרצוח את מי שבא לו.
לא, תרצח! לא!
See, you always had a very bad temper.
Did.
And
Shit,
all
I
right,
love
let's get with the lawyers, if that's what you remember, having to pick apart every mitzvah, figuring out what the details were.
אנחנו ברשותך נלך לעבוד את אלוהינו.
נעשה ונשמע.
Exactly.
Yes.
So I'm going to invite all the other people who are at Sinai with us to go back to switch to the view where you can see as many of us who stood at Sinai together as possible. And I'm going to introduce myself. While I am also Miriam Bat Shepech Ezra Vachana, most of you probably know me as Rabbi Alfie. And Sarah Bat Menachem, you want to introduce yourself?
Yes, I am also known as Sarah Bat Menachem Tzipora, but I'm also known as Cantor Julie Steinberg.
And Eliyahu, do you go by any other aliases?
Yes, besides being Eliyahu Chasdai, I'm Michael Lewis. I'm a rabbinic student at Hebrew Union College, Jewish Institute of Religion, and grew up here in Sacramento.
So, Chag Sameach, everybody. It is lovely to be able to be together as an entire community. And I want to start by saying thank you to Federation and to the Board of Rabbis for really making this possible, and Rabbi Nancy in particular, who put in a lot of legwork to organize tonight. So we wanted to start our study session tonight with a humorous view of what it means that we all stood at Sinai. As I'm sure many of you have learned before, that our tradition teaches us that the soul of every single Jew who would ever be stood together at Sinai. But as you also know, you get two Jews together and you get three opinions. And so even though we all stood at Sinai, the question is, what does that mean? How does that inform our lives? How does that help guide us? How does that reflect Judaism itself? And so I'm hoping that all of you had a chance to get the study sheet that was in the Google Drive. Can you do like a show of hands if you have the study sheet? I am seeing a distinct lack of hands. So would it be helpful for you guys if I did a screen share?
I think it would be helpful.
Okay, so let's hope that I have nothing.
I am going to take it upon myself to speak for the others, much as we did at Sinai.
Cantor, do you see what I might have named tonight's session? This is really bad.
I don't, Michael, do you remember?
You're seeing everything. There we go. You're seeing everything that I've been working on this week. Okay. So what we have are a number of different, can you see my screen? Oh,
not yet. No.
Sorry, I didn't do it correctly. Let me try that one more time. Now, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so we had a lot of fun looking looking at and picking some text for us to look at tonight on this topic. And it was actually a little bit hard to narrow down the possibilities. And so feel free to unmute yourself. Just remember, if you're unmuted, we could hear whatever you're doing or saying. But we wanted this to be a communal text study. So Cantor and Michael, since I'm just seeing my screen and I can't see the Zoom bar, if people have comments or are raising their hands, if the two of you could call on them, that would be lovely.
Yes, absolutely.
And so I think I saw Blair Leatherwood amongst the people standing at Sinai tonight, and he is a fabulous voice. And I was hoping that, Blair, you might read for us the teaching from Shemot Rabbah 5:9.
And the text says, all the people saw the thunders. It's not written thunder, hakol, but rather thunders, hakolot. Rabbi Yochanan teaches that when God's voice came forth at Mount Sinai, it divided itself into 70 human languages so that the whole world might understand it, and every nation heard it in their own language.
So here we see Shemot Rabbah is actually playing with the Hebrew, because what else can kol mean other than thunder?
Voice.
Voice. It's a voice. It's a language. And so when the Torah text tells us that that there was thunder and there was lightning, Shemot Rabbah is saying that it wasn't just thunder, because thunder, as it says here, we say in the singular, but it's kolot. It was thunders. So what does it mean then? It's not just the thunder of the earth, but it was the 70 languages of the earth. Now, were there really 70 languages? Who knows? But whenever our text is telling us that there are 70 languages or 70 nations, what they're really saying is all of the world, all of the different peoples, all of the different nations. And what's interesting to me about this text is, according to this, who else stood at Sinai?
This is an opportunity for you to speak. You can
Right.
unmute
It's
yourself.
not a hypothetical question, an actual.
Nobody wants to unmute themselves.
All the people.
Was everyone there?
Who
All
said
the nations.
All the people.
right? All the people, not just all the Jewish people, but this expands understanding that all the people, that all of the nations stood at Sinai, or not, if not stood at Sinai, heard what happened at Sinai. So what does this mean then about our sacred text? What is one of the ways that we should identify or connect with or feel about some of the other nations of the world, especially those who have also adopted, if you will, some of our sacred text?
What about the Amalekites?
Well, the Amalekites did not do a good job, Brian, in terms of following it. They may have heard it, but they didn't seem to follow it because they definitely had a problem with some of those mitzvot. They were still idolaters, and they were definitely fond of killing the weak and not big fans of God. So you bring up an interesting point, which is just because they heard it doesn't mean they followed it. But what are other ways that we might look at this text or understand this text?
The universal God.
Wait a minute, Brian, I'm getting something in the chat that's saying that some people are having difficulty unmuting themselves.
If you have trouble unmuting, feel free to write what your comments in the chat, and either Michael or Cantor or I, whoever has access to it, will read it. But I heard
this is Michael Hirsch from Davis. You hear me?
Loud and clear, like we're standing together at Sinai.
We are standing together at Sinai, and I point out in Shemot Rabbah, it says that the 70 languages were heard so that the whole world might understand it. So it was heard, but the words say so that the world might understand it, and that does not mean that those words were in fact understood, and therefore we have a diversity of responses, even though every effort was made for the entire world to have heard it.
Absolutely, and I think that's also interesting what you're saying is because maybe they also understood it differently than how we understood it. How about
I also know there are a couple of comments in the chat box here where people have noted about accepting all people and welcoming the stranger and the foreigner. And it really, I think, reflects, some of the texts we see in Isaiah, right, who's one of our later prophets, and talking about what do we look towards in the future, right? Sinai sort of being one moment on this end, and this sort of redemptive future moment being this place that we want to get to. And a lot of those texts talk about not just having the Israelites being the ones to sort of return to Jerusalem and rebuild this, but also having everyone there, from the blind and the deaf and the meek, and also people who are of all the 70, who speak all the 70 languages and are from the different and from different peoples besides our own. So I think it's interesting, this sort of this universalism that's really puts itself both in the sort of redemptive future that we imagine, and also in the Sinai that we're living in every day.
That's beautiful. In other words, Reform Judaism didn't invent universalism.
And yet, with universalism, with 70 languages, with a cacophony of voices, there's so much room for misunderstanding each other, for misinterpreting or having a difference of interpretation. And that can bring people together, and it can disperse people also.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And Michael, I think you brought to the table Brachot 5a. Am I correct in that one?
Yeah, so I brought...
Rabbi, can I say one thing before we leave this? I think
sure,
that's also...
But if everyone could also say their name. So
hi. Hi, everyone. Andrea Rosen here. I also think that the fact that Shemot Rabbah ends with every nation heard it in their own language, for those of us who have learned and speak more than one language, will appreciate that every language expresses perhaps the same thought in a very different way. And so 70, I mean, it boggles the mind to think about the same idea being expressed in 70 different languages could definitely have multiple different meanings.
Without a doubt, but also tells us that the intention is to be as inclusive as possible. I remember going to Israel for the first time and seeing that so many signs were in Hebrew, Arabic, and English, and being so impressed at the effort being made to have as many people as possible to understand. You know, whether it was road signs or city signs or any sort of thing, and thinking that I couldn't imagine that happening in our country, that rather we demand that others understand things the way we understand it or see it the way we see it. And it's a beautiful concept of God here, that God goes to where we are. God makes the effort to speak in our language so that we don't have to struggle to hear them. I think that goes back to Brian. You were going to say something earlier about a universal God, Brian Landsberg.
Yes, just that, yes.
Nothing else?
Well, that I thought that the fact that God was speaking to everybody meant that God was speaking to all people. That's all.
And yet, just expect a lawyer to talk longer. You're very brief and concise for an attorney.
So, Rabbi Mona, this is Rabbi Greg Wolf. It's nice to see you at Sinai. You know, teaching from Shemot Rabbah was reminding me about the explanation about why the Torah was given in the wilderness, so that it belonged to nobody, but in fact to everybody. However, it seems, though, that while it's available to everyone, it seems that the Jewish people had a special connection or relationship, or they took it on themselves as an obligation, and everybody else was like, well, you can if you want, but you don't have to. And there was this other layer that's like it was put out there, but it didn't have the same weight for other people. Like it was more of an option. And for us, it seemed like more of a, responsibility in some way.
Absolutely. I think you're right. And I think that's a beautiful thing to point out about how, what beautiful synchronicity that it's not only given in every language, but it's also given in a neutral place. And I think that's something that's special about Judaism being not just a religion, but also a nation, and a nation that welcomes others who want to join us. You know, that it's not an exclusive club that other people can't join. You just, the price to join is essentially what you were just saying, the willingness to look at this as an obligation and not as just a hobby or optional.
Leslie Cooperstein has something to add.
I wanted to also mention that when we talk about different kolot, there is an example in the animation that you showed, where in Hebrew it said al tirtzach, and yet the translation was do not kill.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that the Israelis got the Hebrew wrong.
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
and there you have a difference of language with a totally different picture of what the mitzvah was.
Yes, and I was struck by what Rabbi Alfie was talking about the signs in modern day Israel, when it says, Asur le'ashen, it is forbidden to smoke, whereas in English we might say, please no smoking. So with each language you get a layer of interpretation just by the chosen words.
Well, and it tells you how culture affects language, that Israelis, if you said, please don't smoke, they would look at it as a request that is optional rather than a demand.
It actually, go ahead.
And if you said don't smoke to Americans, they would get offended and say, well, now I'm gonna smoke just because you told me I can't smoke.
This is Michael Hirsch again from Davis. You know, I'd like to pose a question. When the 10 Commandments say we shall not kill, but then later in the Torah, we hear if one commits particular acts, they shall be stoned. Is there a difference between stoning and killing?
Yes, and that's actually what Leslie Cooperstein was alluding to there. And I know we have some attorneys in this discussion. You guys could help me out with this one. But just like in American legal law, there are different words or crimes that refer to different types of one person killing another person. You know, there's manslaughter. There's Brian. What are the different types of murder?
There's murder in the first degree, and
self-defense, accident.
There's also criminal homicide, which may have occurred recently in Minneapolis, and that's in distinction to murder, which is premeditation with malice aforethought.
Right. There's also accidental.
So the 10 Commandments actually does not say do not kill. The 10 Commandments, lo tirtzach, is you shall not murder. And it's because Hebrew does distinguish between murder, which is a criminal act, and killing, which is actually not only sometimes permissible, but as you mentioned with certain crimes, state mandated. So from a legal perspective, the death penalty might not be considered murder, but rather killing. What a soldier in battle does, if they're following the laws or following the rules of engagement, is not considered murder, but rather killing, which is why a soldier could be court-martialed for murdering, because if they kill someone in a way that is not sanctioned. And so the Torah distinguishes as well. We actually have an obligation to engage in self-defense. So if somebody is actively trying to kill me and it's my life or their life, then it's permissible for me to kill them in order to save my own life. So let's go into a little bit more pleasant topic than murder. And Michael, if you could teach us about Brachot 5a.
Yeah, so, and I'd love to invite Leslie Cooperstein, who's someone who shared a lot of Torah with me at Shalom School, if she's up for it, to read here this text from Brachot 5a for us.
Okay, Rabbi Levi Bar Chama said that Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish said, what is the teaching that can be derived from the verse, the Eternal said to Moses, come up to me on the mountain and wait there, and I will give you the stone tablets and the teachings, Torah, and the commandments, mitzvot, that I have written to instruct them. Exodus 24:12. The word tablets refers to the 10 Commandments. The word teaching refers to the whole 5 books of Moses. The word commandments refers to the Mishnah. The word that I have written refers to the prophets and the writings. The word to instruct them refers to the Talmud. And we learn from this verse that all of them were given to Moshe on Sinai.
Great, thank you, Leslie. And this is one of my absolute favorite texts to think about on Shavuot, because I think we ask this question often of what is it exactly that we received on Sinai? And I think, as we're kind of thinking about this question of different perspectives and different voices and different ways of hearing what we heard at Sinai, there's a lot of ways to read and to understand this moment as being the receiving of something specific, like the 10 Commandments, something that says, has a list of things, do not murder, of that nature that we would include in the text. And the rabbinic tradition really broadens it out. And they do a classic, I would say they give a classic Devar Torah here. Reish Lakish, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish gives a classic Devar Torah on this verse here from Exodus, in which there are all these extra words. You would think right here, I think they would think that that God would just say to Moses, wait for me on the mountain and I'm going to give you the tablets and you can go down and it's done. But Reish Lakish reads from this, Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish reads from this, that all the extra words, the stone tablets, the Torah, the mitzvot, the words that I have written, and the words to instruct, mean that we learned a lot more things there. Now, I think there's 2 ways to read this text. There's one way to look at it and to say that, okay, this is saying we received very specific things on Mount Sinai and we should concretely follow those particular things. So for example, it refers to the Torah, right, the 5 books of Moses, and it expands it out to the Mishnah and the Talmud. So one might read this and say, okay, the Talmud was clearly given at Mount Sinai as well, and we should concretely learn the Talmud as it is without any derivation. But I think the alternative way to read this little Devar Torah that finds itself right at the beginning of Masechet Brachot, of the tractate Brachot in the Talmud, is that there was more than one thing, more than one word was given at Sinai. And it's this expansive text. It includes the entire Tanakh, right? It includes all the books of prophets, all the books of Ketuvim. So we have Jonah and Ruth and Song of Songs. They're all in there. And it expands it even to the Mishnah and the Talmud. And the Mishnah and the Talmud, whereas the Mishnah is sort of seems to be more of a law code, the Talmud has so much debate about every different rule. And it's more often than not, for those who have spent some time studying Talmud here, to look at that a subject is unresolved because there's a debate that occurs, rather than being resolved and saying this is what the rule is. So I think when Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish is connecting this to Sinai here, there's something really beautiful about understanding how sort of the Torah that we bring, the Torah that the rabbis brought in the 2nd and 3rd century and that we have continued to bring today as people who are at Sinai, is something that is continuous and is not sort of this concrete tablet that is stuck and etched on and can't be changed, but rather is this broad and expansive text that is not just understood through the text that we know from the past, but also all through up to what we've read through today. So I think this is a really beautiful Devar Torah where they take this word and they understand these differences between, it's not just the 10 Commandments that were given, it's not just the Torah that was given, but it's the entire Jewish tradition that we know and love that was given here.
And when you say the entire Jewish tradition, it's also referring to all of these things. It leaves open the possibility that the things that we say, the things that we write, in our own generation can become Torah, that can be part of that. And it ties in Brachot 5a, goes so beautifully with Menachot 59b. And I think that you can read these two as companion pieces. Did I see a Steve Lewis out there in the virtual Sinai?
You did.
Steve, would you mind reading Menachot number 4, Menachot 59b?
Sure. Rav Yehuda says that Rav said, when Moses ascended on high, he found the Holy One, the Holy Blessed One, sitting and tying crowns to the letters of the Torah. Moshe said before God, Rabbono Shel Olam, Master of the universe, who is preventing you from giving the Torah without these additions? God said to him, there is a man who will exist in the future, at the end of many generations. Akiva ben Yosef is his name. He will derive mounds and mounds of halachot from each and every thorn of the crowns that I am placing on the Torah. Moses said before God, Rabbono Shel Olam, Master of the universe, show him to me. God said to him, return behind you. Moses went and sat in the back of the 8th row of Rabbi Akiva's classroom, and he did not understand what they were saying. His strength waned. When Rabbi Akiva arrived to one matter, his students said to him, Rabbi, from where do you derive this? Rabbi Akiva said to them, it is halakha from Moshe at Sinai. When Moshe heard this, his mind was eased.
So let's look at these two teachings. I'm trying to see, is that too small? I'm trying to make it so number 2 and number 4 can be seen simultaneously. What are some of the things that this means to us today? How can we interpret this as modern Jews when we look at number 2 and number 4? Are they talking to each other? Are they supporting each other? What are some of your reactions to this text? And do you find anything particularly odd or interesting about the way the Midrash in number 4 is written?
Well, this is Blair. I think they're clear to me. They're clearly saying the same thing, that it's all there. It's all in the text. It's all written down for you. You just have to find it. What I find highly amusing, went and sat in the back of the 8th row of his classroom. And I'm just wondering about the specificity of that.
So I actually kind of love that particular verse. We have a group of troublemaker rabbis that hang out together at conferences. And Michael, I look forward to you joining us in that group. And we call ourselves the rabbis in the back row. And at every rabbinic conference, we sit in the back row, because if you sit in the back row, you can talk and you can be a little bit more obnoxious than if you're in the front row and you have to be well behaved. So I always like the kid who sits in the back of the room, because you know something interesting is happening there. But he's sitting in the back row so that he could observe. He doesn't want to interfere. Moses actually wants to learn what it is that God is talking about. There's an interesting thing next to that where it says, God said to him, return behind you. And this this midrash goes on, and when we were studying this with Michael, he pointed out how God keeps telling him to return behind you, to turn around, and he's returning behind him to a time that is in the future. And it's a reminder to us that in Judaism, time does not exist in a linear fashion. All time exists at all time. That we have the possibility to jump in at any point in the story. Was that, Cantor, was that you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. I want you to take it from in there.
It takes it right. It's connected. I think 2 and 4 are connected by number 3. And if I could read it, it's a little too small for my eyes.
Oh, here, I'll make it bigger for you.
Okay.
Is that better? Oops. Sorry.
My eyes were better when I physically stood at Sinai. On this day they came to Sinai. Did they come today? But rather it means that when you study the words of Torah, do not let them be old in your sight, but rather as if I gave them today. So when we stood at Sinai and all was revealed, it was revealed in a way that time circles in on itself. It was revealed then, it is revealed now, it will be revealed in the future. And each generation, dor l'dor, that we pass from generation to generation, peels like an onion, each layer that was revealed at Sinai.
Or like a blooming onion, which is delicious and not as sharp and spicy.
And I
think this is Denny here. Hi. And also what comes up for me here is, though they mention all the different books and the Mishnah, etc., I think they're also referring to the white fire on the black, the lines in between the words. And it's not just what was written that we are making new, but we are drawing in every generation from what was given that we couldn't see then.
Lovely.
I think, Denny, I think it's a really great point that you make there. And it's, sometimes from generation to generation, it can be difficult to understand maybe what someone was saying 1,000 years ago, right? Their cultural context is just different than our cultural context. And sometimes, right, the language, I don't know if anyone here has ever read Chaucer, but if you open it up, it's just kind of like, this is English. It doesn't really feel like it's even the same language. And I love that in this Menachot text, right, that even Moses himself, jumping forward in time, right, 1,000, 1,500 years into the future, into the Beit Midrash of Rabbi Akiva, can't understand what's being said anymore. And his strength is wearying because he can't understand what's being said. And I think that really kind of builds on the fact that we do in each generation, we have to figure out sort of, one thing I've always understood about Judaism is that it's a 3,000 plus year conversation about sort of the most essential and existential questions in life. And that this started at Sinai and continues, with us through to today, but that we're constantly sort of asking each other questions and also checking in with our ancestors from 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years ago to hear what did they have to say about it. And sometimes it can be difficult or hard for us to hear, but it's nice to at least to be in conversation with people over a long and historic amount of time.
So the goes in both directions. Checking in with our ancestors.
I'm sorry. The kolot, who are we?
Yeah.
Okay, the kolot standing at the mountain, the 70 languages were, can you imagine the kolot from all the generations yet to come, and the noise that they made from the language that generations ahead would not understand, and vice versa. And yet we understand what came before as we discover it ourselves.
This is Michael Hirsch again. I think that focus on the back of the 8th row has some significance for that number 8. Remember that all of creation was done in 7 days. And on the 8th day, the rules for that creation are experienced in the circumcision the eighth day. And so the terms of the covenant are laid out at Sinai. And when Moses goes to the eighth position, he discovers that those terms of the covenant that were given to him back at Sinai are as valid on the eighth day as they were during the 7 days of creation.
Michael, that's beautiful. And I think to add to the significance of the eighth day, which I'd forgotten about until you started bringing that up with circumcision. 7 is the number of a natural cycle in Judaism, but 8 is the number of an eternal covenant. And so Brit Milah is on the 8th day. The high priest, Aaron and his sons, were consecrated into the priesthood on the 8th day. And the idea is that 7 days is natural, but on the 8th day, in order for it to be eternal, you have to bring yourself to it. And so this does reflect the sense that this covenant is an eternal covenant. It's in the 8th row. It's beyond normal time. But I also want to talk about the other Michael. Michael Lewis had said about this idea of us being in conversation with our ancestors. But what I find interesting with Moses and Akiva, it's Moses learning from his descendant, from the future generations. And I think too often in our society today, we do not listen or pay attention to what the younger generations have to teach us. You know, tomorrow night should have been confirmation at B'nai Israel. I know that all of our synagogues should have been celebrating in person over the course of the weekend with our confirmation students. And I'm sure the other rabbis share in this feeling that we learn from our students, that it's such an honor to study with our high school students, because it's not just that they have something to learn from us, but we have something to learn from them. And here, even the great Moses has something to learn from generations that follow. Did I hear somebody else wanting to speak up?
Yeah, to follow up on what you said, the text here to me says a lot about what teaching is and what instruction is and what law is. And I'm a law professor, and teaching is about dialogue and interaction. And it's about students and teachers learning together and developing new understandings of what text means. And in particular in law is about creating solutions to problems. It's not about finding them. It's about developing them and making them meaningful and defending them so that they're appropriate for particular problems and contexts. So I think a lot of this text resonates with me, both as a teacher and as someone who deals with evolving law.
Yeah, I don't think it's an accident that there are so many Jewish attorneys. The concept of law, of justice, of looking at law as not an oppressive force, but as a creative force, the way you described it, is inherent in how we look at the mitzvot. You know, that the taluses we wear represent the mitzvot, and we don't wear it like a yoke, we wear it like an embrace. This idea that the mitzvot are a gift and not a burden. So I looked at the time, we have 2 minutes left. Cantor, could you read this last teaching by Martin Buber for us? I think it's a good note for us to leave on. If you want to read it and share any thoughts.
You are so good to me to have to read.
I'm sorry.
The rabbi of Kortsk was asked, why is Shavuot called the time the Torah was given, rather than the time we received the Torah? He answered, the giving took place on one day, but the receiving takes place all the times. I love what this talks about. I love the concept of time as a Jew, that what was is and what is will be. That you can give a gift, but a true gift is the gift that keeps on giving. When you give something, your hope is that it will be received, that it will be taken in, that it will be cherished, that it will be nurtured and loved and handed down to the next generation. I can imagine I can imagine God on Sinai feeling trepidation at handing over the law and saying, I hope beyond hope that they will keep and cherish this and pass on to future generations.
That was beautiful. And I'm going to let the future generation be the last word. Michael, do you have a last word for us?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, thank you. That was really beautiful, Cantor Julie. And I think that the idea that we all, there's this deep notion in the Jewish tradition that we were all at Sinai. And so, I think we'll end by saying it's nice to see you all again. We saw each other at Sinai, and we'll see you again, and we'll continue to see each other there again on a regular basis. And it's a beautiful, I love the kind of the Hasidic understanding of that, as we sort of have a special relationship with one another as Jews that we take with us throughout the entire year, not just on Shavuot.
Beautiful.
You make us so proud.
And Rabbi Greg, are you the next one up?
We are the next one up, and we couldn't have created a better transition. And what a wonderful introduction to the moment of standing at Sinai that Rabbi Mona, Cantor Julie, and Michael provided for us. And I love the humor. I don't know, we weren't quite as creative in thinking about how to bring that creativity with all that multimedia and things like that. But we are excited to be here at Sinai, and I love that you had ended with this idea about the gift of Torah. And so I'm very happy to share this session with my colleague and dear friend, Rabbi David Lodgem. And we're really going to look at sort of the different ways that we can understand Torah in the four worlds, the four levels of understanding. Sometimes people know them as Pardes, as going into the orchard. So I'm going to let Rabbi David begin. We have a little kavanah and a nigun. And probably for the nigun, it's best for us to all mute ourselves, except for, of course, Rabbi David, who can lead us. But we picked a melody. I hope you'll feel free in your own hearts and in your Zoom rooms to sing out with joy.
Thank you, Rabbi Greg. Die, 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 die. Die, 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 die. Yeah, die, 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 die. Yeah, die, die, yeah, die, die, die. Yeah, die, 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 die. Yeah, die, 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 die. Yeah, die, 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 die. Yeah, die, die, yeah, die, die, die. Yeah, da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. Yeah, da da yeah da da yeah da 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 da. Yeah, da 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 da. Yeah, da yeah da yeah da 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 da. Yeah, da yeah da da da. Our teacher Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, one of the great Torah commentators from about 1,000 years ago, has a wonderful teaching about the giving of Torah and what it means to us today. He says, and Rabbi Mona was talking about the 8th day of creation, Rashi tells us about the 6th day of creation. And he says, the creation of the world was not completed on the 6th day. So, wait a second. Torah tells that God created the world in 6 days and then rested on the 7th. Rashi tells us no. Rashi tells us that the completion of the creation of the world happened on the 6th day, but not the 6th day of creation, the 6th day of Sivan, on Shavuos. And he teaches that creation was not merely a physical thing, but a moral imperative, anticipating Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel. And so picking up on what our friends and colleagues at B'nai Israel have said, Torah is a gift. It's a gift that is given to us as a special gift, the gift that we were given at Mount Sinai. And so as we learn this evening together, I invite you to take this as that special gift of something from the heart. We know that God doesn't have a heart in the physical sense, but from the love that comes from the kavanah of giving what is most important. That's God's gift of Torah to us. And our kavanah for this evening, for our learning, is to take Torah as the gift from the beloved, the carrier wave of love. And from that place, let our learning expand to fill the universe. Let's say a blessing for the learning of Torah. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kitshanu b'mitzvotav b'tzivanu la'asok b'divrei Torah. And let me turn it over to Rabbi Greg for a parable about Torah and learning.
Amen. Thank you, Rabbi David. And I love that, of course, we didn't prepare this with the group that went before us. And one of the ideas, I love this idea of the Torah as a gift. And what's interesting about this gift is if you look at it in different ways, it looks differently. You know, if you look at it one way, you look like one thing. It's like a beautiful jewel. Each facet gives you a different interpretation. And there's a beautiful parable that comes from a book by Danny Matt that we want to start with, that kind of gives us a way to look at these different levels of understanding this gift that we've been given. That's not just one thing, that there are different ways of looking at it. That we can look at it at a simple, plain meaning, as Rabbi Alfie talked about that, right? The word kolot can be thunder, but on a different level, it could be language. It could be, and there's a whole different way of interpreting these ideas. And so we have the physical, which is sort of the plain meaning of the text. We have the emotional level, which is the homiletical, the drash level. We have the intellectual, the allegorical level, and of course the spiritual and mysterious level of understanding Torah. And each of these is a special pathway to understand and appreciate this teaching of Torah. And so we're going to look at this parable, and then we're going to look at a text from Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev to see sort of how he opens Torah up to these different ways of looking at it. So we're also going to share a screen here, God willing, with everybody. And I believe here it is here. As Rabbi Michael Marmer says, I hope it's not my laundry. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, do you guys see that?
No.
No.
There we go.
Do you see the text?
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. All right. I think just to keep things moving for the moment, I'll kind of share the parable, and we'll have a couple of questions, and then we'll have some reader participation. But this is the parable about a man who lived in the mountains, and he knew nothing about those who lived in the city, never been there before, didn't know anything about it. He was a farmer, he sowed wheat, and he ate only the kernels of the wheat raw. But one day he entered into the city, and they brought him good bread, and he said, "What's this for?" And he said, "It's bread to eat." And he ate it, and he said, "It tastes really good. What's it made out of?" He said, "It's made out of wheat." So then they brought him cakes kneaded in oil, and he tasted them, and he said, "What are these made out of?" And they said, "Well, this is wheat too." And finally they brought him royal pastry made with honey and oil, and he said, "What are these made out of?" And they said to him, "Wheat." And he said, "Wait, I'm the master of all these, for I eat the essence of all of these wheat." And the rabbis then come and comment, because of that view, he knew nothing of the delights of the world. They were lost to him. And so it is with one who grasps the principle and does not know all the delectable delights deriving and diverging from that principle. And so I'm going to bring down the screen, but the first kind of question you can look at here is, so what do you think this parable teaches us about how we need to approach Torah today? And let's open up the screen just so we can see, people can wave their hands, but we can't see all the screen, so you might just feel free to introduce yourself and call out. First question, again, is about what this text can teach us about how we might need to think about even just approaching Torah, or how we understand Torah. Any thoughts? can call out because I can't see everybody's hands. Yes, please. I see Sonia. But try pressing your space bar. Here, I'll unmute you. Try that. Go ahead, Sonia. Go ahead, Sonia. You're unmuted.
Unmuted?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, my name is Sandhya McFarland. Here listening to this beautiful program from Panama, Republic of Panama.
Wow.
My daughter is Ghislaine McFarland, and she's part of Mosaic Law Congregation.
Beautiful. Does this teaching, this little parable, speak to you about sort of something about how we might approach Torah, or way of understanding Torah?
Okay. Well.
Yes, please. I saw somebody waving their finger.
Janice?
Janice, I think I see you.
Is Sonia saying anything else before I go?
Yeah, go right ahead.
I can go, and then I think meanwhile you answer.
Okay.
Please, okay, we'll come back to you, Sonia.
Okay.
To me, it's explaining that it's one thing to read Torah and to study Torah, but it's not as meaningful if you don't put it into action. So the word, it's like kavah versus kavanah, or in addition to kavanah, so that it's great to read it and to study it, but if you don't do anything with that, if you just let it in one ear and out the other, that you won't delight in it.
Nice. And this idea that the Torah itself is just kind of like a raw material. It's like, the stuff that we used to make something else with, in and of itself, it's not as valuable. But when you can put it into practice, as you said, then it opens up these other possibilities. Nice. Yeah, Sonia, let's come back to you.
Okay, yes. As Janice said, that's definitely what we're supposed to do. We study Torah, and while we are learning, we put everything in practice. First in our life, in our home, and then we go out with our fellow human and we help them in different ways. For instance, we have the COVID-19. We have to be social distancing, but we know that there's a lot of people that is in need, and we have to plan and do something to help them. Here in Panama, we have certain days that we can go out to the supermarket. For instance, the ladies have Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Each time I go out to the supermarket, I buy for my home and I buy for other people. So whenever I know there's someone in need, I have a bag with food, and I put in practice loving my fellow human, and I give them food. So that's one of the things I do to put in practice Torah, helping my fellow humans.
Beautiful. Let's get one more comment. Elaine H. had her hand up, sent me a note. Elaine, where are you?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. You look beautiful there, like a coast of Hawaii.
Thank you. One of the things that it brought back to me is that you can't always depend on first impressions, and that your impression may not be the same as others. And this applies not only to Torah, but to life, especially in today's environment. That, you look, I think somebody mentioned a diamond or something. You look at a ring, and if you look at it different ways in the light, it sparkles differently and looks differently. The same thing that Torah, you read a passage and one day you may be interpreting it one way, and you read it again the following week and you say, why did I think that last week? It's different today. And that the same holds true for daily life, especially today.
Beautiful. Well, thank you. Right. And, sometimes we think about there's only one way to understand Torah, the only one approach. And this really teaches us which is a nice compliment to our earlier session, that there are all these different ways. You've got the way of the cake or the bread or the pastry, and they're all delicious. But if you only stopped at the kernels, you would be missing out on so much. And part of this teaching is to invite us into exploring these different levels of Torah. I see Dale, but I'm going to ask Dale, maybe if you could just hold that thought. Okay. We're going to circle back. We wanted to kind of, because we know we're on a kind of a tight time frame here. Yeah, cool. We want to get to the next text, but let's see if we can kind of weave the comments in as we go. And maybe we can invite David to do the first reading for us when it's time.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Rabbi Greg. We're now going to pivot into a Torah text at the giving of Torah. And this is right after we come down from Sinai. And what the Torah teaches us, and Moses took the book of the covenant, i.e. the Torah, and proclaimed it in all the ears of the people. And they replied, all that God has said, we will do and we will listen. Just pause for a moment. Think of the order there. We will do and we will listen. Usually we hear something and then we do something. Instead, Torah turns our normal world inside out, upside down. We were so present at Sinai, we said we will do, and then we will listen. And that text is the starting place for and Rabbi Greg, if you could share your screen there, a wonderful teaching from Rabbi Levi Yitzchak of Berdichev, an early Hasidic rabbi. And if I could ask Roy Kaplan to read the first couple of paragraphs, that would be really appreciated, Roy.
I'm trying to get it up here. Hold on here.
Okay. Want to put it? Can you get it to the top?
I'm trying. Yeah, my computer's not responding. Oh, here we go. All right.
Rabbi Greg, yeah, if you could, oops.
Accepting Torah.
So you're going to start where it says becoming Torah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, the next one down there, Roy.
There we go.
Becoming Torah. Move that up a little bit.
That's the place. First couple of paragraphs, Roy, if you would.
Rabbi.
How about that? Can you see that okay?
Yeah. Rabbi, that's better. Avdimi Bar Yaakov said, this teaches that the blessed Holy One held the mountain, Mount Sinai, over them like a barrel, saying, if you accept my Torah, it will be well, but if not, this will be your grave. It's in the Talmud. Tosafot, a compilation of teachings from 12th and 13th century French rabbis, notes on this passage. Even though they had already said, in quotes, we shall do before we shall listen, Exodus 24:7, because they might have turned back due to the great fire which caused them to faint. The Talmud adds, this raises a great objection to Torah, that is, the question of whether it was willfully accepted. Keep reading?
Yeah.
Keep reading. One more paragraph.
Just to point out here for a moment, so the whole question of this, earlier text is like, it seems out of order, right? How can they choose to do something if they don't know really what they're accepting? And they haven't even heard what it is. And it seems that they've accepted the Torah sort of under, under threat, because it says that God held the mountain over. And somebody had raised that question of this idea before. Is it really accepting something with free will if somebody's saying, or else, right? So go ahead, Roy.
We need to understand what they meant by saying, we shall do before we shall listen. How do you accept something before hearing what it is? To understand this, we need to turn to the Passover Haggadah's verse in Dayenu. Had he brought us before Mount Sinai and not given us the Torah, it would have been enough. So we keep on moving it. We have to ask what value there would have been in coming near to Mount Sinai without receiving the Torah.
Dayenu. And now Levi Yitzchak is going to begin to give us the answer to that very important question. What is Torah if it's just a mountain being held over us? And Rabbi Greg, could you go back to those next pair? You're skipping the.
Well, I'm trying, but sorry,
yeah,
it's
sorry.
not responding very well the way it's supposed to. It's not behaving. All right, we'll see. here the interesting point is, the Dayenu raises the same question as Naseh v'Nishma, right? Because Dayenu says, what good is it to get to Mount Sinai if we're not going to get the Torah, right? And we think about that in Passover all the time. So I think, is this the right place, David?
This
here?
is the right place.
Okay.
And Denny Marshall, would you like to read the next paragraph? Denny, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, great. Thank you.
Our sages say that one?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Our sages say that Abraham, our father, fulfilled the entire Torah before it was given, even the laws of Sabbath, food preparation on a festival, which is clearly a rabbinic innovation from the Bavli Talmud Yoma 28b. How did Father Abraham know the Torah before it had been given? The 248 positive commandments of the Torah parallels our 248 spiritual limbs. Torah's 365 prohibitions are parallel to our 365 spiritual sinews. One who gazes upon his own spiritual limbs and sinews can know them well. Just as our bodily limbs require certain sustenance, so too is each of our spiritual limbs fulfilled by a particular mitzvah. And just as our physical limbs do not need to be taught what food they need, so too do our spiritual limbs grasp the mitzvot of their own accord. The very life force of our spiritual limbs and sinews are the commandments themselves. Spirituality is the sublimation of our ordinary mind and thought processes. In its ultimately rarefied form, it is nothing other than the mitzvot.
So let's pause for a moment. Notice this, what Levi Yitzchak is teaching us, that we don't need to be taught the mitzvot. We understand it at a very deep level. It is deep within us, and we come to it naturally, just like eating good food, just like being out in the fresh air, being holy, because we are a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, comes from that very natural place. Michael Hirsch, would you mind reading the next paragraph?
I had to unmute. You hear me okay now?
We can hear you just fine. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, sure. So it was that before the Torah was given, Israel were able to apprehend all of the positive and negative commandments. The reason we cannot do so on our own through the mind is because of our own corporal reality, which serves as a curtain keeping us from seeing that spiritual light. But a person who transcends the physical self, in whom spirit overcomes matter, can see the Torah in their mind's eye. So Abraham, whose physical self was so purified, perceived the entire Torah, all 248 plus 365 commandments from his own limbs before it was given. That is what the author of the Haggadah meant in saying, had he brought us before Mount Sinai. In preparing to receive the Torah, there, the children of Israel's corporate selves became so purified that they were able to perceive Torah before it was given, just like Abraham. Therefore, had he not given us Torah, it would have been enough.
Dayenu. But I want to build on what
David, I just want to mention.
Go on.
Yeah, go ahead. No, you go.
What I wanted to point out here is the way in which, not only we say Dayenu, but the way in which, I believe it was Rabbi Mona who was talking, that there is no time before and after, and things get twisted around. That's what's happening here. Torah, Abraham actually understands Torah, even though, of course, he comes well before Torah. But Torah is also before Abraham because he is now receiving Torah in his very body. Rabbi Greg, you were about to say something.
Well, I wanted to also just, again, stress these different ways of understanding or taking in Torah, the gift of Torah, that some of it is a very spiritual thing. And it's interesting that the different modalities sometimes are in fact at odds with each other, right? That when we're really stuck in the physical level, it becomes a barrier to get to that spiritual level. And sometimes we can't see it. And so part of the teaching is that sometimes we have to be able to remove ourselves from being kind of stuck to maybe the literal sense of the Torah. And the rabbis were great at freeing themselves, and they had wild imaginations. And clearly we look at it, we say, well, that can't possibly be what they meant. But it doesn't matter, because they see that there are these different levels of coming to the Torah, and that those can free us in different ways. And that partly, right, that the Torah is in us already. We don't need anybody to tell us sometimes what it means. And
No, I would like to comment that much of this reminds me of when I was a young parent and had to teach my children how to participate in life. And they'd say, well, why do we have to do that? And I'd say, because I told you to. Whereas as I aged and thought about, as I was a child, I could imagine them doing what I did as I aged, having internalized the teachings of my parents to the point where it had become part of my existence. I then had enough seichel to stand back and say to myself, now, why do I do this? And so I gave consideration and thought at a deeper level to those things that I did because they were the correct things to do as a consequence of what I was taught. But I had to go beyond that. I had to go deeper. I had to understand at deeper levels, as with Pardes, why it was that I was doing what I did.
And at some point you might also say, well, maybe that's not the best way. And maybe there was a different way that would diverge from how your parents or grandparents did something. So there's also that possibility as well. So let's go, David, you wanted to go to the last.
Yeah, and Alan Brownstein, you want to finish this up for us? And then we have two hands, and I want Karen and Blair.
Alan, are you there?
Alan? Meredith? In the interest of time, I'm just going to read this. That is why our sages said he held the mountain over their heads like a barrel, even though they had already said, we shall do, before we shall listen. In that moment, Israel were pure and their minds clear. The divine presence shone upon them, and they transcended their bodily selves. But when their minds would be less pure, they would still have to accept the yoke of heavenly rule. In other words, we had this wonderful moment that we're standing again tonight at Sinai, reaching up to the heavens, rooted in the ground. And we know, as wonderful as this moment is, it won't last forever. And so the mitzvot, everything we've learned, is a way to keep us, return again to that place where we can be in communion, in contact, in love with the divine. Karen, and then Blair. Karen, anywhere? Blair, why don't you go?
Sure. I was looking at the comments about the knowledge, Abraham knowing Torah, knowing everything beforehand, and I relate this to the natural world, where the rules are all in place, and even if we don't know all the rules specifically, we know them because we know how to breathe, we know how to we know how to see, we know how the sun comes up, but it's being given the Torah is being given a mechanism to understand all of this. And it goes back to the parable of the wheat and the pastries. Because you can have this man who knows wheat but doesn't know pastries. And you can also have the people who know pastries but don't really understand what the wheat is. They know they use it. So you need both of these things together. You need the basic text that's given to you, and you need the explanations and the exploration. This is in essence, being given the Torah is being given a call to explore.
Beautiful.
That's beautiful, Blair. And we need community supported agriculture, and we need places like Biba. We need all of it together. Karen, are you there? Are you there? Okay, if not, Rabbi Greg, why don't we move on to the Chavruta portion of this?
Okay. So we're going to try something a little bold and daring, and this is with the help of Danny Zeff, who's our wonderful moderator tonight. So we have some questions, and we thought it would be nice to actually, in this experience, actually have a chance to have a little chavruta and interact with one or two other people. And so I'm going to put into the chat box right now some questions, which I'll go over with you briefly now. And then Danny, if you're listening out there, will magically put people into breakout rooms with one or two other people. And we want to invite you to sort of engage in this text around these questions for about 10 minutes. And we'll come back and we'll have a 5-minute little opportunity to wrap up. So here are some things that we hope that you will have a chance to think about in our small groups. And one of the questions is that, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak teaches that Abraham knew in his body all the ways of the Torah. That somehow you can know in our kishkas, in our guts, in our innermost selves, the Torah. So we asked, what to think about with your Chavruta partner. What might it mean to know Torah on this instinctual level, on our innermost being? Have you ever had a moment where you just connected to the Torah and you felt like that was so true, right? That just connected with you at a very deep level. The other interesting thing is that mostly we interact with Torah in a very intellectual way, right? That's how we do Torah study. We think about, what does this say? What does this mean? But sometimes the words of Torah come into conflict with our rational mind, right? That something in the Torah, like it says, kill all the Girgasites, kill all these people, right? As we saw in one of the skits. What do we do with that? What happens when when our rational mind kind of rejects what the Torah appears to be teaching? Are there other avenues for us to help us get maybe a deeper message out of the Torah? And then looking at the Torah from a spiritual or emotional or embodied way offers us, how can looking at Torah in these different ways through the spiritual lens, the emotional lens, the intellectual lens, help us receive Torah whose wisdom is eternal. And then you might also think about which one of these paths calls to you most. Do you find yourself mostly responding to Torah in an intellectual way, an emotional way, a physical embodied way, or maybe in a spiritual way, or maybe in a different times and different ways? So Danny, if we can take a moment and divide people up, hopefully everybody will find a Chavruta partner just appearing with you in a little breakout session. And then hopefully you can access the questions in your chat. And you'll see a little invitation, so just join that breakout room. And we'll meet back here in about 10 minutes.
Is Rabbi Greg back? Okay, I can't see him there. As we're waiting for everyone to come back, is there anyone who wants to share a learning from your Chavruto? We've got about 3 minutes left, so if you could be quick, that would be great. Is there anyone?
So the breakouts were not working.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Nobody was talking. There was no list of questions or topics, and there was no way to chat with anybody.
My apologies.
Didn't work.
We were trying to do something a little bit technologically advanced, and there are still some bugs in the system, I guess. So my apologies.
That's all right. I'm going back to mute.
Did anyone else have a experience in the chat, or was everybody else pretty much not able to do the Chavruta?
No, we were fine.
Okay. Is there anything that you'd like to share, Blair?
Well, we talked about the difference, the order of doing and listening. And then, sometimes traditional method of teaching is to be told something and then you do it. And the value of doing something first and then listening, I relate to my experience as an actor, in that sometimes you're told, well, just try this and see what happens. So the doing is the taking new action, and then the listening is responding to what has happened and determining whether or not you achieve any value out of it. So that's the educational process.
And I want to take that as a really, as a hatima, as a conclusion for our learning together, because learning how to take Torah, to take all of what we've learned in our lives, to bring it to this moment and to have the discernment to say, what will I do now so that I can fully live into Torah and be Torah? That's the message of Sinai. So blessings to all of you. Thank you for all this. Thank you to Federation for sponsoring this. And I believe it's Rabbi Nancy who's going to be taking it from here. Is that right?
All right. So also let me offer my thanks to everyone. I hope that you had, I know it's not everybody ended up getting matched up, but I hope most of you had an opportunity to share a little bit in a chavruta, to go a little bit deeper into the text. We have, the document is available in the Federation little folder if you want to look at it. There were some other questions in case you want to explore this further on. And we're very happy to pass it on to our wonderful colleague, Rabbi Nancy.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for a wonderful session. Before I begin, I believe that Deborah Gonzalez would like to say a word from Federation. So, Deborah?
Thank you, Rabbi. And yeah, I have a little plug, but before the plug, I wanted to extend my deepest gratitude to the Rabbis Council for putting this amazing program together, led by Rabbi Nancy Wexler. And just Federation is so proud to be able to put something like this together for the entire community. I think it's a great example of how we bring community together. And, we're able to hire Danny and we're to help moderate this, the technology of all of this. And, we're all in this together, right? And so I think it's just beautiful, all the collaboration that all the congregations have had together and all of our organizations have had together. And I just really wanted to thank everyone for collaborating and for getting along. And I'm really looking forward to more of this happening in the future. And stay tuned. There actually is a plan, starting to get in the works for what's going to be happening in the next few months and 12 to 24 months. But anyway, Chag Sameach to everybody. Rabbi Nancy.
Chag Sameach. So this session is about angels. Malachim. So I'm just going to start with a little Shalom Aleichem. Please sing along wherever you are. Shalom Aleichem, Malachei Elyon, Mimel, Malachei Hamlachim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So everyone, am I muted? No, I'm not. Okay. Deborah Gonzalez, you and Willie and the folks at Federation are Malachim. You are messengers of the Most High. And in Judaism, from Torah through the rabbinic period, we have plenty of angels. And one reason why we're talking about angels this evening is that on Shavuot, the angels were having a little debate about whether the Torah should be given to human beings or should remain up in heaven. So Danny, if you could put that first text on, Shabbat 88b, and if not, I'll just read it to you. I'll read it to you. And Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi said, when Moses ascended on high to receive Torah, the ministering angel said before God, Ribono shel olam, master of the universe, what is one born of a woman doing here among us? The Holy One said to them, he came to get Torah. The angel said before God, the Torah is a hidden treasure that was concealed by you 974 generations before the creation of the world, and you want to give it to flesh and blood? That, my friends, is when Moses and the angels enter a debate. The angels argue the Torah should stay in heaven, where for sure it will be honored. And Moses says, my dear angels, just look what the Torah commands. I am the Lord your God who took you out of the land of Egypt. Honor your parents. Do not covet. Tell me, angels, have you ever been slaves in Egypt? Do you have a father or a mother? Have you ever coveted? Of course not, because you're angels. Moses won that round, and that's why we have this holiday of Shavuot, to celebrate that the Torah was given to us. Angels appear frequently in the Torah. 3 angels visited Abraham, each with a specific message. An angel helped Hagar and Ishmael when they were almost dying of thirst in the desert. An angel kept Abraham from sacrificing Isaac. Angels appeared in Jacob's ladder stream, where angels were going up and down on the rungs, and an angel wrestled with Jacob and ultimately gave him a new name, Yisrael. So you can remove the text for right now. So let's talk about a Jewish view of angels. In Hebrew, the word for angel is malach, lamed aleph chaf, meaning to send. People might think, however, that the shorish is mem lamed chaf, meaning king. It's good to know the shorish. An angel is a messenger of God, who God sends to do something on earth. Angels are more powerful than people, but they're under the direct supervision of God. They have no independent will. They just carry out orders for God. And because they are messengers for God, there are angels for everything. The Talmud and Midrash mention angels for prayer, for hail, for rain, for anger, for birth, and for the sea. There are also guardian angels for entire people and for individuals. There is even an angel for the entire universe called Metatron, also called Sar, meaning prince. These guardian angels plead on behalf of us. If you can find, Danny, text 4, Pesikta Rabbati 44:8. This text was composed in the 9th century, and it says, I'm going to have Rabbi Rabishah read it if he can. Can you read that? The angels are assigned. You're muted. You're still muted. Okay, go for it. Okay.
Which one did you want me to read? I'm sorry.
You're reading Jewish guardian angels, where it says text 4.
Okay. Angels are assigned to every human being, and every day they record deeds so that everything the person does is known to the Holy One, and everything is put down on record and marked with a seal. When a righteous person arrives at the end of his or her days, the person's recording angel proceeds into heaven singing his or her praise.
Thank you. Thank you. We don't need the text again. However, angels are not God, and so we're not supposed to pray to them. Our direct link is to God. There is no intermediary. That is why we have some tension in the tradition. As Rabbi Rabishah, wherever you are, there you are. I said, I think I want to do angels. He said, well, let's do something on those who believe in angels and those who don't. Do you remember that conversation? Anyway, the reason why there is this tension is that the rabbis feared that we would make angels into gods, and that would be idolatry. At the same time, the rabbis were not above using human belief in the intercession of angels to accomplish their own agenda. For example, the early rabbis wanted us to read Hebrew instead of Aramaic. So the Talmud taught them that angels only understand Hebrew. They don't speak Aramaic. And that is why most of our prayers are now in Hebrew. Perhaps the most feared of all angels in Jewish lore is the angel of death, Malach HaMavet. He just picks up people when God says their time is up. In the Talmud, he is known as Hasatan, the adversary, or Samael, or even the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination. He can be delayed in his dark mission through our study, prayer, and acts of kindness. Hasatan can be fooled even when we change the names of dying people. He can be moved to compassion. We believe that Satan is not so bright, or he welcomes good reasons to avoid his depressing job. There are so many angels. The Midrash says that at dawn, God creates an entire legion of them who sing God's praises all day, and then they disappear at night. Because angels are God's staff, God has a staff called the 7 archangels who head them. Gabriel, God's strength. He oversees heaven. Michael, who is like God. God watches over Israel. Raphael, God's healer, watches over the health of all humans. Uriel, meaning God's light, leads us through places of darkness. Raguel, meaning God's friend, oversees justice and harmony. Sariel, God's command of special tasks, such as Sariel was the one who went directly to Moses and took his soul. Rachmael, meaning angel of mercy, reviews people's lives after they have died and sometimes before. We began by singing a little Shalom Aleichem, very popular song. Come in peace, bless me in peace, depart from me in peace. This song, while we love it, has controversy because it says, Barchuni l'shalom, bless us with peace. Angels are not supposed to bless, only God. So this beloved song was based on a midrash from Shabbat 119b about the 2 angels that accompany us home after Shabbat services. One of them is good and the other is evil. When we arrive home and find that our houses are together, the lamp is burning, the table is set, the couch is covered, the good angel says, may it be just this way next week. And the evil angel unwillingly has to say, Amen. However, if arriving home after Shabbat evening services and it's gloomy at home and the table is not set and the couch is not covered and the light is not burning, the evil angel says, may it be just this way next week. And the good angel unwillingly has to say, Amen. While the rabbis didn't like the idea that an angel could bless us, the Vilna Gaon gave the insight that the angel is really only to bless, is not trying to bless us, but just taking our request to God, which is what angels, as messengers, are supposed to do. And there's a sense of etiquette with these angels. The last verse of Shalom Aleichem says, Seitchem l'shalom, depart in peace. And we say that before we eat because angels don't eat. And it's rude to eat when So while angels clearly are part of Jewish thought and they are part of Jewish heart, the concern that we would consider them God created the tension, the rational versus the mystical tension that we experience to this day. Some will say angels are at the margin. Some of us say angels are at the center. And we know that they are part of our sacred lore, and we want to make sure that we see them as they are, messengers of the Most High. So this session it's my great honor to be able to share with Dr. Sherry Meyer, who is going to share some poetry of the angels with us. So Sherry, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Rabbi. And again, I want to make sure that we give folks an opportunity to ask questions of both Rabbi and myself. As Rabbi mentioned, I'm actually going to talk a little bit about poetry, but to transition us in mood, I want to read a quote from Rabbi Daniel Geffen from 2017, who wrote, I may not believe in angels, but I do believe deeply in what they represent. And while I will not pray for them to save me, to heal me, or to protect me, I do pray to be more like them, to be more compassionate, more patient, and more loving. So I turn to poetry now because, as John Hollander, the poet, has said many times, poetry can act as midrash. It can help us rethink the words of the Torah. And also, as Hollander has said, the true poetry, like Torah, turn it and turn it over again, for everything is in it. And so that's my place in poetry. I'm beginning with the poem On Angels by Czesław Miłosz. And although he is not a Jewish poet, in 1989, he was named one of the righteous among the nation. So here's what he had to say about angels. All was taken away from you, white dresses, wings, even existence, yet I believe in you, messengers. There where the world is turned inside out, a heavy fabric embroidered with stars and beasts, you stroll, inspecting the trustworthy scenes. Short is your stay here. Now and then at a matinal hour, if the sky is clear, in a melody repeated by a bird, or in the smell of apples at close of day, when the light makes the orchards magic. They say somebody has invented you, but to me this does not sound convincing, for the humans invented themselves as well. The voice. No doubt it is a valid proof, as it can belong only to radiant creatures, weightless and winged. After all, why not? Girdled with the lightning. I have heard that voice many a time when asleep, and what is strange, I understood more or less an order or an appeal in an unearthly tongue. Day draws near, another one. Do what you can. So for me, the drash here exists in a couple of different things. One, in Rabbi Geffen's point, that even though the rationalists in all of us may no longer believe in angels in white dresses and wings, we may still need to believe in those messengers. And in another one, that we may hear those messages, not in our literal languages, all 70 of them perhaps, but in the language of a bird's melody, or in the sensual scent of an apple in an orchard. And then there is, of course, just as there was on Sinai, the voice that may come to us. Often in that liminal state between sleeping and dreaming, we may hear a voice that doesn't quite come out of our unconscious into our fully conscious, and yet we understand it. And then last, what appeals to me about this poem is its ending. At one point, Rabbi Steinsaltz has said that it is possible that angels actually, that human behavior can create angels. And so that day draws near, another one, do what you can, suggests to me that in our human actions, we can bring forth angels. So again, I'm going to hold questions to the end so that we can move forward. In a way, Edward Hirsch, one of our Jewish poets born in 1950 in Chicago, gives us a similar but slightly different drash on angels. At this hour, the soul floats weightlessly through the city streets, speechless and invisible, astonished by the smoky blend of grays and golds, seeping out of the air, the dark halftones of dusk suddenly filling the urban sky, while the body sits listlessly by the window, sullen and heavy, too exhausted to move, too weary to stand up or lie down. At this hour, the soul is like a yellow wing, slipping through the treetops, a little ecstatic, cloud hovering over the sidewalks, calling out to the approaching night, amaze me, amaze me, while the body sits glumly by the window, listening to the clear summons of the dead, transparent as a glass, clairvoyant as crystal. Some nights it is almost ready to join them. Oh, this is a strange, unlikely tethering, a furious grafting of the quick and the slow. When the soul flies up, the body sinks down, and all night, locked in the same cramped room, they go on quarreling, stubbornly threatening to leave each other, wordlessly filling the air with the sound of a low internal burning. How long can this bewildering marriage last? At midnight, the soul dreams of a small fire, of stars flaming on the other side of the sky. But the body stares into an empty night sheen, a hollow-eyed darkness. Poor luckless angels, feverish old loves, don't separate yet. Let what rises live with what descends. Just as we have a good angel and a bad angel that follow us home on Shabbat, we may often feel that our bodies, particularly right now in the crisis of COVID-19, are stuck, glumly looking out that window where we can't escape, while our soul flies out that window. And yet, for me, what Hirsch is arguing here is that we need both the body and the soul, even as they debate each other, for us to understand our world. One more poem, and then I'm going to skip to a reference, and then I'm going to return it back to Rabbi Nancy and both of us so that we can kind of deal with some questions. Another lovely Jewish poem, Linda Paston, who was actually born in the Bronx in 1932, starts out her poem with a quote from another Jewish poet. Are you tired of angels? This is Myra Sklarou. And back to Paston's poem. I am tired of angels, of how their great wings rustle open the way a curtain opens on a play I have no wish to see. I am tired of their milky robes, their star-infested sashes, of their perfect fingernails translucent as shells, from which the souls of tiny creatures have already fled. Remember Lucifer, I want to tell them, his crumpled wings nose-diving from grace. But they would simply laugh with the watery sound a heart makes, cascading through bars of music. Or they would sing to me in my mother's voice, exacting all the promises I made to her but couldn't keep. And so we see the reemergence of voice, both that laughter, even as we warn the angels of those fallen angels, of Lucifer and of pride that led them down. And they rise up yet, and we are reminded, even as we are at Sinai, of the promises that we made, but also the promises that we often can't keep. And when we, each year at Kol Nidre, we pray that we can be forgiven for those prayers, those promises we didn't keep as well. Doesn't mean we don't keep making those promises. Etta Bloom was another poet that I shared with you. She was thinking very much of the images from William Blake's Songs of Innocence and Experience, but I wanted to scroll down and just share. There are also some delightful poetic midrashim on, of course, Jacob and the angels. This is Chagall's painting. There are many others, and Blake, in fact, did his one. When you have an opportunity, you might read either Michael Dickel's two poems in the link I've given you, or the brilliant Yehuda Amichai's poem, Jacob and the Angel. And so I'm going to end with my part with a piece of Denise Levertov's poem on the Jacob's Ladder. Levertov lived from 1923 to 1997. And she writes, one sees that the angels must spring down from one step to the next, giving a little lift of the wings. And a man climbing must scrape his knees and bring the grip of his hands into play. The cut stone consoles his groping feet. Wings brush past him. The poem ascends. And now we can open it up, Rabbi, to questions and comments about our sharings. Questions or thoughts? And I'll stop share so we can actually see people. Rabbi, you want to unmute? There you go. No? There. Ah, you're there.
I'd actually, given that there's so many of us here, and I would love to continue the conversation about angels. I believe it's like being receptive and being and allowing ourselves to be in the flow of life, to pay attention to these coincidences that might actually be malachim. But I'm going to ask Danny Zeff to turn to my text 6, and then we're just going to end with a song. So Danny, can you find text 6 where it says the 4 archangels for sleep protection, Numbers Rabbah 2:10?
Screen share. Give me 1 second. There we go. Jesus.
There you go. Yes. So go down a little further so we can see the transliteration. There you go. So as the Holy One, blessed be God, created 4 winds, God creates these 4 angels. These 4 also surround our bed when we go to sleep, and their names are integrated in what we call the bedtime Shema. So I just want to go over this with you, and it's so sweet, the concept to me, that there are 4 angels that surround us when we go to sleep to keep us company, to keep our souls company. So I'm just going to sing it, and you'll follow with the words. B'Shem Hashem Elohei Yisrael Bimini Mechael U'Shmoli Gavriel Milfanai Uriel Me'achora Raphael Ve'al Roshi Ve'al Tachti Shechina El. Sing it home. In the name of God, the God of Israel, there's Michael and Gabriel, Uriel and Raphael. They come to me, the 4 of them, and gather round my bed. And then Shechina herself draws near to kiss my sleepy head. So the angels of Torah, oh, my dog is not an angel right now. The angels of Torah, the angels of Midrash, the angels of mysticism, the angels of song and poetry, the ones that argued with Moses, and Moses won the round, which allows the Torah to be brought to all of us. May this be a great blessing of revelation for all of us through the night. I see Benjamin Yuda knowing that he'll be teaching about the Kabbalah of Torah. I want to thank all of you for being here, and I would like to turn this over to my dear friend and colleague at Temple Or Rishon, Rabbi Alan Ravishah, who's got a teaching on Let It Rain, opening our hearts and minds to Torah.
Erev Tov Shavuot. We're running a little early, huh? I thought I was on at 9:15, but I will jump on at 9.
I take it back. I'm back on. So if I get to 9:15,
Yeah, you have time there, Rabbi. Yeah, I yield my time back to you.
You are such a gentleman. You might even be a malach. I don't know.
It depends how prepared you feel, but go for it.
Sherry and I are totally prepared, Sherry.
I know. You're doing good. I wanted to hear more.
Okay, good. I'd like to know, get a little feedback on from some of you about malachim, about the concept of angels, where you land, what you've studied with us. I won't know if you're saying anything though, unless you signify.
Rabbi?
Yes.
Hi, Rabbi. I loved
Rabbi
your,
Jeff.
I loved yours and Sherry's presentation.
Thank you.
Rabbi Wolf and his colleague, Rabbi Mona and Julie and Rabbi Lewis. I just have to share with you that when you sang that beautiful melody about the angels, whenever I say the vidui, for someone who is about to leave this world at their bedside, whether it's at their home or in the hospital, I actually chant a special prayer after the vidui about the angels. And it goes like this. I'll do it quickly.
I'm not listening to you,
Can you
honey.
hear me? Can you hear me or no?
Yes.
Okay.
Max.
So, and so I end the vidui with Miminel mismolech Gavriel milfanech Uriel Rayech Rifael Vial Roshech Shchinat El Chazak V'yamatz Al Tarutz V'el Tachat Imcha Adonai Elohecha B'chol Asher Telech. And then I say to the person who's dying, at your right side is the angel Michael, at your left is the angel Gabriel, and in front of you is the angel Uriel, and behind you is the angel Raphael, and above your head, Shchinat El, God's presence dwells. I say, be strong and find courage. Do not fear and do not dismay. God is with you wherever you may go. And whether the person who's dying is conscious or not conscious, the family is very, very comforted by that particular prayer. And I just think that whether we believe in angels or we don't believe in angels, I happen to believe in angels, especially after your presentation tonight. I believe in angels even more. I visit someone who's on hospice and I encounter a hospice nurse. I'm in the presence of an angel. So I appreciate very much what yours and Sherry's presentation tonight.
Thank you, dear friend. Thank you. Thank you.
Now I'll mute myself.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Any other thoughts about angels or from anyone?
Well, I was kind of surprised to hear all the stuff about angels and the angels going ahead and taking you to heaven or to hell. Hang on a second. That I recently was looking up something about, where the people were asking me, what happens to the Jewish soul? Do you believe in heaven and hell? And so in looking that up, I found out, that the soul goes to Sheol and stays down there for a while until, it's healed or until it goes to the world to come. But in all that looking up of that information, I never came across anything regarding angels like you guys are discussing right now. So it's kind of interesting to hear all this stuff about what angels do as far as taking us to heaven or hell. The only two people that I know that was able to go up was either Enoch and Elijah. No, you know.
Benjamin Uden, do you have something to share? Oh, he's muted. Danny, can you help unmute it?
He's okay.
Okay.
No, maybe he's not.
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Mm-mm.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, speak very loudly.
Huh? Not very loudly. I'm sorry. It'll take a little bit to warm up. I really enjoyed your presentation, and there's a difference between the angel Metatron, not the difference, but the angel Metatron that you spoke about. In Kabbalah, that person was in the Torah. It was Enoch. And Enoch, the Torah says, Enoch walked with God, and Enoch was no more because God took him. And in Kabbalah, they say that Enoch went from earth, and God placed him at the head of all the angels, and that was Metatron, as you said. I want to thank you for that presentation. It was very sweet.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else have some questions on either side of this?
Well, I do.
Who's I do?
That's David Lerner.
Where are you? I can't find you. Okay, just talk. I can't find you, but I'm happy you're here. Go ahead.
I'm here. I'm here. I've been here for a while.
Oh, there you are. Okay.
There you are.
Okay.
I think that I agree with Rabbi Taff. I believe in angels as well. The Malach HaMavet, the angel of death, is something that we know about and we talk about when that angel somehow fights against us. And being a physician, I believe in that very deeply. When your time is up and the angel of death comes for you, then there is no more time left. You can't bargain. My mom, may she rest in peace, used to allude to that very much as the angel of death can manipulate things and cause things to happen. So I really do believe that in Judaism there is such a thing. And the angel of death is the Satan or whatever you want. And the Midrash tells us that the angel of death argues with God on multiple occasions in order to influence decisions.
Thank you.
Rabbi Nancy?
Yes.
I'm thinking about what Rabbi Taff said and the messages that you and Sherry shared with us. I remember the first time I encountered this idea of angels in my practical rabbinics. I had been a rabbi for just a few years down in Los Angeles, and I was at a congregation where there was an extraordinarily large Persian community. And I was called to the bedside of a young child, and the parents asked me if I would, in that moment, rename their child. And while I had maybe heard of this, I was never in the middle of that experience. And they said, and I said, you know, I had a sense as to why, but I said, what does it mean for me to do that? And without skipping a beat, they said, you know, our daughter's in dire straits, and anything we can do, even if it means confusing the angel of death, we're going to give it a try. And I remember hugging them and loving them and asking them what they wanted to name their child, and we named their child. And the question of whether I believe or don't believe was irrelevant to the way I was able to show up in that moment and act as though I believed. And when it comes to angels, you know, I'm not going to fiercely deny it or debate it, but there's certainly moments where I will act as though I hope it's true. I hope they exist. I hope they have the possibility to give an extra minute, an extra hour, an extra day, extra years to this life of a young child.
Yes, well, that's really interesting that you say that, because that was the tension. It's really that we pray directly to God, and that the Malachim are able to do God's will. Right? So, yes. Anyone else?
Well, just great, Rabbi. Let me find. Sorry, but isn't a custom like I just described to you? Isn't there the belief then at some level that the angel can actually shift the will of God, or do angels only do what God tells them to do? If you believe so.
So I'm speaking from. I'm having the text speak through me to you, and what it seems to say is that the angel of death can be fooled if we do something here. So, you know, when we do unatana tokef and we talk about who shall live and who shall die and who's going to be in the book of life and it says utshuva, utfila, utstaka, that we can have some agency on to have some influence. And then when we change the name of someone who is dying, we are also trying to do that. But so the angel of death seems like he can be fooled, or he's not so bright, or I don't know.
Well, the famous proof of that is during the month of Elul, we blow shofar every day, but we don't blow shofar Erev Rosh Hashanah. So the question is, why don't we blow shofar Erev Rosh Hashanah? And that is because we fool the angel of death at that moment into knowing when Rosh Hashanah, when the Jews will stand before God to be judged.
Wow.
Question.
Yes, Ravinash.
Could it be said that if the angels only do what God tells them to do, that the arguments that they present to him are his way of discussing an idea in his head that he's troubled with to help God make a decision, that he invites the angels to do that? Because otherwise, how would they act of their own accord?
So I'm listening to what you said, and I'm sure that I would love feedback from the rest of you. I'm thinking of Naaseh, let us create Adam B'Tsalmenu, in our image. It always felt like it was God and the angels who were creating that first being. I don't think I can. I thank you for your question. I don't have any definitive answer, but I thank you for your question. Anybody else?
I would just add, Robin, that in terms of the function of the angels as messengers, I think those different, we think of the voice as a singular monolithic voice, but when you add the angels' voices, it's polyphonic, and they don't always agree, but there's a way in which not only are there different languages represented, but there are different ways of thinking and knowing. And so, for me, I don't know that it's the angels telling God or in a particular way, but certainly bringing those messages back and forth as they go up and down the ladder.
I never meant to imply telling God, but as Moses argued with God, we don't have Moses anymore.
We don't have what?
We don't have Moses anymore to argue with God. But that doesn't mean that I think that we all struggle, and I think God struggles. And I
think, yeah.
If I could answer Robin also,
Yeah.
this comment that in the Talmud as well as the Midrash, there are occasions when the angels actually argue with God.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yes. So they have kind of an independent agency, if you will, that actually I think complicates the notion of angels as carrying out all of the divine orders or objectives.
Well, you think about the crossing of the Red Sea, right? And the angels take it upon themselves to sing and rejoice when the Egyptians drown. And then God reprimands them, saying, no singing, no dancing. My children are drowning, right? So angels seem to have some kind of a limit on how much they can push the edge before God says, I'm in charge.
But if the had not done that and God had not reprimanded them, there would have been the absence of that particular lesson for us.
But that's how it happened. So we got so we're good. It's there. It's not there. Anyone else? Well, Sherry.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Yes, Leslie. More Leslie.
I love what Rabbi Taft said about the nurses at hospice.
Mm-hmm.
I like to see malachim as human beings that come into your lives.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes out of nowhere, sometimes it looks like a happenstance, but they are crucial to what happens in your life, and that they were sent by God on a special mission to be, and when we say that in English, you're an angel.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And it could be the smile of a child, in your poem, the smile of a child that absolutely changes your outlook on something or the way you're feeling at a moment. And for us to be able to recognize the angels in our lives so that we can thank God for them. And I think that is an important thing. If you don't believe in those angels, you won't see them and appreciate them.
Right.
I think that's what I loved about the Steinsaltz quote, the idea that human behavior can create angels.
Yeah.
Right, in our midst.
And you know, Rabbi Kushner, Larry Kushner wrote about that we're all messengers and we hold a piece of a puzzle that I actually need the piece that you're holding. You don't need it, but it completes my puzzle. I love that idea as well. I don't want to overstep on my dear friend, Rabbi Allen's teaching. So thank you all so much. And may Elohim be with you all.
Thank you.
Rabbi Allen?
Thank you, Nancy. I think Willie's going to say a word.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. This was a beautiful conversation, and I can't tell you how amazing this experience has been to see everybody here tonight. We had over 450 RSVPs from throughout the community to come together to experience Shavuot together. And I am just grateful for everybody in the Board of Rabbis and Rabbi Nancy for taking the leadership on this program. Federation is grateful that we're in the position to help bring the community together on a night like this. And I thank you all for being here. Hag Sameach. I had a little vanilla ice cream earlier, and we all have, other treats as the night continues. So thank you. And with that, Rabbi Shah, please.
All right. Hag Sameach to everybody. Nancy, Yasher Koach, Willie, and Deborah, and Federation. Thank you to all of you for helping make this possible. It's amazing to see all these folks together. I have to tell you, my taste of dairy this holiday is we made some kanafe yesterday, and those of us at Temple Ori Rishon, together with our friends up in Lake Tahoe, we've been doing some online programming every day, and one of the things that has become one of my new rabbinic duties is every Wednesday morning I'm teaching with my wife Laura Middle Eastern cooking, and we made some kanafe and great cheese, and it was in honor of Shavuot. So I have that wonderful taste in my mouth, but the taste is even richer because of the Torah that we're sharing and the collection of colleagues and friends and really people from all over our community coming together and celebrating Shavuot. And I'm thinking about Shavuot, Zman Matan Torah, the time of accepting, of receiving Torah. We can certainly talk about it then, that day when Moses was up on top of the mountain. But I guess what I really want to do is make sure that at least part of our evening is devoted to this idea of each one of us just taking a breath and imagining what it means to accept Torah, to make Torah a part of our lives, to make it a part of our heart, to make it a part of our soul. It's not a theoretical idea out there tonight. It is right here. It's in this Zoom room. It's in the greater Sacramento area from probably somewhere between San Francisco and Davis all the way up to Lake Tahoe and beyond, where Torah is right here. This is our Mount Sinai moment, and what a blessing it is to be able to accept Torah and share Torah together. And I wanted this conversation tonight to be something really accessible, something that we can all participate in, all be a part of. And that is why I chose a section from Deuteronomy chapter 32, Ha'azinu, give ear, that poem that comes at the end of the Torah. Just imagine the Torah being unrolled, and when we get to the very end, there's these two columns. That is Torah portion Ha'azinu. It's Moses's farewell speech to the Israelites, and encapsulating the journey and the expectation for all. And this is a portion that we always read, by the way, sometime between Rosh Hashanah and Sukkot. There is a Shabbat in that period of time where we read Ha'azinu. And of course, many of the messages of Ha'azinu are about accepting God and repentance and turning to the path that God wants of us, especially as we're anticipating that journey into the promised land. But what I want us to do is I want us to look at the first verses. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen. I've learned so much here how to do this, because I put a couple of verses more than I shared on the original sheet. So what I'd like to do is read Deuteronomy chapter 32, verses 1 through 4. And maybe Rabbi Nancy will return the favor for me, since I read for her. Maybe she'll read these 4 verses for us. Rabbi Nancy, will you do that? Maybe she's not here anymore. She's muted. You got to unmute yourself, Nancy. Or maybe Danny Zeff can unmute you. There we go.
Okay, did you unmute me?
Yes, you're unmuted. We hear you.
Okay. Give ear, O heavens, let me speak. Let the earth hear the words I utter. May my discourse come down as rain, my speech distill as the dew, like showers on young growth, like droplets on the grass. For the name of the Lord I proclaim, give glory to our God, the rock. God's deeds are perfect. Yea, all God's ways are just. A faithful God, never false. True and upright is God.
Thank you. May my discourse come down as rain, my speech distill as the dew, like showers on young growth, like droplets on grass. Why rain? You know, if we're going to go back to Mount Sinai, I think the picture that we all have is that God spoke in fire. God spoke in thunder. Why is Moses telling us in this moment that may my discourse, may my word, may my Torah, right? May it come down as rain, my speech distill as dew, like showers on young growth, like droplets on the grass.
Rain
Why
is
rain?
life. Rain
Say
is
that
life.
again.
Rain is life.
What, I heard you. What do you mean by that?
It's the bracha. When you give 10 bracha, meant rain to a pastoral community. And so the idea to give life, like water gives life, that may his words give life to us.
Thank you. Thank you. Someone put in the chat, rain is gentle and restorative. Rain is life. Yes, David.
Well, here's how I look at it. When Moshe Rabbeinu gave the Aseret HaDibrot on Har Sinai, the people were afraid. They were frightened by the thunder and the lightning. They said to Hashem, you speak with us. Don't let Hashem, they said to Moshe, you speak with us. Don't let Hashem speak with us because we are frightened. Maybe we will all die. So Moshe softens it in Ha'azinu and says, don't be afraid, my children. You don't need to worry about the thunder and the lightning. The rain will envelop you.
The rain will envelop you. And we just hope it's not like a typhoon, right?
Well, a certain amount of rain.
You know, I mean, rain is good unless it's not. Unless it's not. Why? And I appreciate your insight and all of it. Why rain? Rain is life, but you know, I know lots of communities that might say otherwise.
Hebrew has different words for rain.
Say it again.
Hebrew has different words for rain.
Yes. Why rain? Somebody else. It could be, and as David just said, that maybe Moses wants his words to be joyful, comforting. Maybe the rain is something that the Israelites can welcome in their life with a smile, and it can be fully absorbed. Or maybe the rain is what's there to wash away the impurities. You know, if we're gonna take if we're gonna live our lives and go forward, none of us is perfect. So maybe the rain is a cleansing rain. What else? I love it. I see, and I love the way Zoom works when it's working. I see people, it's cleansing. It doesn't rain a whole lot in Israel, which makes it precious. Rain can cover everything. It's all encompassing. It's something that we can absorb into our heart and into our soul. By the way, the text doesn't just say rain. May my speech distill as the dew, like showers on young growth, like droplets on the grass. What is the dew, by the way? What is the dew? How is that different than the rain?
Dew comes from below. Rain comes from above.
So dew comes from below. It's the condensation that forms on the ground. The rain comes from the top. So I like that juxtaposition of the dew and the rain. God's discourse comes from not just on high, but also what happens down below, what happens on the earth. What else? What are you thinking? I know there's some people, poets out there.
Rain is not always constant. Rain comes and goes. Water that comes in from a river or anywhere else, normally speaking, is continuous. But rain is not, and neither is dew, by the way.
So if the Torah is like rain, and it doesn't rain all the time, what should you be doing with that rain when it falls?
Keep it.
Keep it. Hold on to it.
And keep it.
Bank it. Save it.
Save it.
Yeah. Let it refresh you and fill you up until the next gas station comes along, and you can pump some more into you, right? You know, you gotta. So I just love the vision, and I'm thinking of the Israelites marching through the desert and being told that God's word is like this rain. It can fill them up. It can strengthen them. It can cleanse them. It can soothe them. It can clean them. It can be absorbed by them. But don't think it's going to come all the time. So when it comes, you better learn how to hold it and save it for the journey, because you're going to need it along the way. And hopefully there's going to be some more down the line to refresh you and refill you up again.
When I heard the dew, it reminded me of the manna. So a very something light that's on the grass, that's just there, just enough to fill us up, just enough to give us what we need.
I like that a lot. Just like the manna. And by the way, the Israelites, at least as we learn in the Torah, the manna and the water from the wells, I think is the only life-sustaining source they have. Right? It's that and faith in God and finding the wisdom of Torah and the strength in community, but the manna and the water is it. If they choose not to eat the manna, or they choose not to take in that water, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? Somebody say it.
Rain was always associated with life.
They will
and
die.
growth.
Gonna
And
die.
I think what he's trying to tell them that listen to my words, because those words will lead to your life, to your growth.
Thank you.
Like the desert.
Thank you. And you know, I think people are afraid to say it. We have a big group here and we're on Zoom, but if you say that, Heidi.
I said they will die.
Yes, exactly. Right. If there is no water, there's death. There's death, you know. So, you know, I'm thinking about what David said. Maybe, you know, Moses is trying to be a little bit more gentle, or maybe Moses is like hitting them where it's at. Torah, this water, this rain, this word, it's life. If you don't accept the water, you're not going to live. And that's true on a physical level, and it's true on a spiritual level too.
Rabbi?
Go ahead, Eddie.
Eddie.
I brought my own ringer, so I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Yeah. Remember where they came from. They came from Egypt. And Egypt has very, very little rain and a lot of water, but very little rain. And they look at rain totally differently, I suppose, than the Israelites look at it now in the desert. Okay. So just the idea that rain is coming down from heaven is an idea that was not very familiar to them. So here we are. God is telling them what rain is all about and what life would be without it.
I like that, and you know, and if they're unfamiliar with it, here's one thing I'm certain: every time it rained, however infrequent it was more exciting than the first snow growing up in Chicago that we would see out the window. People were excited. They were filled with joy. Their life was uplifted. That water was there. And guess what? God's word is as powerful as that life-giving force we call water. It's as sustaining. It's as important. I'm going to share my screen here, and we're going to look at a second text, and we're going to see what Rashi adds to this conversation that we're sharing here. So, in commenting on the words, "My discourse comes down as rain," here's what Rashi had to say: that in your presence I declare that the Torah which I gave to Israel is life to the world, as the rain which is life to the world. And take pause as you listen to Rashi, because most of the comments that we've shared in the last 15 minutes has been about the importance of water to the individual and also to the community, the Israelites who were once in Egypt and now they're wandering in the desert. But this discourse, this rain, this sustaining force that comes from God, AKA Torah, that in your presence, I declare that the Torah which I gave to Israel is life to the world, as the rain which is life to the world. It's not just about me, and it's not just about my Israelite neighbors. This Torah, this sustaining force, is about the world, even as the heavens drop down dew and rain. Does anybody have a comment about about that. What is Torah? What is Rashi adding to this conversation about Torah as rain, as God's words, God's discourse from rain? What is he adding?
It's making it international.
Okay, he's making it international. Thank you, Heidi. I'd love to hear from someone I haven't heard from yet. And I appreciate those who are jumping in. Who's that?
I'm sorry, this is Denny. I think he's saying that Torah sustains the entire earth.
Yeah. Okay, it's not just about me and about you, it's about the entire earth. What do you think Rashi means by this? And what is he saying? What is he saying?
He's saying that Torah is life for everyone.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of that idea, Sasha? That Torah isn't just for you. I remember holding Torah with you. It's not just about our congregation. It's not just about our Sacramento community. It's not even all about the Jews in the U.S. or in the world or in Israel. It's about all of us. What do you think of that idea that Torah is, that this word from God, this Torah, this vision, this Torah life is for everybody, for the world? What do you think of that?
Well, just like we were saying in one of the earlier programs with the 70 languages, it was for absolutely everybody, no matter who they were, no matter what they were like, what nationality, view. That Torah is the same and it's life-giving for every person.
Thank you. Ben Uden, go ahead.
Just as the rain is not in one location, the rain is everywhere. It's an equalizer. So is the Torah, reaches everyone and every place. That's one comment. Another comment of mine is that rain comes in different forms, and people take in the Torah and the learning of the Torah in different ways, because we are talking about matar, tal, seirim, revivim. These are 4 ways that the rain will appear upon us on earth. It can be light, it can be harsh, it can be of different forms. Just like when it say, different ways that the rain shows up. So it's the way it appears to us. We take in information in different ways as the rain comes in different ways. But the other one is that rain is everywhere.
Yeah, but let me ask that, because I love what you just said. Very, very beautiful. This idea, this sort of this universal set, when you take all the different aspects that rain, how rain can be received. But what do you think about rain as Torah being received by everybody in those different ways? Because, can you make the connection between the rain and Torah?
Yeah, as the rain is part of a universal thing, comes upon everyone and everywhere, and it's equal upon all people and all places in the world. So is the Torah. The Torah belongs to the world, like we said before. It's not really only for the Israelites. It's universal truth. It's universal message.
And this isn't, thank you, Dalia, really beautiful. Go ahead, Jerry.
It elevates the Torah to water, which is life. And without water, you have no life. Without Torah, you don't have life.
Yeah.
Thank
you. Thank you. Brenda, go ahead.
When I think of rain, and like we came from the earth, but when the rain comes universally, it falls in the good and the bad. Torah can come for those that are good and those that are bad or evil, depending on how we receive it. That's all I can think of right now, is that rain is universal on whoever, and the Torah comes for all, no matter who we are.
Right, and I agree with that. It's a beautiful idea. And I'm also thinking about this idea that remember, Ha'azinu at the end of Torah, Moses' last words, for some reason, he felt compelled to reiterate this to the Israelites in that moment. So, one of the things that comes to my mind is that Moses said it because actually it needed to be heard. Because Brenda, you're right, the Torah is there, but people have to receive it. They have to take it in. They actually have to make a decision and decide how they're going to accept it, or open their minds and hearts to understand how they're going to experience it. I see Janice in the comments talked about sometimes the rain is cursed because sometimes it floods, and other times there's prayers of gratitude, especially after drought. But this idea from Rashi that Torah is there for the entire world. But I think one of the ideas here on Shavuot, one of the things that we, the Jewish people, do is we don't celebrate, we celebrate the fact that it was given, but also Kabbalat Torah, that it is received. Torah has to be received. If you give something to somebody, but they don't take it, they don't absorb it in, what good is it? What good is it?
Rabbi, it's
Yes.
very interesting that the normal verbiage that comes with giving the Torah is in Hebrew, matan Torah, which is giving the Torah. It's not Kabbalat Torah, which is receiving the Torah. And the question that I have, if what you said a few minutes ago or a minute ago, how important it is to deal with reception, I haven't seen much of it written anywhere.
I can't comment on the corpus of what's been written, but I can comment on the text I wanted to bring tonight, which is, may my discourse come down as rain, that somehow we can take it and we can receive it for so many. To your point, and I'm not prepared to go through all the literature right now. but Shavuot is often Zman Matan Torah, the time of giving Torah, and I want to make sure that we're not just feel like it's being given to us, and now we have to turn it into some intellectual exercise. Do I believe it? What do I believe? Did it really happen on Mount Sinai? Is this literally what God wants from me, or is this what the Israelites thought that God wanted from that? We can go through all of that discourse. But
Dad,
you know what?
it's also Zman Simchatenu.
Who said that? Go ahead. I missed who
It's
said
also
that.
Alana.
It's also Ilana Rabishaw. I want the entire Sacramento community to know that this is Ilana Rabishaw, my daughter and rabbinical student, who's not commenting. Go ahead.
I just said it's also Zman Simchatenu. It's not a matter of who receives it versus who it was given to. It's a joyous time.
Yeah. It's joyous for those who have a sense of it, though, right? It's not joyous for everybody. You have to have a sense of what it is, some sense of reception, I think.
But I also think that it's joyous for those who give it. It doesn't always matter who's receiving it, but for those who give it, it can be a joyous moment.
It's interesting.
And I can tell you there's a lot of joy in you teaching me, and there's a lot of joy I have in teaching this community. So you're right. This is Man Simchatenu.
It's really interesting that the word matan is used as given, because matan comes from matana, which is a gift. It's not just given to you, but it's given to you as a gift.
Right. And
Rabbi?
who's that?
Sorry, Rabbi, this is Scott. I also think it's an interesting metaphor that if we think of those of us who choose to be rained upon as the Jews who are accepting Torah, others choose not to be rained upon. They go under shelter, they use an umbrella. But even for those people, there's still some wet. They still get their shoes wet from the dew. The Torah is still influencing them. Even if they don't accept Torah the way we accept it, it still has concepts and values and morals that have spread to other cultures and influenced other cultures. So just as the blades of grass are still wet, they may not be as wet as we are, but they're still being influenced by Torah.
You know, I love that, as all this is part of a journey. I love it. Beautiful. Somebody else. I was going to add another text, but we only have like 2 or 3 minutes left, so we're going to keep it at this conversation. Who'd like to add something? Maybe someone who hasn't spoken yet.
So I'll throw in a thought I was just having.
Oh, wait. Another Sacramento rabbinical student, Michael Lewis. What a blessing it is from B'nai Israel. All these wonderful Torah scholars teaching and inspiring us. It's so good to have you here.
And Beth Shalom and Mosaic Law. I think we are, but yes, with B'nai Israel.
Yes, sorry. Yes. I got it. Part of our great community. We're glad you're here.
The phrase in Hebrew tzemach, right, of the reflowering, which is talked about in the context of redemption, and that sort of how that comes. It's a very the language that's used is very natural, right? It's something that's reflowering, right? Of course, depends on rain. So I'm thinking about sort of the process of the Israelites, of the Jewish people over the generations, over the centuries, sort of having moments where we are complete lows, right? Moments where our people are nearly destroyed. I'm thinking at the destruction of the Second Temple, or the destruction of the First Temple, or moments like the Spanish Inquisition or the Holocaust, which were really traumatic moments that were destructive for our people, but that sort of with Torah or with rain, with something, we sort of are able to redeem and grow out of that. And tzemach, because tzemach is this word that's used, which is such a plant and root-based word. I'm thinking of water as also being the kind of redemption of our people in the aftermath of traumatic events that we've had.
I appreciate that very much. You mentioned something about redemption at the very beginning, Michael. Can you any can you all hear me?
Sorry,
Okay.
I missed what you said there.
I'm getting, my internet is unstable. So, as we're talking Torah, the internet's unstable here. But you said something at the very beginning that you mentioned about redemption. I'm trying to, I think I missed that, the connection to redemption.
Yeah, well, just thinking about the word, right now, but the word tzemach as being the word that's often used to describe, it's the verb that comes before the description of sort of Israel being redeemed. And it's a word that means literally like growing or like offshoots. I don't know if anyone has a better, one of our Israeli friends has a better tzemach, but
a sprout. Yes.
Exactly, it's sprouting out.
I was going to say to blossom, but yeah.
Blossoming, which is very natural and depends on rain, right? You can't have, I don't know, we're growing a garden right now, and you can't have a garden without water. And so thinking about sort of these moments of redemption occurring, not as one final moment, but as a sort of moments that happen over and over again via rain.
Thank you. I was reminded, and Janice Oliver Arasi reminded me that I'm not quite done, that we still have 15 more minutes, and I'm going to share that third text to kind of expand our conversation even a little bit deeper. And I appreciate all the voices and all the interaction that you bring into this conversation. So let me share the third text, if I may here, from Sifrei Devarim. Another explanation. May my discourse come down as rain. Rabbi Dostai ben Rav Yehuda says, if you have gathered together words of Torah in the manner of those who gather rain in the cisterns, in the end, you will allow it to flow and quench the thirst of others. As it is written, drink water from your cistern and flowing liquids from within your well. Then your springs will burst forth. What's the Midrash adding to this conversation? We started to touch on it with this idea of world, but there's the Midrash is adding something else. What is the Midrash adding?
Can I just say I thought that was very poetic.
Thank you, Heidi. Yeah, it's a beautiful text. And what is that beautiful text saying? I'll share it one more time. Let me share it one more time. It's a lot to take in one one quick read. I'll read it one more time. Another explanation, may my discourse come down as rain. Rabbi Dostai ben Rabbi Yehuda says, if you have gathered together words of Torah in the manner of those who gather rain in cisterns, in the end, you will allow it to flow and quench the thirst of others. As it is written, drink water from your cisterns and flowing liquids from within your well. Then your springs will burst forth. What is the Midrash trying to add and teach us about this, this idea of Torah ultimately being for the world?
Torah is
and
an
the journey
annuity.
it takes out into the world. Go ahead, David.
Torah is an annuity. The more you learn it, the more you have it. The more you have it, the more you learn it, and onward and upward. That's why we repeat the Torah in cyclical nature every year. We have Simchat Torah, the ending of our reading, and then where do we go? We go back to the beginning so that we continue to fill our cisterns so that we can always drink from it.
Nice. So it's a continual gathering. Eddie reminded us a while ago, the rain doesn't come all the time, so you're always having to take it in. Rabbi Evan really loved that you added the idea, Torah is an annuity, right? And, a down payment on the future. And by the way, according to the Midrash, whose future?
Everybody's.
Whose future?
The world's.
The world's. And by the way, where does the future start? It starts with, Denny, go ahead, say something.
Well, I'm sorry, I was muted. I love that view, and also on a more personal way, the way I read that was as we take Torah in, as we store it up in ourselves, we transform it. It's the actions that we do, and as we fill ourselves with Torah and live that life that we're supposed to lead, then we can pass it on to the next generation.
And, Danny, and I have a sense of you and know you as a very gentle person, and I think the Midrash takes it beyond your gentleness. If you take it in and make it a part of who you are, it's going to burst forth, right? It's more than just a gentle flow. It exudes from who you are.
True.
Thank you.
Rabbi?
Wait, no,
Rabbi?
wait, Doug and then Lisa. I've Doug and then Lisa.
So just listening to the previous speaker, Danny, and then what you were saying, Rabbi, about things, she was talking about flow and you were talking about bursting forth. And just thinking about the plant and the rain analogy and how Torah essentially allows the plant to grow, to sprout, to burst forth with flower, with seeds, to have shoots and offspring that come when the seeds spread. So Torah to me is that kind of nourishment, that kind of power that allows the individual plant or person, his or her offspring, progeny, to grow, burst forth, and be fulfilled.
Thank you. Beautiful. Lisa, I think you had your virtual hand up somewhere.
Yeah, what I read from that also is that when you gather the words of Torah together, you not only have enough to fill yourself, you have enough to fill those who don't have it right now, and you can do it not just now, but in times of need.
Right. So it's not just that it bursts forth because you're so absorbed in it or absorbed by it. There's actually the conscious, intentional notion of sharing with those who don't have it.
Rabbi,
a light unto the nation. Go ahead, Eddie. Eddie's bursting with Torah.
It is interesting that water and the Torah were like each other. In other words, water without use, water without using it is like Torah without using it. In other words, It is something that you have received and you didn't make any use of it. So we have to look at it in terms of once you accepted it, and we accepted it in the Sinai, at Mount Sinai, we have to use it. And we said, Naaseh v'nishma. In other words, we will do, and then we will hear all about it. It is so important that that's what you are going to do with what you got.
Thank you. You know, and here's a question for Janice. I love what you wrote in the chat. If you could comment, I'd actually appreciate it. Eddie just talked about, you know, that we almost have no choice. It was given to us and we have to accept it. And Janice, you talked the idea of when we collect it, that it is a sense of cherishing, right? It's not just something we have to do. We do it because there's a certain joy that comes from collecting it and making it a part of us. Do you have anything more to say on that, Janice?
I think you said it.
Okay, but how do you know when you cherish it? I mean, what is it that you cherish about Torah?
Well, the seeds of thought, of love, of respect. And so I think when you go into collecting something, you already have a different view on it. It's not just picking up things and storing them. That's more of a job, an occupation that we do. Whereas when you're collecting something, there's a reason that you want to have these things in your life, in your room, in your home. And so there tends to be more of a cherishing them. So for me, what I collect from Torah is seeds that help me grow into a good person.
Thank you. You know, I'm like you just did, Janice. I'm wondering if somebody would be willing to just reflect on this conversation that we've shared for the last 40 minutes, and what this means to your ability to hold Torah, to grasp it, to absorb the rain and the dew, and how it nurtures you. Anyone have any thoughts on that? Anyone share what Torah means to you in this moment, in this context?
I think one experience of when you sit there and you look at the view and you see this God creation of natures and trees and grass and beauty, I think you realize how important water is in life. And when Moses is talking about and elevate the Torah to water, the importance of water, not only to get it, but to gather it as an important thing. It has value. You don't gather something that doesn't have value. I think then you really appreciate what the Torah is all about.
Thank you. Somebody else, what does Torah mean to you? How do you hold it? How does it sustain you as water sustains you? How does it give you life? Anybody have?
I'll say something, Alan.
Go ahead, Debbie.
What I'm hearing from everybody is, wow, what a specialness. The ways that everybody have spoken about this experience of the learning that they're getting. To me, it just reflects the sensitivity and the warmth that exists in so many of us. It may not necessarily have to do with, rain and Torah, but just in listening to what everybody's been saying in the last 45 minutes, it's really, really special. And if I didn't start in a special place when I first entered, it certainly gives me a very special feeling and something to go forward with.
That is Shavuot. So thank you for that reflection. Anybody else who hasn't said anything yet?
You really need to read it in Hebrew, though.
That's what I wanted to say.
Leslie, go ahead.
Okay. I think it's also interesting that we start the Torah with losing the tree of life. And at the end of the Torah with Hezinu, Moshe is giving us life, that the Torah is life, is Chaim. And we call it the Eitz Chaim. And that is the way that we will live on forever. That the water of God will sustain us and give life. And the other bracha that God talks about is children. And that will, children continue on the human beings, and water continues the earth. And so it's a nice fitting ending that we're given the Torah of life. We're given an Eitz Chaim that was taken away at the beginning, or that we lost.
I love it, and I know my time is ending, so I want to just first of all thank everybody for what was a really beautiful conversation and lots of beautiful reflections and inspiration that comes from just looking at these very simple passages of Torah and thinking about how water and dew have the power to give life, sustain life, and how Torah is a part of us and something that we hopefully cherish, fill ourselves up with, and bring to the rest of the world. So I wish everybody a good holiday, lots of simcha, lots of joy, lots of inspiration from the words of Torah that we have shared, and what a blessing it is that we can gather in this holy space and study Torah together. And with that, I will pass the mantle of teaching to my dear colleague, Rabbi Evan Yakar of Lake Tahoe, Temple Bat Yam, and North Tahoe Hebrew congregations.
Chag Sameach, everyone. Good evening.
Chag Sameach.
Good to be with you. Someone update me. Is there a Federation moment here? Someone have the mic for that? Or are we foregoing that?
It may have come early because Willie said something before I came on. So okay. Yes.
Great. Well, I'm looking forward to studying and learning with you. So I want to just share a couple of thoughts before I share the text that I have for us to peruse and learn from and be inspired by and wrestle with this evening. This idea came to me a number of years ago when I was working with a group of B'nai Mitzvah students, and we were trying to figure out who was really responsible for the golden calf. And this group of B'nai Mitzvah students decided that we needed to have a trial. And so they divided into groups. Some were Aaron, some were Moses, some were God, some were Torah, some were Sinai itself. And they took turns putting each of those players in the story, each of those roles, on trial. Eventually, they arrived at the conclusion that every player bared some responsibility for the golden calf. It was a really prideful moment for this young rabbi at the time to watch B'nai Mitzvah students wrestle with that moment. And so the idea of who are the players in this story at Sinai? And while we could have chosen lots of different roles beyond the three that I chose, and I chose God, Torah, and Israel, this three-part phrase that we use in lots of different ways. And what are the roles that God, Torah, and Israel being us, those of us, your faces on my screen here and my face on yours, right? We are Israel collectively in that story. And I picked two texts from our tradition for each of these roles. And so as it unfolds, I want us to think a little bit about how do we read these stories from our sacred texts, from our tradition, and understand the different roles as they're played? Are we given just one voice when we read the story, or are we given a multitude of voices? Certainly there's Shivim Panim LaTorah, right? There's 70 faces, there's 70 ways, avenues, perspectives through which to view a single letter, a single vowel, a single dot in the Sefer Torah, in the Torah scroll. And yet, perhaps it's presented, at least on the surface, in the simple understanding of most of our text from one perspective. So think about the different ways we can understand all the stories that come to mind when you hear the word Torah. I also want you to think about the idea of the telephone game, right? The game that we've all played, and how things evolve over time, and we add to, and it changes from one mouth to one ear, to another mouth to another ear, and it moves around and it changes. Certainly a simple way to understand it, and the multi-layered textual tradition that is ours. Our Chazal, our sages have given us this layered discussion through the generations, is not as simple as the telephone game, although the meaning, the understanding, the depth of it certainly grows and does evolve through time. So as we think about these different roles, let's start with the original text. And I'm learning from the last 40 minutes or so of Rabbi Rabashaw's time that there's lots of discussion. So if you're familiar with Zoom, raise your digital hand and I'll do my best to see it. Or you can always unmute yourself and just shout, or just shout over me and we'll figure it out. But I'm going to share my screen, a text most of us are probably familiar with and if haven't seen multiple times this evening, just to get us started. The actual moment at Sinai is told in Exodus chapter 20, right? So God spoke all these words saying, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt. And we go through the Aseret HaDibrot, the 10 utterances. But let's look at the very end of this moment, or at least this, not so much the end, but a point in this long moment on the mountain here, as we, Israel, are at the base. In verse 15, V'chola amruim, all the people saw the thunder and lightning, the blare of the horn, and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they fell back and stood at a distance. You speak to us, they said to Moses, and we will obey, but let not God speak to us, lest we die. So this first moment in which we're given it, right, the people almost want nothing to do with it anymore. They want an intermediary. The people, us, we want to be distanced. What is it that we want to be distanced from? What is it that we've had too much of? What is it that we're afraid of?
Slavery?
Say more, Leslie.
Slavery.
No, say more. What about slavery for you comes in this moment now that we've crossed the sea, we're standing
Rules.
at the base?
More rules, more obligations, responsibility.
Beautiful. We just spent 400 years or 420 right, years in slavery. We've had all these rules we couldn't decide, and we're wandering, we're racing through, we're escaping. Wait, we got rules now? Wait, I thought we were free, right? This kind of different understanding. What else? What are we afraid of? What is it that we're pushing away in this moment? Someone's saying intimacy. Someone's saying intensity in the chat, right? It's too powerful. Being under a microscope, somebody's always watching. A sense of obligation. That ties to that idea of slavery, right? I think one thing also is that this idea of this thing, Torah, mitzvot, these utterances coming at us, right? Is it the sound? Is it the overwhelming sensory overload? Sure. Is it the fear, yirat Adonai, right? This fear or awe of God, perhaps? Is it all of that? But ultimately, that moment for me is what sparks the reality that there is more than one perspective to this story. There is more than one way to understand what's going on here. There is more than just one mind, heart, and soul, and one set of senses involved. And our responsibility, when we wrestle with Torah, when we wrestle with our tradition, is to examine them. So when we think about the moment at Sinai, I'm going to skip over my next text, but, well, I'll share it if you haven't seen it, right? I wanted to kind of connect the idea, right? We know these 10 utterances, these 10 commandments, as we often call them, come at this moment at Sinai. But where does the idea that Torah comes from Sinai? One of the places we get this is Pirkei Avot, Mishnah Avot, the ethics of our fathers, as it's often called in the Mishnah, right? The very first one that the sages give us in their section of statements and teachings. Moshe Kibel Torah Sinai, that Moses received the Torah at Sinai and transmitted it to Joshua, Joshua the elders, elder the prophets, prophets the men of the great assembly, and they said 3 things: be patient in justice, raise up disciples, and make a fence around the Torah. So when we think about Sinai, we think about that moment that we're pushing away. We think about God giving something, God saying something, imparting something, and us saying, okay, we got it, Moses, you go handle this. Wake us up in the morning. We'll have breakfast together and you'll tell us all about it, right? What is it that's happening, right? From the rabbi's perspective, it's that Moses received Torah at Sinai and then began passing it down, passing it on to Joshua and the elders, the great assembly. Hopefully, we get to be part of that at some point. Hopefully, it's all of Israel. Hopefully, it's for each and every one of us. And as we know, some of us have looked at these texts that it's for all of us, past, present, and future, and those not even imagined. And we'll get to that in a moment. I want to now think about God in this moment. And I want to ask a question before I share the couple of texts that I came upon as I was pondering and thinking about this. What does God expect in this moment? What's God's responsibility as we're standing at Mount Sinai? I'm not frozen, I promise.
To give something to the people that they can use rather than something too overwhelming.
Why does God want us to use it?
It has to be practical, so something that they can relate to, something that eventually will make their life better.
Beautiful. I write that it's not only useful, but for us to make our lives better, add meaning and quality to our lives. Beautiful. What else? What's God expecting in this moment?
The Jews had been slaves and not responsible for themselves. They were like children. And like any good parent, God was attempting to teach them how to live. And so that how they could exist in freedom.
So God's
Otherwise, what was the purpose of freeing them? And they couldn't get mitzvot until they had freedom, because a slave can't be responsible, but they have to be.
So like any good parent, as a parent of young children, I'm stuck on that one, Leslie. I appreciate that. Really, like any good parent, right, giving them this framework for living in the world. Eddie, what did you want to share?
Well, as we all know, of the 10, let's call them the commandments, 70% dealt with the relationship between people. Only 30% dealt with the relationship with God. And I think God wanted to make sure that people understand that the most important thing that they can do is learn and apply those 70%. He expects the 30% as a toy, not a toy, as something given. But the 70% for him is the most important thing. And I think that this is absolutely correct. The most important thing is the 70%.
So Eddie's sharing that God expects us to understand our interactions and our responsibility with other human beings and in that realm. And I think for me, beautiful idea, beautiful sharing. For me, I would twist it just a little bit, and I would say that it seems on the surface when we read those Aseret HaDibrot, those 10 utterances, what we call the 10 commandments, on the surface, those 7 may be more focused on the relations, interpersonal relations, and the other, right? And there's different ways we can divide them. But, maybe God isn't mutually exclusive from all of that either, right? That is involved in all of that, right? I think that's beautiful. I want to share a midrash that I think presents an idea that the rabbis have in this moment of that, for me was like I'm not going to say a name, but my 4th grade Hebrew school teacher who I was I was afraid of, who I, the son of the educator, the son of the director of education, said, Mom, you go deal with it. I can't. I'm too afraid. This was, riffing off of, coming off of Eddie. I know he has similar, background, right? That this was an Israeli woman who once, yelled at all of us when we were misbehaving, die, 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 which, like Dayenu in Hebrew means enough, right? It's one of those stories you hear, but it actually happened to me. But what the rabbis are saying in this midrash that I'm going to share reminds me of those teachers who want it perfectly quiet before they share something important. And they wait for that moment. I'm not going to share this until you're all paying attention. Rav Abahu said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, when the Holy One gave the Torah, no bird chirped, no fowl flew, no ox lowed, not one of the Ophanim, the wheel angels, stirred a wing, not one of the seraphim said, holy, 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 kadosh, kadosh, kadosh. The sea did not roar, the creatures did not speak. The whole world was hushed into breathless silence. It was then that the voice went forth, Anochi Adonai Elohecha, I am the Lord your God. Why is silence necessary? Why does God want silence in this moment?
He wants us to hear.
Okay, so silence in parts, get one idea right, is that it gives us an understanding that we're able to hear, that we're not going to be distracted by anything else. What else?
We need to pay attention.
Right? It's like that teacher example, right? Pay attention, listen up. I'm not saying another word until you're all silent and you're all quiet.
Does silence allow the heart to come forward?
The silence allows the heart to come forward. Beautiful. I think that there might be something more here from the perspective of God as a player in the story. Certainly different in a version of hierarchy, but let's just look at them as roles in the story for a moment. Right? God demanding this kind of silence. It's not just absence of sound. I'm stuck on the seas not roaring. I'm stuck on, for me, my mind telling me the moon stopping its gravitational pull and stopping the sea. This is universe of universe of universe. This is grander than our ability to understand. This is a full stop. This is a total engaged in the moment. There's, even if there's nothing else for which we could focus on. So it's part paying attention, but that's the only thing that we could, even if we wanted to, accept something. And God knew that all things had to be suspended, for something was about to come, and it was Torah. Torah with a capital T. What else does God want in this moment? And here I'm asking the question, who did God intend to be speaking to at that moment at Sinai? And maybe this is why that kind of silence had to be realized. But asking the question, who is it that God intended this for? Who is God giving this thing called Torah to?
He's talking to the entire world, not just to the people there, because everything else is quiet. Everything else need to be quiet to get his attention.
So in that moment, God's speaking to the entire world, whatever that meant in that moment. What else? Who else? Who or what? Whom is God addressing, giving, looking for the attention from? Dahlia.
So God is Anochi Adonai Elohecha is addressing animals, every creature, and all people. It's really addressing universally, every level, every layer, everybody, not only Israel.
So Dahlia is bringing up the idea, right, that this is God addressing all, in the full sense of the word all. Everything that is part of the world and the universe, perhaps. Right? There's nothing that can't at some level receive this gift of Torah. Yeah.
It occurs to me that in order to really grab hold of our attention, to suspend everything around us means that we're talking to something very powerful. Something very powerful is addressing us. Make no mistake. I am Adonai, your God.
So God, something very powerful, beyond our understanding of power, perhaps, right? Even bigger than the greatest power we could imagine, and addressing us. Right? Robin's saying that God is addressing us. God is addressing Israel in this moment. So all of those. But there's a teaching that some of us are probably familiar with, certainly something that's been shared from time to time. As we look at another midrash, it says, and God said all of these things, saying Rabbi Yitzchak said, what the prophets were to prophecy in the future in each generation, they received from Mount Sinai, as Moshe said to Israel. So back to the book of Deuteronomy, part of which you were studying with Rabbi Rabashah. But with those here with us standing today, and with those not here with us today. Okay, so who's this other player? We're starting to get a glimpse of another player who this is. It's those standing at Sinai and those who aren't even here today. It does not say at the end of the verse, with us standing today, but rather with us today. These are the souls that will be created in the future, who do not have substance, about whom standing is not mentioned. For even though they did not exist at that time, each one received that which was his. This is about all of Israel, past, present, and future. And as my mother, my greatest teacher, reminded me this, this morning, yesterday afternoon, I can't remember, as I was going over some of this with her, just as a practice round, because I'm a mama's boy, that's what I do. And she was saying, there's this online dating site, I saw you at Sinai. Has anyone seen that? It's really an email list, right? And it's a Jewish dating service, right? And it's this idea that's a beautiful teaching, but the humor is not lost on me, right? That say, we were all there. We were all there. Who is God addressing? Who is it that God wants to receive what God's giving at Sinai? Whether it's the Aseret HaDibrot, these utterances, or all of Torah, it's all of us. Past, present, and future, those yet to be, those who have no form yet, those who have yet to choose and discover Judaism, well into the Le'olam va'ed, right? Forever and ever, into eternity.
Stop. You don't need to do this.
I want to move to the second. Did somebody want to share something, or are they just unmuted? Awesome. So I want to share about the second player, the second role as I have picked it apart. So we explored a little bit about God in this story. What about Torah? Does Torah have a voice in this moment? What is Torah's role in this story? And here I'm turning back to Torah itself for the answer. Here back to Deuteronomy chapter 30.
That's the one I wanted to say.
Ki ha-mitzvat hazot, surely this instruction which I enjoin upon you this day is not too baffling for you. No, lo nifleti, nor is it beyond reach. It is not in the heavens that you should say, who among us can go up to the heavens and get it for us and impart it to us that we may observe it. Neither is it beyond the sea that you should say, who among us can cross to the other side of the sea and get it for us and impart it to us that we may observe it. No, the thing is very close to you. It's in your mouth and in your heart. La'asoto, to do, to observe. Right? Lo niflate. I want to just riff off that for a moment, right? Niflate. Baffling, okay, good translation. It's not too wondrous, is how I like to see that, right? Because it reminds me of the Exodus story as the plagues, the makot, right? And the moftim, right? The wonders, right? That they were wondrous, right? That same root is used in that context as well. So what does this tell us about Torah? What is Torah's role in being given? Does Torah want to be given?
Excuse me, we may observe.
Is Torah accessible?
No. The thing is very close to you. Yes.
It's very close to you. What else?
Not too hard.
It's not too hard.
It's for human beings, not for angels.
It's
you
free.
Breathe it.
It's free. It's not for angels. It's for human beings. I think somebody said you can read it.
Breathe it.
Oh, breathe it. Oh.
Breathe it.
I have to digress and take a tangent for a moment. I so appreciate the Zoom experience. I'm so grateful for the virtual opportunities we have as Jews of 2020 and 5780, right? This is a really, it's a machaya in many ways that we get to stay connected. And yet, part of being in community, as somebody said, you breathe it, right? Is breathing the same air is what community is about. And that is the most dangerous thing right now. But I'll come back from my digression. I'm stuck on that idea of breathing it. It's very, very real for me to think about that.
Nishama.
Nishama, right? This soul and breath, right? All of that is there, right?
And Torah, not like a thing, but like being a part of all of us.
Torah is something that's a part of all of us. It's in our mouths and in our hearts, right? What's the difference between our mouth and our heart? Torah is something we can speak, we can teach, and Torah is something that we can feel, right? And then that last verb at the end of that phrase from Deuteronomy chapter 30, right, is that we have to do it. You know, we could say our hands or our bodies, right? It's active, right? But I love the idea that it's in our mouth, right? That it's something that we can speak and teach. We can interact. Eddie was sharing earlier about the interpersonal responsibility that God wants us to have, right? And Torah is giving us that opportunity by being in our mouth. But then our heart, right? What is our lev, right? The seat of our emotions, maybe. Right, this feeling, right? I kind of, you know, when maybe kishkas, I don't know. And my grandmother used to say that, may her memory be for a blessing, right? You know, and you feel it in your kishkas, right? I want to bring another passage, and I want to be totally forthcoming. You know, I have studied this before. This is only the second time I've looked at it, so it's still new to me. They all are still new to me, but this one more than others. But this one caught my attention when I was looking at a bunch of the options. I think, if I remember correctly, I pulled this out of Sefer Haggadah, and the idea being that how does one gain Torah, right? So if Torah's role is to not be too far from us, right, that we can get it, we can grasp it, we feel it, it's part of us, then how do we actually acquire it? What's the ancient rabbis' perspective on the acquisition of it? And so in Devarim, Rabbah, go ahead.
I think it doesn't, it becomes a living, breathing thing when it becomes a part of us. It can't be immortalized just on paper. Unless people act upon it, it doesn't live.
Robin, you took my mind right back to the cistern analogy that we had in the last hour. This idea that you have to plan, prepare for, build a cistern. It takes effort, it takes a blueprint, it takes planning, collect it, and then it becomes part of us and can burst forward, right? But it's not just, okay, I got it, I'll put it in my pocket now and I'll carry it with me. It takes effort, right? It takes work, right? Torah doesn't want to be too baffling, too wondrous, but maybe Torah doesn't want to be too easy. But bit by bit, we can get there. So this piece, okay, another interpretation, the rabbis tell of a fool, and this is, the Hebrew here is tipesh, and tipesh, fool, not so much as the way we might call a fool today, but a simple person, right, who walks into the synagogue and sees those that are involved in Torah study. He says to them, how does one learn Torah at first, right? How does one begin? They say to him, first you read Megillat Esther, then the Torah, then the prophets, then the writings. When he completes the written Torah, he studies the Talmud, then the laws, then the allegorical passages. When he hears this, right, when this tipesh, when this simple person hears this, he says in his heart, when am I going to learn all of this? And he leaves. He goes out through the gate. He leaves the synagogue. As the verse says, and they're riffing off this verse, right, he opened not his mouth in the gate, right? That his mouth wasn't ready to accept. Rabbi Yanai said, this is comparable to a loaf suspended in the air. The fool says, who could bring it down to earth? On the other hand, the alert one says, no one took it. He gets a ladder or pole and brings it down. Similarly, all fools say, when will I read the entire Torah? Whereas the alert one, what does he do? He studies one chapter each day until he concludes the entire Torah. God says it is not mysterious, right? Lo nifleti. And if it is from you, due to you, right? That it is for you. Right? What is the ladder and the pole in this midrash?
They're tools.
Okay, could be a tool. Could be a tool.
Your willingness, your openness.
Your willingness and your openness, right? The alert one says, "Oh, I can get it. I can just use this here, right? I'm open to what's possible." My mind, my heart went immediately to chavruta, went immediately to a study partner, went immediately to how do I make this possible? I share my mind with another. I share my heart. I share what's on my tongue, what's in my mouth with another. Right? The Torah is not too wondrous, but you know what? We need each other to engage with it. Torah is not going to come too easily, but easily enough. Torah's role in this story is to be hovering between too hard and too easy. What I would say to my young kids, right? It's Goldilocks, right? It's right in the middle, right? Perfect for each listener, each hearer, each studier. It's what each of us needs. If our mouths are just open for it, if our hearts are just rightly open for it.
Is it text from the text that they say Torah is honey on our tongue? Is that?
I would turn to some of the other chachamim on the call here. I don't know if it's based in text, but I have heard, right, that the pages of a chumash, the pages of a Torah, had honey spread on them for 4- and 5-year-olds at the beginning of their learning at some point in Jewish memory. I say memory intentionally, not history. No one did that for me, so I can't speak firsthand, but I've heard. Yeah. If somebody may be putting in the chat. Somebody said, I heard it was on their slate. I'm guessing that might be like a chalkboard. Sorry, I'm sharing my age there. Is that what slate means? I don't know.
But until you speak them, they have to be on your tongue. Not. I mean, on your tongue, as in to speak. Speak them. I don't. If you keep them to yourself, it's not the same as when you share it.
That if it's just in here, it might not be enough.
Hey, sweetheart.
Right? You have to put it out there and share it as well. So what about us? What about this third role player in this story? What about Israel? What's our perspective? What's our responsibility in this story? The story that we're reliving on Shavuot.
To activate it.
What does that mean?
To make it live.
How do you make it live?
By doing it.
Speak of it. To speak of it.
It's not
to speak of it, to live it, to do it. What else?
Otherwise, it's just potential.
Otherwise, it's just potential. What are we doing right now?
We're learning.
We're studying it, right? We're looking at it, right?
No, getting Torah.
We're getting Torah. I love it. We're getting Torah. What did you do last night? I got Torah. Right?
Yeah. Carry it.
And milk.
Carry it.
Yes,
cherish it. Celebrate it. What's that, Eddie?
Yes, I think carrying it means, in a sense, also to spread it around. Carry it means. Am I speaking? Do you hear me?
I was saying, right, like it says, it's in our mouth, as I was saying. Yeah.
It also means that we have the responsibility to give it to people so that they will have a chance to use it, to learn it, or to do something else. In other words, you need to spread it around. And this is the most difficult thing to do.
Why is it so difficult?
Because you have to make people want to listen to you.
Being an example is always difficult.
Being an example is always difficult. You know, a discussion I've had with educators, Jewish educators, for a number of years now, is what makes our job uniquely or acutely challenging in ways that soccer coaches and violin teachers and swim coaches and art teachers don't have, is that our students sometimes, we're talking about, you know, religious school students, you know, they don't know that they want what we have to share with them yet. We have to inspire them, whereas their swim coaches, they want to swim. They've got a leg up. It's a little easier, right? But that let it be challenging, right? It's not too wondrous, but it shouldn't be too easy. It shouldn't be too easy. So this
My
moment,
mother didn't ask me if I wanted to go to Hebrew school.
neither did mine, and mine was the educator. Well, actually, let me say that differently. When I was 11, I was given the choice. You become bar mitzvah, you earn the title, you go through that process, but if you do that, you're going all the way. Or you can just skip it and you can be done now. That was the choice, right? What 11-year-old in the suburbs of Chicago didn't want to, you know, become bar mitzvah, right? That was just kind of, it was, of course I will. I was a Jewish summer camp kid. Anyway, we digress. So what is the role of Israel in this story? Certainly the receivers, certainly the listeners, the carriers, the sharers, the doers of it, as some of you are sharing and teaching us all. But that last line that we looked at the very beginning, or the second to last line from Exodus 20, at least the passage that we looked at, not the whole chapter, gives us some interesting language. All the people saw the thunder and lightning, the blare of the horn and the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they fell back and stood at a distance. Right? They ro'im, they saw lightning. Okay, I can see lightning. But I saw thunder and I saw the blare of the horn. Some of you may have looked at this one earlier this evening. Some of you may have followed our live stream and our Tor Tahoe collaboration and me sharing a little bit about this on a hike yesterday. But the Mechilta gives us a perspective, and this is this here, as it goes in the world, to see what is impossible to see. But here, in the moment of giving or receiving Torah on Sinai, they, Israel, saw the sounds of thunder and the lightning. In the same manner that they saw the lightning, they saw the voice of the thunder. So I got to thinking about what could this be? And before I share my conclusion for this year, anyway, what does that mean to see things that are normally heard? What is our role in that moment? What are we seeing?
You see the reaction of people.
Okay, so straying from the lightning and the thunder and the blare of the shofar and all that stuff, you see the others reacting around you. Somebody, Mark wrote, seeing is understanding. How is seeing understanding, Mark? Maybe he's got to put it in the chat. Maybe his audio is not working. I don't know. But how is seeing understanding? What is it that we're doing in this moment? Why is the Mechilta anyway, this Midrasha collection, giving us this interplay of the senses?
Maybe because it was coming from God, so it wasn't the same as if it had just been regular lightning and thunder. It was special because it was coming from God, and it was something that went to all of our senses at once.
Beautiful, right? So just like it came and it was like the hammer, I heard some of you study that earlier this evening, right? It went to 70 languages, right? And it was scattered to everyone, right? That it went to all of our senses as well, right? I think the Mechilta here is pointing at our responsibility, our role, that we have to see what is normally heard, that we have to hear what is normally seen, that we have to feel what is seen, that we have to taste what is normally smelled, right? Mixing all the senses, and that takes work, that we have to work through all of our senses, that Torah doesn't just come to one, that it's about all of the senses, that it's about the integration of them, that it's about bringing those senses together. It's that moment when sitting in the chavruta with someone that you care deeply about, that you're in chavruta style relationship with a study partner, right? And you realize something that they teach you, or they get something that you're sharing. It's the aha moment. It is a full sensory experience. It is full of the senses. It fills them up.
It occurs to me that as human beings, we frequently say, I'll believe it when I see it. And I remember reading a commentary about whether or not that approach makes sense. If you believe it, then you will see it, versus I'll believe it when I see it. And I don't know really which is better, but I think one is hopeful and one is very much more skeptical. But I think we also have to be careful what we ask for, because I'll believe it when I see it, and we saw it.
So I have a colleague, a dear friend, Rabbi Joshua Rose, who used to always push me to think about whether we choose to believe or whether we believe, along those same lines, right? Is it a choice we make, right? And I still don't have a conclusion, and we began that conversation in 2002. I think it's an interesting question, and I think it plays here in this context of our role as Israel in this story, as we're standing at the mountain once again this year, right? What is it that we're doing, right? Do we need to see it to believe it? Did we need that moment at Sinai? Or in the words of Avraham Infeld, right? We just have to know that something powerful, something amazing happened at a place that we call Sinai.
I had a Talmud professor who told us that if it were up to him, he would spend the first month of our Talmud studies taking us to the theater and to museums. It's because Americans are too intellectual, that only when you have a sense of beauty would you be able to understand Talmud, and not only look at it with your eyes.
It's beautiful.
And then Heschel talks about ancient man looking at God with wonder and not utility, as we do. And we need that wonder back, that nifla.
As Heschel also said, awe rather than faith is the cardinal attitude of the religious Jew, right? That we need to have all of that sensory experience. I see Janice, you have your digital hand raised. Go for it.
I'm a rule follower. I listen to your instructions. Years ago, I did an experiment with my 4th grade class, my Hebrew school, my Sunday school class. And because I wanted them to experience the difference between seeing and believing. And so I turned off it was an evening, Hebrew school class, and I turned off all the lights in the classroom. They had them spread out and prepared them for the lights going off. And as they got used to the dark, they could see each other. They knew that they were there, even when they couldn't see each other. And I think it really opened their eyes, so to speak, about what we believe even when we can't see it, what we know to be true and close to our heart, even when it's not visible with the naked eye.
So believing enables us to see things as well.
Right? It works in both directions. Yeah, Eddie.
Well, as far as I know, most people, especially in the large crowd, are followers. They are not leaders. So it gives the opportunity to those followers to follow some of the leaders without fear. Consequently, you do increase the number of followers just by having a few leaders around. And this is what happens in a crowd. And this is a perfect example of 600,000 people, supposedly, sitting at the foot of Sinai, as a matter of fact, and in a space, some space from the Sinai, as it says, and gives them the opportunity to see, to hear, and to absorb and follow, if some of them will, and many of them will. So this is the idea, I think.
The idea, the responsibility, or our role as Israel in that moment. Thank you. I want to share one last text with my final 2.5 minutes here. And this is an excerpt taken from Vayikra Rabbah, Leviticus Rabbah, that
Kelly, I'm going to go sit on the couch.
talks similarly about, I think along the lines of what Eddie was sharing. Somebody might need to mute themselves. And they set out and they encamped, it says in Numbers 33. They would set out divided and would encamp divided. When they all came before Mount Sinai, it was done as one encampment, as it is written in Exodus 19, and Israel encamped there. It isn't written, and the Israelites encamped there, in the plural, but and Israel encamped there in the singular. Because of this, the Holy Blessed One said, "Here is the gate where I will give the Torah to my children." Our responsibility in that moment was to be together, was to be one. Right? Something that may be a little less known for people, or maybe all of you know it, I don't know. Right? There is actually a bracha, a blessing that we ought to say should 600,000 of us gather for the same purpose in the same place at the same time. And that blessing is blessing. I'm not going to say the blessing because we're not 600,000 and, all those things, right? But this blessing is basically praising God for being the knower of secrets. What's the secret? I don't know. What's going to get us gathered once again? I don't know. But ultimately striving to be together, to find something that brings us together, perhaps will open up those gates again for us to continue to receive more and more Torah. And may that be what we do. May, with all of our differences, all of our different perspectives, our 70 faces of Torah, looking at it from multitude of directions, may we also find the similar purpose, the same mission of being Am Yisrael, being the people of Israel. I wish you all a Chag Sukkot Shavuot Sameach. May we all continue to learn and be inspired to learn. And I'm really grateful to have been included in this evening and this journey. And I hope everybody's staying healthy and doing well. And I believe Rabbi Taff, are you on next? I think so. Who's on at 10:45?
Yasher Koach, Rabbi. Thank you for sharing. I'm just curious, where are you now, Rabbi?
I live in South Lake Tahoe, and I'm the rabbi on both sides of the lake. But I'm in South Lake in my home.
Can people go to the lake, or do you have to be a resident?
Yes, is the answer. We have on the South Shore, we have about 68, I think, families, and most of them, all but six are residents here, and there's more than that who come and go. On the North Shore, we have 88 families, and about 50% of them are full-time, always in Tahoe, and 50% kind of come and go and are different places. And I'm sure there's other voices, because I see some of them board members and founding members on this call, so maybe they have those. But yeah, we've been, both congregations have been here for more than 35 years.
Well, Yasher Koach to you. Thank you for your words of
Rabbi, I want to say something too. You're from Lake Tahoe. I'm from Woodland. We have Sacramento. Here's what you're talking about. We are all together in one place studying Torah. And there's something so beautiful about this experience. All together to do one thing, to share learning and be inspired. Thank you all.
Yeah. Rabbi Yasher Koach, Rabbi. And it's my honor to present the president of our Jewish Federation, Deborah Gonzalez, to share a few words with all of us.
Dahlia, thank you, Rabbi. Dahlia, you took the words right out of my mouth, because I thought it was such a perfect transition. We're not 600,000, but we did have over 450 people RSVP for this study session. And as I've been looking at the numbers all evening, we've oftentimes had over 100 people at a time on this Zoom. And first and foremost, I want to thank the Board of Rabbis for putting this together, led currently by Rabbi Nancy Wexler. What an amazing program. I think Federation, we're just so grateful that we have such a talented core of clergy and lay leaders in the community to be able to put something like this together. And Federation's also very proud that we could provide the platform to reach out to the entire community and bring us all as one, as if we're all in Sinai ourselves. You know, this is one of the things that, here's my commercial, one of the things that Federation does is build community. And especially during this bizarre time of crisis, we're here to help the community come together, whether it's expanding our Jewish family service, which really I want to thank many of you on this Zoom who have already donated to our emergency relief fund. And if you haven't, after Shabbos, you can go to jewishsac.org, there's my commercial, and assist with our expanded Jewish family service. We know we're in here for the long haul, and so we're trying to build up the reserves for that. You know, we're hosting this platform. A big shout out to Danny Zeff, who is helping to keep us going this evening. He's our new technology guru. Federation has been there to help all of our organizations, congregations, Hillel, Shalom School, you know, get information about the PPP loans and nonprofit security grants. That's really what we do. So just so you know, if you were wondering, what does Federation have to do with this? We're about helping to bring all of us together. And that's the end of my commercial. But Chag Sameach to everybody. And again, thank you to the rabbis for putting this all together.
Thank you, Deb. Yeah, thank you, Deb. Someone in the chat room asked if you could put the link to where the donations are so that people would know how to do that. Just go to the Federation website. Oh, there it is. Okay, thanks, Deb.
The Court of the Shavuot Judicial Circuit Criminal Division is now in session. The Honorable Rabbi Reuven Taff presiding.
I want to thank you, Bailiff Zeff. Thank you. You've been an excellent bailiff all night, by the way. Before we begin this case, I must ask all of the members of the jury a question. And all of you who are on Zoom with us tonight are officially members of the jury. So here is the question. Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly listen to this case and render a true verdict in your hearts and minds, defendant whose name is Abraham? Please signify by all of you raising your right hand. I don't see, some people have not raised their hand.
Rabbi,
thank you. You can put your hands
vow
down.
on Yom Tov.
What'd you say, Frank?
You cannot make a vow on Yom Tov.
Okay, Frank. All right. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, let me give you an overview of today's case.
Oh my God.
Probably more commentary has been written about the Akedah, the binding of Isaac, than any other biblical story. The traditional commentaries almost universally see the story as a test of Abraham's faith. As it says in the opening line of the text, God put Abraham to the test. He said to Abraham, Abraham, take your son, your favored one, Isaac, whom you love, and go to Mount Moriah and offer him there as a burnt offering. Abraham, the text says, took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. And as the two of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, Father? Yes, my son. Abraham replied, the fire and the wood are here. Isaac said, but where is the lamb for the burnt offering? Abraham answered, God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son. And them went on together. And Abraham stretched forth his hand and took the knife to slay his son. The angel of the Lord called unto him out of heaven and said, Avraham, Avraham. And he said, Hineni, here am I. And he said, lay not thy hand upon the lad, neither do thou anything unto him. I know that thou art a God-fearing man, seeing thou hast not withheld thy son, thine only son, from me. And Abraham lifted his eyes, and he looked, and behold, behind him a ram caught in the thicket by his horns. And Abraham went and took the ram and offered the ram up for a burnt offering instead of his son. End quote. That, folks, members of the jury, that is the overview of the story. And as I mentioned, most traditional commentators see this story as demonstrating the depth of Abraham's emunah, the depth of Abraham's faith, a faith so unquestioning that he agrees to do the unthinkable, to sacrifice his own son. Defense attorney David Lerner and prosecutor Rabbi Ricky Lobel will make their case in this Shavuot court. I expect decorum throughout the proceedings. All of you who are with us on Zoom are the jury. And although our time is limited, should you wish to pose a question to Counselor Lobel or Counselor Lerner, please make it brief and type it in the chat room. Will Abraham be convicted? Will he be found not guilty? Or will there be a hung jury? Rabbi Lobel, is the prosecution ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Lerner, is the defense ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. The prosecution will now present its case. Rabbi, please begin.
Your Honor, Lerner Counsel, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, before I begin, I must make some statements in the interest of full disclosure. First, I am related to the defendant on both my mother's side and my father's side. Don't judge. In addition, I disclose that I frequently socialize with, and work for other relatives of the defendant. Third, as relates to the text that you just heard from Your Honor, I should let you know that my son, my only son, the son I love, is Yitzchak, namesake of the victim in this case. While all of these factors may affect my impartiality, I was assigned to prosecute this case by His Honor and given no option to recuse myself. I also have to question if this case needs a change of venue, as I fear many among the jury have already formed opinions and even come to judgments because of all the publicity and coverage of this story. So you and I must do our best to be fair-minded and be open to new viewpoints, even ones that make us uncomfortable. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe first we must deal with the celebrity of this defendant. You cannot attend a synagogue service without hearing his name repeatedly. You cannot attend a Jewish day school or camp without hearing his name whenever roll is taken. Everyone on this jury probably has at least one copy of the many books written to tell his story. But think, How many times do we find ourselves giving the benefit of the doubt or some undeserved advantage to our tabloid heroes, assuming it is the bias of the writer or their sources, giving us more than enough grains of sand to push aside any thought of guilt? Do not let this story, not only on the basis of the facts, but because it involves the near slaughter of an innocent child, go the way of baseless sensationalism. It deserves deeper scrutiny and much less leeway. First, let's look at the act itself, ignoring for the moment any motive. There is clear premeditation. As the chapter begins, he chooses not to speak to his wife, Sarah, not to include her in the plan or allow her any input. This is very important because it comes on the heels of the incident with Hagar and Ishmael. When Abraham was uncomfortable then, God made it clear that he must listen to whatever Sarah told him in the matter of what to do regarding his son. So now he doesn't even give her the opportunity to say anything, probably knowing that the words she would speak now would be to leave her miracle of a very late in life son alone. Instead, he gets up early and is gone. He takes 2 servants with him to hear and be able to attest later to the lie that he would tell that he and Isaac would be returning. He went to all the effort of preparing and taking plenty of wood to be able to prepare the altar where he would offer Isaac. He purposely told Isaac nothing. For this son, who had never been the favored son of Isaac, only of his mother, the idea that his father was asking him to go on a road trip must have been really exciting. So he would not know what was in store. When they got to the place that they were supposed to be, he left his servants behind so his actions would be unseen and far enough away that they would not intervene or argue or stop him as anyone would. He has Isaac carry all the wood so that he is so focused and perhaps a little bit too winded to engage in any conversation. He had with him the rope that he needed to bind his son, and he carried with him a concealed weapon, a knife. Not just any knife, not a table knife, not a butter knife, not a knife for whittling, but a ma'achelet, the knife of a shochet, a ritual slaughterer, to be used for the swift and efficient slaughter of an animal. There can be little doubt that this was a premeditated act with the intent to end the life of Isaac. Sadly, this is all very much in character with Abraham and quite believable. He has led a life of self-interested and devious behavior that brought him here. At every turn, he has taken the opportunity to protect himself, to enrich himself, to come out of every situation better than he went into it. He has willingly sacrificed each and every member of his family at one time or another. This is his pattern of behavior, but now at its most extreme. Twice he has pretended his wife was his sister, placing her at the mercy of a foreign ruler. While in one instance, the Torah tells us that she remained unmolested, we are not given that assurance the other time. In fact, it appears clear that she was not so fortunate the second time. In each instance, the dignity, safety, and well-being of Sarah was sacrificed so that Abraham might be untouched, and in fact, leave a very wealthy man in exchange. Sarah was treated as chattel, and we see no remorse on Abraham's part, only rationalization and moving on. Later, Abraham started the pattern of rising early in order to get a good start on a day of bringing his son to his death. With one skin of water, he left Hagar and Ishmael in the desert with every expectation they would die. Hagar, the woman who had given up her home to align with Abraham and Sarah, who had become a surrogate for Sarah in order to build their legacy, who had borne his seed in the apparent fulfillment of a divine promise, out in the desert unceremoniously to die because she had outlived her usefulness. Ishmael, the long-awaited son, the answer to Abraham's dream, sacrificed because he was no longer in favor. Again, no defense, no remorse, just moving on. And now Isaac apparently is expendable as well. Throughout his life, the interests of his wives and his children always were subservient to his own needs and wants. Each one was a means to an end, the source of gain that appears more valuable to him than those who helped him acquire it. And what was his excuse? Divine will that this should happen. Now, Abraham was a man who knew the terror of having his own life in danger with Nimrod. He was a man who knew how immoral it was to threaten or take the life of another. He knew this was a sin. But somehow, he seemed to believe he was performing what is called an Averah Lishma, a sin for the sake of heaven. What audacity to believe that he knows God's will well enough and ignore the words of God's actual commands. Blood. To believe that he is that intimate with the mind of God that he knows it better than what is told. It's also audacity to believe he was the only one who could perform this will, that it couldn't be generalized to anyone else. Such ego that he is the one and only agent of God's will. Somehow, Abraham placed himself above and beyond society. It is as if his hand, when acting, was the hand of God on earth, doing what God would do. He saw himself as being able to transgress the universal, the framework of humanity for all humankind in the name of something higher, which assumes that he knows what something higher is, that he is more worthy, and that he knows what is desirable among humanity, beyond what humanity can understand. He can only come to know that because he believes he has a special individual relationship with God. He performs no examination of the act. There is no belief that there is a mitzvah that will be achieved when he breaks this social compact. It's enough for him just to believe it is the will of God without knowing why. It is not done as other sins for the sake of heaven are, that are recorded in the Talmud. It isn't done to save the people as a whole, as it was excused when Yael seduced and killed Sisera. It's God, as it was excused when Elijah burnt the sacrificial flames outside of the temple on Mount Carmel. It was not done for any of those noble reasons. As my grandmother, may she rest in peace, would say, favus. This was not done to save anyone or inspire anyone or for any other reason that would excuse it. It would simply make him king of the hill, the winner of the trophy for being the man with the most faith. So much so that he would do anything if he thought it was what God wanted, consequences be damned. What happened to the man who had been warned of Sodom and knew back then, when you hear the voice of God, no matter how majestic or supernatural, if it orders you to do something contrary to moral law, it is your obligation to argue, to resist, to show your understanding of what is right. But Abraham turns away from all human attachments and chooses divine attachment instead. And so he forfeits the right to be held up as a human role model. Further, isn't this over-worship, this willingness to sacrifice humanity for a brush with divinity, isn't this in itself not a form of idolatry? How could the man who smashed idols now lose his sense of reason, his compass of right and wrong, to stoop to child sacrifice, or to believe he owed his love to a God who would ask for that? And lest we say that this is the object lesson, that God does not want human sacrifice, and this is how we were taught that, keep in mind, Abraham is not honored for being the one to not perform child sacrifice. Rather, he is honored for being the one who was willing to do that. So that is not the object of the lesson. Excuse me. So looking past, oh, and also if God had wanted that to be the lesson, he could have commanded it, which actually he did twice in Leviticus, that we do not sacrifice our children. We need to look at the effects of this behavior on the others in the story. First, let's look at Isaac. There he was, unable to ever speak to his father again. The last words he ever spoke will always be hanging in the air. Where is the lamb for the offering? He was even unable to return home with him. As much as he had been of the tents, he could never find his peace at home until he came with Ishmael to bury his father. Home was no longer safe until his father was dead. Isaac remained an introvert the rest of his life, often a passive player in the events. His relationship with God also changed, and God is referred to in liturgy as the terror of Isaac. What a legacy to leave his son to equate God with terror. He was paralyzed, unable to act with assertiveness when confronted with deception by others in his life who he loved and should have been able to trust. This was the effect on Isaac. But God was also affected by this interaction. This was not the Abraham he had been bringing so carefully through the ranks. Before, Abraham had shown willingness to defy the world of his father and leave his homeland to get to know God better. He had shown willingness to challenge God regarding Sodom. He seemed to understand that following God and knowing God's will could not involve the sacrifice of innocent people. Certainly, he had proof from the case of Sodom that God does not bluff when he says he will kill, that he will follow through, and threats are not idle. So he could not have been assuming Isaac would not be killed. This was a test to see if he had truly gained a sense of priority of moral law, of protection of the innocent, of challenging injustice, no matter its source. But instead of seeing here the continuing evolution of Abraham coming to understand the overall morality of God's design for the world, God found himself face to face with a fundamentalist, someone willing to elevate faith over morality and reason, someone who suspended the ethical, stopped thinking, stopped doubting, and stopped questioning. He cast aside any moral or filial obligations he had in order to show a willingness to let compassion give way to mercilessness if so ordered. He placed allegiance to God above obligations as husband, father, and moral human being. The irony is that a God as good as God would seek out people who honestly did doubt and wrestle and not just accept. How do we see God's disapproval? For one, in the text, it says that Abraham received the word of God that you have not withheld your son, your only son. No longer does God add the words, the one you love. With this barbaric act, Abraham can no longer claim to love Isaac and cannot be counted anymore as a loving father. Plus, there will be no more words spoken by God to Abraham. Their conversations are over. He will speak with the next generation, the beta version. When Abraham dies, he leaves all he has to Isaac. It is left to God to try to repair that rift and give the blessing as the Father himself. And the effect on future generations cannot be denied. During the Crusades, communities of Jews killed thousands of their children so they would not fall victim to what they believed would be worse. They envisioned themselves as being Abrahams, in those days, modern day Abrahams, offering their children, believing that if they offered in faith, they would be spared and the community would be spared. But they never realized that end. A prayer from that day said, Almighty Lord, in days of old, the angels cried out to you to put a halt to one sacrifice. And now so many are bound and slaughtered. Why do the angels not clamor over our infants? They chanted the Haftarah, reading this text about Elisha reviving a dead child, and found no solace there either. In the 20th century, Chaim Gori wrote in Heritage, Isaac, as the story goes, was not sacrificed. He lived for many years, saw the good until his eyes dimmed, but he bequeathed that hour to his descendants. They are born with a knife in their hearts. That is the legacy the story leaves us, a knife in our hearts every time we read it. Ladies and gentlemen, we of all people know there is a world of difference between being extremely religious and falling into religious extremism. We know the dangers that happen when the ethical is sacrificed for the sake of allegiance to texts, which ultimately comes to mean texts as we read and understand them. Did God tell Abraham to kill his son? We can read God's words, V'halalehu sham le'olah, and raise him up there as something elevated. But Abraham took those words to an extreme never spoken. Human eyes and human ears are limited means of perceiving divine words and messages. Abraham disconnected his commitment to God from his commitment to all things human with the first step he took that morning. He left his journey of discovery of the wonder of the divine and the moral possibilities of this world and set himself with all deliberation to be the cause of his son's death. And the angel not interfered, having to call him twice because the first call was not enough. That knife would have found its target. Of course, when a crime is not completed because of the intervention of the law, whether heavenly or earthly, that only changes the title of the crime, not that the crime was committed. Excuse me. Abraham did not murder Isaac, but not of trying. And somehow he thought he could hide behind an excuse that is at our very souls. He was just following orders. Ladies and gentlemen, you must find Abraham guilty of the premeditated attempted murder of Isaac at the least, for we cannot try him for the ongoing terror inflicted on him and generations to come, nor for the example he set of excusing and even expecting honor for the fanatical and extreme use of faith to justify slaughter, a legacy we have been the victims of all too often. I now yield to my learner opponent.
Thank you, Counselor Lobel. Now, Dr. Lerner, attorney for the defense, will present his case. Dr. Lerner, please begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I thank you for your attention. I divert for just one moment. I just must say that I took this defense in duress, but yielded to His Honor who wanted me to do this pro bono, and I'm doing this in honor of my father's yahrzeit for today. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you heard so eloquently the prosecution mount a terrible attack on Abraham, who is said our father, Abraham Avinu. Now, I first thought that I could dismiss this case quite simply by saying to people, don't you know that we send our sons off to war? The Israelis do it all the time, and their parents are so proud of them, knowing they may not come home. But do we decry that act? No, we don't. But I decided not to take that tack, and that was a too simplistic explanation. So I thought I would talk a little bit about Abraham and the soul he developed and the relationship he had with God. First of all, I would ask the prosecution, have they ever spoken to God? Have they ever had any discourse with God? The answer is no, but Abraham did. Abraham knew God in a way that just was a different way. It was unheard of at that time. Abraham found in Parshat Lech Lecha, God instructs Abraham to leave his father's home. Did Abraham say, where am I going? How long will it take me? Where will I end up? No, he just went. He had this intrinsic knowledge that God would not let him down, that God would show him the strength and the spirit to find a new life, to live a life apart from his father, Terach, who was an idol worshiper. Thus began a relationship of trust, intellectual discord, and true belief. To have this type of belief, to have this type of trust, was the reason Abraham was chosen to be our father and our teacher of monotheism. When Abraham reached Shechem, Abraham was promised a land to his descendants. Again, a partnership of trust and faith, because Abraham had no descendants then. He was getting to be an old man, and so was his wife, knowing fully well that there would be no way he could have a child without some divine intervention. However, wherever Abraham went, as our prosecutor so eloquently pointed out, he did flourish. He spread the word. He was known for his hospitality. His tent was always open. Open, in fact, to 3 angels visiting. It had something unheard of in that time, explaining to Abraham that he would be given a child, that he would be a father of nations. Abraham was taken out and shown the sky and said, "Look to the sky. Can you count the stars? So will be your offspring." Abraham was asked to circumcise himself at age 90. Abraham questioned God, if this is so important and you need this for me to do, why didn't you start this with Adam? Why wait till me? And God said, because only you did I deem worthy of this trust to have this covenant, and to have this covenant passed on to every firstborn male child until posterity. By observing this mitzvah, you will inherit Eretz Yisrael. You will inherit the Holy Land. And God again demonstrates this trust. Now let's turn to the actual Akedah, which is why we're here today. Knowing all this background, knowing all this, Abraham trusted Hashem that after all the bonds that they made together, that he really knew this was a test of faith. He had a deep conviction that he would be found worthy of God's faith to be the father of a nation. Okay, so they get ready to go, and indeed they left early because it was a long trip. And God showed them the place. Abraham saw the Shekhinah resting on Har HaMoriah. Isaac saw it. The 2 servants did not. And Abraham says, Shvu lechem po im hachamor. He says, you stay here with the donkeys because you can't see what we can see, what our holiness can see. And indeed, Isaac does say to his father, Abraham, my father, where is the sacrifice? And the famous words come out, Hashem nireh lo haseh. God will show us the sacrifice, the seh, the animal that we will sacrifice. Not you, my son Isaac. And then, with that answer having been given, what does the text say? Vayelchu shnehem yachdav. That might be translated, they walked together, but they were yachdav, of one heart, mind, and soul. They were linked. And Isaac knew his destiny was to inherit Abraham's faith. So Abraham knew that when he raised his hand, his faith was that this sacrifice would never take place. God forbid would Abraham sacrifice his beloved Isaac, even though the plan worked out. And what does Hashem say? I now see, Abraham, that you are worthy of my trust. So those weren't the last words. God did speak those words to Abraham, enforcing the fact that he did the right thing and that Isaac would now be the inheritor. Now, as for Isaac's inability to go home, that's not true either. Isaac could have gone home. But what did Abraham do? He sent him to the yeshiva of, the prosecutor's making hand signals, but he sent him to the yeshiva of Shem v'Ever, the descendants of Noach. He sent him to that yeshiva so that he could learn the monotheism that Abraham was already beginning to practice. For those reasons, my esteemed members of the jury, I ask you to look favorably upon our father, to realize that Abraham would not have been referred to as Avram Avinu if his role in this was anything close to being heinous. Abraham was righteous, and you must acquit him, and you must judge him as righteous. Your Honor, I rest my case.
Thank you, Counselor, for the defense. Thank you, Counselor, for the prosecution. Both presentations were presented excellently. And now I'm going to ask members.
No rebuttals?
Well, you know, we only have 8 minutes. Although, since we started a little late, maybe we could have a few extra minutes. I will allow a rebuttal, but I'm going to ask the bailiff, Bailiff Zeff, only a minute and a half each rebuttal. And I want you to, you'll have to mute either the prosecutor or defense attorney.
Your Honor, there's a message saying no one is calling God as a witness. I just want to let you know that I tried to reach God to call him as a witness, but God is busy managing COVID-19, so had no time for this trial. That's what he told me.
He's very busy tonight.
Okay. Okay, Councilor LaBelle, if you'd like a rebuttal, please go ahead, please. One and a half.
Just first, very quickly, I gave my credentials at the beginning so that I could tell you that I have exactly as much right to call him Avinu as anybody else. So even if I took the other side. When you asked about talking to God, I want to quote Martin Buber, who said, if one's moral conscience experiences a divine voice ordering some act of cruelty, that voice must be totally rejected. That the messages that we get when God is speaking to us should not be of that nature, and we need to be suspect of any messages that come in that direction. When you talked about Lech Lecha, the first Lech Lecha was to go to a wonderful future. Why would this second Lech Lecha be to set it up in flames, to destroy it? And the other is that, you know, you have a real dangerous thing when you try to call someone as completely unique. Because if someone is going to be one of our role models, if someone is going to be someone we follow, they need to be subject to the same laws and limitations that we are, have the same justice that they are responsible for and submit to. They need to be accessible and identifiable and share our nature and the whole repertoire of responses and behaviors and feelings that we are part of. And once we take somebody completely out of the category of being a human like the rest of us, of being in such an exceptional category that none of the consequences pertain to.
I think we had some technical difficulty with the prosecutor, but I think those 90 seconds were more than 90 seconds. I did see one comment from Dr. Carl and Sherry Zeff. They are trying to ram a decision down on us. No one is trying to ram any decision, Dr. Zeff and Sherry. Dr. Lerner, counselor for the defense, do you want to rebut the prosecutor?
I think that the prosecutor is trying to paint a picture of Abraham as devoid of morals and devoid of ability to see beyond himself. However, nothing can be further than the truth. In the issue of Sodom and Gomorrah, we see the famous first time that God is challenged by a human being. When God said that he would destroy the city for 50 people, Abraham bargained and bargained and bargained and continued until finally he said, what if there are only 10 righteous people? And God relented and said, yes, even for just 10 righteous people, we will do it. God would never have allowed someone who was not morally direct to bargain with him and to have revised his initial decision. So I feel that the argument against Abraham is not someone who we can look up to is not something I can ascribe to. Thank you.
Anyone want to ask a question of either the prosecutor or defense? It would have to be a brief question. Any member of the jury, we're going to allow that. We're going to allow a brief question to either the prosecutor or the defense attorney. No one. This jury,
I do.
please, Robin.
Can I object?
No.
I object.
Cannot
to
object,
the,
but you can ask a question.
How can the defense attorney speak for God's intention?
Clearly, because it's clearly demonstrated. Because it's clearly demonstrated in the text. I didn't interpret anything that God didn't say in the text.
You said that Abraham knew what God's intention was.
Took that from Midrash.
Midrash is not text, but okay.
Well, Midrash
Okay,
Midrash is Lefi Chazal, and that's it's part of our tradition and our learning. And a lot of things we see in Midrash is taken as additive to the story.
There's a lot of disagreement amongst Midrash. I mean, it's not text. I mean, I
Well,
understand.
Okay, I have to go.
Leslie has a question.
Wait, I have one member of the jury, Leslie Cooperstein, Juror Cooperstein. Would you please unmute yourself? No, you need to unmute yourself, Juror Cooperstein. Thank you.
I got her.
I'd like to speak to the prosecutor. When God spoke to Abraham about Sodom and Gomorrah, he used his name as Yud He Vav He. What word did God use when he called Abraham a God-fearer?
I honestly can't remember which. You'll have to tell me.
No, I want to talk to, defense. Sorry, defense. Defense.
Oh.
He
said. I think he used Elohim.
He used Elohim. And not
Elohim.
Yud He Vav He. All of a sudden he changed. Yes, you are a fearer of a God, but not me, not Yud He Vav He. All of a sudden, if God had wanted what that intention was and thought Abraham was acting according to the values that God was trying to teach him, he would have said that he was a follower of Yud He Vav He and not Elohim.
And what you said about the way he behaved at Sodom is absolutely correct. That's why I think that this should have been the next step on the evolutionary scale for him in his moral understanding of the world that he was now supposed to represent. But instead, he slid back down. I think what he did at Sodom was old news. This is a very different behavior.
Leslie, Juror Leslie Cooperstein, I have one thing to tell you. You should know that the interchange of Yud He Vav He and Elohim are in Torah have different meanings, and Elohim is the God of compassion. So he spoke to him with that.
Yud He Vav He is God of compassion. Elohim is a God of malchut, of power,
and of judgment. Yeah.
Justice.
Justice.
Okay, any other questions from the jury? Any other questions?
Has anyone considered an insanity defense? I don't know.
You mean because he was...
usually your voices telling you to kill someone, that's usually not a healthy sign. I'm just saying.
Any other questions from the jury of the prosecutor or the defense? All right, members of the jury, we are not going to take a vote tonight. I told you that from the very beginning, but I did when I asked you to affirm or swear that you would listen to both the prosecuting attorney and the defense attorney, I asked at the very beginning of this trial that all of you will listen to the case and render a true verdict in your own hearts and in your own minds as to the defendant, Abraham. I want to conclude by sharing with you that there is a Talmudic principle that allows for two correct but conflicting opinions in Jewish law, and that's known as Elu ve'elu divrei Elohim chayim. This one and this one are the words of the living God. Now, Elu ve'elu literally means both these and those. The origin of this phrase is symbolic of a fundamental Jewish value, the notion that conflicting ideas can also simultaneously be true. We learned that Rabbi Hillel and Rabbi Shammai, two of the most notorious debaters in the history of the Talmud, disagreed on many, many occasions and fiercely argued over their opinions, each of which they held as deeply true. And just then the Talmud teaches that a booming voice came forth and proclaimed, Elu ve'elu divrei Elohim chayim. Both these and those are the living words of God. Both ideas, though seemingly in conflict, were true at the same time. And although in the overwhelming majority of cases we have not accepted the views of Rabbi Shammai, this does not mean that those views were wrong. For one who spends time learning the views of Rabbi Shammai and the school of Shammai is in fulfillment of the mitzvah of Talmud Torah, the mitzvah of the study of Torah. Rabbi Shammai and his students were also basing their opinions on midot shehatorah nidreshet bohen. They were following the principles and the rules of Torah sheba'al peh, just that they came to a different conclusion than Rabbi Hillel and Rabbi Hillel's Academy. So therefore, learning their opinions would also constitute a proper fulfillment of the mitzvah of Talmud Torah, of the study of Torah. If I could use the term of Rabbi Yosef Soloveitchik, one of the great halachic scholars of the 20th century, their views also constitute a cheftza shel Torah, meaning that two opposing views also have value within our analysis of the ideas within the study of Torah. I want to thank Rabbi Ricky Lobel and Dr. David Lerner for presenting what I consider to be excellent testimony and arguments on behalf of the position that they were assigned. I want to thank all of the members of the jury for excellent decorum tonight. You were excellent in your decorum, and I pray that we will continue to debate this controversial issue as was presented this evening by two scholars in our Jewish community. Yasher koach, yisher kochachem to all of you. And it's my honor at this time to present Rabbi Matt Friedman, who is our next presenter.
Good evening, everybody. Congratulations. You've made it up to this point in the evening, which for Mosaic Law people is just getting started in a typical Shavuot. I just arrived, I heard the tail end of the very intense discussion between our prosecutor and defense attorney regarding Abraham. I was on another Tikkun Leyl Shavuot, the Jewish Welfare Board, which endorses the Jewish chaplains in the U.S. military and veterans hospitals VA hospitals sponsored a global Tikkun Leyl Shavuot that began at 9 o'clock this morning in California because it was set to Israel time. And they're in the process of concluding as the sun arises in Jerusalem in another hour or so. So I got a chance to practice my earlier presentation, and we'll see if I give me the same answers. So only those who would have heard both, which I don't see anybody who was on both. So I'm hoping this will be interactive. People have been sitting very patiently. I don't know how much silence was prior to the trial, but Rabbi Taft, if anyone wants to jump in and add comments during this presentation, they're welcome to. I'd like to dedicate this to a student of mine from Reading. Jessica Birch is in the process of joining the Jewish people. She is a meteorologist for Channel 7 up in Reading, so she's going to attempt to join us in between broadcasts, which has been going on since 5 o'clock tonight. So her work schedule is from 5 o'clock until I guess whenever the 11 o'clock news is over. So Jessica, if you're on board, welcome aboard, and I'd like to introduce you to the greater Sacramento Jewish community. Also, on that note, it is wonderful to see such a broad involvement of our Jewish community from several synagogues. And that's, I suppose, a bonus to an otherwise difficult situation with our virus, that it has brought us together. And as of now, we have 59 people still on board. So we'll see how many are still left when I'm finished. So tonight's topic is a response to modernity. And we should really reclassify and retitle that particular subject to be response to challenge and change. And the underlying principle is that Judaism has always adapted to change. Judaism has always been faced with situations that could possibly endanger Judaism to situations that just merely present challenges. And Judaism has and has continued to be in a state of flux. And so I'd like to explore some historical aspects and also encourage discussion about that. So if we go back, the first time Judaism adapted was during the Babylonian exile. And we were sent, after the destruction of the first temple, off to Babylonia. Now, it was a brief exile. It was only 50 years. Our friend Cyrus from Persia came by and said, you guys, I just knocked out the bad guys and you guys can go back home. And so off we went back to Jerusalem. It was only 50 years, so we didn't really forget that much about how to live a Jewish life. But while in Babylonia, what did we do? We created this new form of governance with a guy called the Exilarch. And the Exilarch, which I think is a really cool title, someday I'm going to run for Exilarch. And Exilarch was the guy who was in charge of the Jewish community in Babylonia. But during that time, they began to develop what we could call prototype synagogues and prototype academies. And they knew that, okay, we need to continue Jewish life or our life until we get to go back. Fast forward a few hundred years, and we had our little fight with the Assyrian Greeks, also known by their leader, King Antiochus. Now, what's interesting is we often talk about the Hanukkah story in the context of this little army that defeated the large army and allowed us to rededicate the temple and all that stuff. Okay, but what else was going on? Did the Jews get along amongst themselves during that same period? And as we know, the Jews did not get along. And why was that? Because there are those in the Jewish community who liked a lot of aspects of Greek culture. And to this day, I will submit we are still very Greek. We are oh so Greek. Last summer, I did a wedding for a college, for a high school classmate's son over at Mare Island. And Dina's family is from Greece. And so I talked about the greatness of Greece at the wedding and how we are still impacted by what they created. And let me just share a few things. One of which is our government. We have a very Greek form of government, representational democracy. We have Greek educational system. This whole idea of a curriculum where you have different subjects They're designed to give a breadth and depth to the student. We call it the liberal arts. We call it all sorts of stuff. We call it distribution requirements. Ask any high school student, they can explain how they have to take in English, they have to take fine arts, they have to take math and science and so forth. And the same thing with the college education. Even a specialized college education, getting a professional degree like in engineering or nursing, still has a requirement for general education. Even those who go into a 6-year or medical or law degree, where they do undergraduate and doctoral level work in the same program, they still engage in a general education. And why is that? Because from the Greeks, we learned that an educated person has a broad depth of knowledge. And we look around the people gathered on this discussion and the many different professions represented, we've benefited from that type of an education. We benefited from this Greek idea of a broad idea of learning and knowledge. If we look at the rabbinic literature, we will see Greek words appearing in the rabbinic literature all the time. Example one, I actually spoke about this last year when we talked about genders in Judaism. We were looking at the discussion of the Genesis narrative and the creation of people. And we're trying to figure out this word in Hebrew letters, androgynes, androgynous, neither male nor female. It's a Greek term, it's not a Hebrew word, but there it is in the Hebrew, in the literature. And I'm sure David Lerner, who has studied quite a bit of Midrash, can tell us he sees Greek words in there all the time, asking Rabbi Taff and Rabbi Yakar. So the Greeks influence us, and they influence us beyond just language and also in concepts. And so in Judaism, we have been touched by the Greeks. And there was a debate in the Jewish community in the first century, before and after, and way before, was how Greek do we want to be? The gymnasium, another example. We as Jews enjoyed engaging in the gymnasium, engaging in the theater. That has not changed. So the question is, how Jewish do we want to be, and how influenced do we want to be by other nations? And that has been the challenge that has faced the Jewish community from the time we started until now. So let me step back a few generations, back into the biblical period. We knew that we were susceptible to the influence of other cultures. One of the reasons why we wandered around for 40 years, 40 years, of course, being just a term for a long time, was those who left Egypt had a slave mentality. When it became apparent to God that that slave mentality did not disappear upon leaving Egypt, we wandered around until most of that generation was gone, Joshua being the exception. But yet, we had not let go of some of the ideas and concepts that we gathered in Egypt. Before entering the land of Canaan, what do we get? We get Moses' 3 speeches as contained in the book of Devarim and Deuteronomy. Lots of admonitions, and it says, do not be like those people there. Do not worship their gods. Do not eat food like they do. Do not do what they do. We enter into the land, and immediately we stray. And we have prophets, and they said, don't do what these guys do. It won't do you any good. What did we do? We worshiped the wrong gods. We did not care for the widow and the orphan. And we did not maintain other practices like what we're supposed to eat and not eat. And we suffered consequences. And typical, a prophet say, don't do it, you'll get in trouble. We do it anyway, we get in trouble. And that repeated many times. And to this day, there are those who say the actions of Jews determine our fate. So we emerged from the prophetic period. We emerged from the Greek and prior, and also the Roman period before that. And we're going to a long period of life outside of, primarily outside of the land of Israel. I'm going to speak mostly to what happened in Jewish development in Europe. And I'm most familiar with that, but there were Jews in North Africa, there were Jews in the Arab countries, and there were Jews even as far as China. By the way, if you want to speak, indicate to our moderator, Danny Zeff, and feel free to chime in. So what was Jewish life in Europe like? Typically, Jews lived among other Jews. Why was that? Because Jews wanted to have kosher meat. Jews wanted to be within a reasonable distance to their synagogue, and they wanted to be with people who they felt some sort of affinity to. But there are also times when Jews had no choice in the matter. We were sent into ghettos. Ghettos, by the way, were invented by the Italians, a place called Venice. Ghetto means grotto. And so Jews lived in this grotto in Venice. And each night they would go back to the grotto, back to the ghetto, and in the daytime they would come back out. Now, some ghettos were merely neighborhoods that were where Jews lived. Other ghettos were places that had walls with gates around them. And Jews were told they can live in these ghettos. In other places, Jews were told they would live in these ghettos. So Jews had a fairly, I guess, the benefit of having these independent communities where Jews were self-governing. We had schools, we had synagogues, we had food production, and we had court systems. The downside was that Jews were fairly constrained within the Jewish community. An individual could be threatened with what's called harem, or excommunication, and the Hebrew term would be korate, or being cut off. And those who did not adhere to community norms could be thrown out. And in most of Europe, if you were not affiliated with a community, you had no support system. You didn't have the opportunity for economic participation. You may not have a place to live, and certainly social services were unavailable to you. So there was a coercion, if you want to call it that, or enforcement is a less harsh term, but Jews were pretty much constrained to live according to Jewish values. So we continued in that for a long time. Well, then the Christian community went through some upheavals. In particular, they went through something known as the Dark Ages. They suffered from the Black Plague. What did the Black Plague cause? A lot of deaths. Were Jews as tormented by the Black Plague as the rest of the population in Europe? Not really. Why is that? For one thing, Jews lived separately, so there was social distancing. Secondly, by adherence to the laws of kashrut, the food we ate was a bit cleaner and was preserved better because of the salting to remove the blood from the meat. Also, Jews washed their hands as a part of a ritual. They didn't have any idea of what germ theory was, but they washed their hands before they ate. So there was this hand washing that took place frequently. Also, Jews would go to the mikveh. Women typically went at least once a month, and men sometimes went weekly. So there was an element of hygiene that was conducted that protected the Jews. Certainly they weren't free from all the causes of the Black Plague, primarily that being rats, but they were free of some of the challenges. So the non-Christian community blamed the Jews for the Black Plague, and we suffered for that. In general, though, what happened in Europe was that Jews would go from place to place. Sometimes we were welcome, sometimes we weren't. We were typically welcome because we would bring some element of economic support and prosperity to the Christian community. Why was that? Well, for one thing, Jews were prohibited from most economic activities, but one of the economic activities we were permitted was lending. And so Jews were primarily the bankers and the money lenders, because much of the Christian community was prohibited from charging interest. So this was to the benefit and the detriment of Jews. The beneficial side was that we were able to engage in commerce. We also had a common language, primarily Yiddish. And as Jews traveled, we would bring goods and services as well as knowledge throughout Europe and elsewhere. But the downside was that Jews were often resented. People who owe money to someone else often resent the entity or individual to whom they owe money. So that would create animosity and at times violence. Not to mention there was also religious differences. One of the frequent charges against Jews was the charge of deicide or killing of God. And that usually came to a head during the Easter season, when the story, the Passion narrative, as it's called, the story of the trial and crucifixion, and in the Christian community, the belief in the resurrection of Jesus. But Jews were seen as the bad guys. The sermons in churches were often anti-Semitic and harsh, and frequently in Europe, Jews would tend to hide out at home during the week before Easter and pretty much lay low. also coincided with Passover. So Jews typically were busy trying to maintain Passover celebrations and following those customs. But some of that started to change. And it started to change with the Renaissance. So you had the Renaissance and the reestablishment of culture in Europe. You had the Protestant Reformation, where Martin Luther attempted to reform the church. He began by writing a list of theses and nailing them onto the wall of the church in his town. He was a priest. He really didn't want to create a new religion. His goal was to reform the Catholic Church. And those who followed him were known as the Protestants, because they protested what was going in the church. So Martin Luther set something up that continues to this day, and that is the essentially creation of new forms of Christianity and Christian practice. Well, other changes are taking place too. So the big one was the Enlightenment, or in the Jewish community, we call it the Haskalah. And it manifested itself, among other ways, was in the United States. So prior to the formation of this country, you started to have nation states. You had the nation of Germany, the nation of France, Italy, and so forth. Now these, I'm really skipping over a lot of the details of how these countries were formed. But the United States, who created something very special. And if you look at our founding documents, and in particular the Constitution begins with the words, "We the people." Now, ancient documents and not so ancient documents up until that time would call upon a term of a deity, of God, or of a king who had something known as divine endorsement. They were endorsed by a god. And they're also typically hereditary in terms of their power. That's right. To this day, you have royal lineage that most nations that still have an active monarchy, they can trace that monarchy back many, many years. And it's all by who you're related to. So we created this document where we, as a people, invoked the document. It wasn't created by God's permission or a king's permission. It was we the people. And the Constitution was a revolutionary document. It gave rights to the entirety of the citizenry. Now, mind you, it was not a perfect document. As it was initially formulated, women could not vote, and blacks were not citizens. They were considered 3/5 of a person for the purpose of the census. But it was a document that evolved. But when we look at the initial document, it was revolutionary. It gave this power to the people, not to a particular religion. The First Amendment, of course, guaranteed that the government would not favor one religion over another, and that too was revolutionary. And we argue about where those boundaries are to this day. We argue about separation of church and state. The meeting I was in before, sponsored by the Jewish Welfare Board, was primarily hosted and taught by Jewish chaplains. Why is there a chaplaincy? Because of the First Amendment, where the government will not establish a religion. So when it comes to members of the armed services, patients in Veterans Affairs hospitals, or people in prison or jail, the government then has to make sure that individuals can engage in free exercise of religion. The Constitution guarantees that, so the government provides for chaplains. Of course, the chaplains cannot impose religious viewpoints upon the followers. It's the followers who go to the chaplains seeking that they want to pursue their religious beliefs. That's another topic. I think I talked about it. Maybe next year we'll do it again, or if I haven't yet, the history of religion in the US military. So we established this idea of freedom of religion in this country. Let's move ahead to the French Revolution. The French Revolution established the nation of France, threw away the monarchy. What makes this special? People were then being identified as French citizens, Frenchmen, French people, just as people were identified as Americans in this country. Again, that was revolutionary. You were known by your nationality, not by your religion. So one of the customs, one of the ideas that came out of that and that was pushed by Napoleon Bonaparte was the idea that Jews shouldn't be categorized as Jews. They should be categorized as Frenchmen. They should have all the rights and privileges of being a member of French society. And that was huge. So we go back to our ghettos that we spoke about a few moments ago. And what the French Revolution did and Napoleon's reforms and the reforms that followed elsewhere in Europe was essentially to open up the doors of the ghetto. And Michael Meyer wrote a book called Response to Modernity, which was really set in this time period up to the present, saying, how do we deal with this concept of modernity where we are no longer bound by this ghetto? We are no longer bound by merely being Jewish. We are now allowed to participate in society at large. And Jews were now allowed to join in any aspect of the trades because those prohibitions were lifted. Jews were able to engage in other aspects of the economy and also participate in academia and civil service. And as Michael Meyer said, Jews did not walk out of the ghetto, they ran from the ghetto. They bolted from the ghetto. And they fully engaged in all aspects of Jewish life or of communal life. So the question then became, well, how much do we want to be modern and how much do we want to be a part of the Jewish community? And that is something that we have argued about and debated ever since. Let me do a time check. What is I have us coming up on midnight. And when did we start this discussion? How much time do I have? I'm hearing nothing. So I'll assume till 12:20, 12:25, is that correct? Okay. If I start to run over into the next section, please let me know. Oh, 12:15. Okay, thanks, Danny. Time flies when you're having fun. So what became of that? Well, initially in Germany, we had the formation of what we now call a reform movement. In 1810, stays in Germany, Abraham Geiger and find my notes here. We had the first form and the first Reformed synagogue opened up. What made it different? Well, these early reformers said, if we're going to change our position in society, what can we do to modernize Judaism? The first thing they did was they wanted to imitate the churches next door, the Lutheran churches primarily. And they had something that we take for granted in Reform and conservative communities and Reconstructionist communities. We had mixed seating, men and women together. We didn't have separated seating. We had music. So in the Reformed congregation in those days, we had an organ, we had a cantor, as we did previously, but now the cantor would sing perhaps with a choir. And we had changes to the prayer book. So the Reform movement said, well, what do we want to change in that? How do we want to modernize it? So the decision was made, well, we're going to shorten the service. Do we really need to go for 3 or 4 hours? Or is an hour, hour and a half plenty of time? And so we began with the reform of the liturgy. Then came the discussion, what about other practices? Do we need to observe kashrut? Is it really necessary? Do we need to have 2 days of the Chagim? Is it necessary? We understand why in ancient days they weren't quite sure when the holiday started. You had an extra day to make sure you made it until you had the new moon. But we're pretty good about the calendar right now. It's been accurate for many, many centuries, really. So the Reform movement said we don't need to have a second day of the Chag. So we began to reform Judaism, hence came the Reform movement. 1820s, we had the first Reform congregation in this country. Now, mind you, there was a split even before the Reformers came to this country. And what was the big debate? And that was the use of the Hebrew language. There are those in the early Reform movement saying, well, we don't need Hebrew. We don't speak Hebrew. We've translated the Bible to German. We can translate our prayers to German. We give our sermons in German. Do we really need Hebrew? And those who said, well, wait a minute, we still need Hebrew. It's our ancient language. We don't speak it, but we haven't spoken it for a long time. But there's value to it. let alone Hebrew and German don't always necessarily translate word for word, in as much as any language translates word for word. 1820s, we moved to America. We established Reformed congregations. 1880s, we have the migration of the Eastern European Jews, of which many of us are descendants of. Right before they arrived, beginning with Isaac Mayer Wise in 1846, showing up in Cincinnati, he decided he wanted to create American Judaism. Isaac Mayer Wise created 3 institutions: the Union of American Hebrew Congregations, an association of all the synagogues of America, the Central Conference, well, before that, the Hebrew Union College, a seminary to train American rabbis, and the Central Conference of American Rabbis. And what you'll notice in those 3 institutions, the word reform does not appear. Rabbi Wise wanted to create an American institution, an American way of doing Judaism. Unfortunately, shortly after creation of the Hebrew Union College and the first banquet of students and graduates, I'm almost done, Ty. They had a banquet, and most of the food served was treif. And a bunch of people ran out of the room, never to be seen again. And that was the impetus for the formation of the conservative movement. In conservative movement, as many of our attendees know, wanted to form a middle ground between orthodoxy and reform. And the idea being, we don't want to give up halakha, we don't want to give up some of our other traditional practices. Okay. So my daughter is currently trying to get to sleep. I have to talk a little quieter. So that's where conservative Judaism came. And I think I see a lot of folks from Mosaic Law probably familiar with that. But we had other changes in Judaism. We had the Reconstructionist movement, was started by Mordechai Kaplan, a professor at Jewish Theological Seminary, the seminary for training of conservative rabbis. Then we move forward and we have the renewal movement, which is a mix of Hasidism, Reconstructionism, reform, and even more creative forms of liturgy and practice. So the question is we have about 10 minutes left. Are there limits? Are there limits to how far we can change and alter Judaism? And in recent years, we've had quite a few issues that have come up. For example, the ordination of women. It hasn't been that long. The first woman to be ordained was in Germany, was a woman named Regina Jonas, and she was ordained, if I could read my notes here, I would say back in the 30s. And she wrote her rabbinic thesis on, can a woman be a rabbi according to halakha? She said yes. She was a teacher in Germany, was eventually captured by the Nazis and died in Theresienstadt. Pardon me, she was in Theresienstadt and died in Auschwitz. The first American rabbi to be ordained was Sally Priesand, who was ordained in 1972. It was not until the 1980s that a woman was ordained in the conservative movement. And that was Amy Eilberg, who was ordained in 1985. Then the big question came, can we ordain homosexuals? And the first movement to ordain homosexuals in the 1990s was the Reform movement, followed by the conservative movement. Also, the Orthodox movement, various Orthodox movements, has also ordained women as rabbis. Sometimes they go by the term maharat or other terms. And we have a former Sacramento resident, Michal Kohani, who was also previous director of our federation, a teacher at Shalom School, and the spiritual leader up at B'nai Harim in Nevada City, is studying to be a maharat. She will be ordained as a maharat soon. And so we're quite proud of the work she's done. So the question comes up, how far will Judaism continue to progress and change? So 70 years ago, modern Judaism probably wouldn't have necessarily seen how many women rabbis we would have, or homosexual rabbis. And from what I've come to understand, at least at Hebrew Union College, And also at Ziegler, there are students who identify as queer or gender fluid. Certainly something we hadn't even discussed when I was HUC 25 years ago. So what I want to throw out in our remaining time is, are there boundaries to where Judaism is going? And are there those who think that maybe we perhaps pushed it too far already? So Rabbi Taff, we're going to open up the discussion in our closing moments here. Is that possible to do that? Or do you want me to keep going and share some additional thoughts?
I think maybe, Rabbi, because you only have about 8 minutes until our last presentation, maybe we could allow people to comment or ask questions based on your presentation.
Sure, and I do want to say, I know I've run through stuff very quickly, but I'd like to posit the idea that Judaism has always evolved and changed, and it will continue to do so in ways that we haven't anticipated yet. Though I'd also say we have set boundaries, and the one boundary I think most of the Jewish community agrees upon is Messianic Judaism is not Judaism, that one cannot be an adherent and believer in the theology around Jesus as the Messiah, goes beyond what is acceptable within Judaism. I'm going to stop here. I'd love to have some questions and thoughts. And I see the eyes are still open, so that's good.
I have a question for you, Rabbi.
Sure.
Where do you see Judaism going in the future, if you have a vision in your mind?
Well, that's really interesting because there's been a debate recently partly caused by the economic collapse of most of the major Jewish organizations in this country that they may recover. But there was an article in the forward about the possible merger of JTS and HUC. I don't know that's going to happen, but what I have seen is that there's been a movement towards liberalism in the conservative movement. There's been a movement towards more traditionalism in the Reform movement. But at the same time, there's been a pull on the other side of Reform Judaism, where there's certainly what I call it the anything goes type of progression. And I think what's going to really happen is eventually there will be those who just drop out of Judaism altogether. The conservative movement has lost a substantial amount of its membership in recent years. But at the same time, there's a movement in conservative Judaism to allow rabbis to attend interfaith marriages and perhaps at some point to perform interfaith marriages. I, by the way, am one of the few Reform rabbis that do not perform interfaith marriages. That's another discussion. Where is it going? I think people will vote with where they want to be. I think there will always be a core of Judaism following tradition. I think there will be a core of Jews who will identify with what's predominantly conservative Judaism. There will always be a group of people identifying with what's Reform Judaism, and also Recon and the Renewal. But they're much smaller than conservative Reform. If I were to forecast 50 years ahead, I'd say Reform is going to grow. Conservative will at some point reach a point of stability, and it may be fewer than we have now. Orthodoxy, I think, will remain the same or possibly grow in numbers because they have a much higher birth rate. But I also think that Orthodoxy will lose people, as they always have, to those who seek modernity. And those that battle between modern Orthodoxy and Hasidic type, more staunch Orthodoxy will also continue. It's interesting. I'm hoping that debates and discussions that we have with communal discussions will show folks that there's a place within Judaism for just about anybody who's Jewish. And there's a Jewish practice that meets everybody's mindset and need. But hey, if I'm here in 50 years, we'll have an answer. Edna, I see a hand going up.
Yes, thank you. How much Torah law do you think we can change or ignore before we no longer can define ourselves by Torah?
That's perhaps the $1 million question. It's a question that's always been there. There are those who said when the Reform movement started that you guys will disappear, that you're not really Jewish. But to some degree, people just kind of transition Reform, or transition Orthodox, conservative, Reform, nothing. And that's happened. There's no doubt it's happened. On the other hand, people have transitioned to Judaism through the Reform movement. There are people who've gone into the Reform and ended up conservative or even Orthodox. One of my favorite conversion students I had at Temple at Congregation Beth Shalom eventually became Orthodox. I was thrilled. She was a wonderful student, a wonderful member of this community. So, is there a limit? Yeah, we can't worship Jesus. We can't practice paganism. We can't practice polytheism. Those are where the limits are. Torah is still a part of who we are. But do we practice Torahitic Judaism? No, we don't. We haven't for 2,000 years because we don't have a temple. The Rabbinic Judaism created the model for modernizing Judaism, and we've been doing it ever since. We do have the Karaites who reject Rabbinic Judaism. They've endured for hundreds of years. I don't remember exactly what year they started. Ryan Pesa here in Sacramento, who's very active at our federation and also comes up with a on occasion. He's a Karaite Jew, and I talked to him. He really has some fascinating.
I'm a member of their congregation.
What's that?
I'm a member of their congregation.
In Daly City?
Daly City, yeah. Joe
Okay. So Karaitism has been around a long time, and also many Jews that came from Ethiopia practiced a pre-Talmudic Judaism.
This is Egyptian. Most of them are Egyptian.
Yeah, well now the Karaites are, but there was also non-Talmudic Jews in Ethiopia. How are we doing with time? One more question. I can't see everybody on the screen, so I could scroll over and see if there's other hands that have been raised. I'm not seeing other hands. So either I've really irritated everybody, or befuddled you, or just wowed you with the presentation. Two participants have raised hands. I'm not, okay, Sasha, did I get that? Okay, Sasha, go ahead.
I was just curious, you mentioned that you didn't perform intermarriages, right?
Right.
And what was your kind of beliefs on that, and also your beliefs on converts who are in intermarriages, like, because that's an interesting question.
Okay, so I've worked with conversion candidates who are married to non-Jews. The question comes up as if you should be blessed to have children, have you thought about how that would proceed? I just recently was on a Beit Din, like 3 days ago, for a woman who's becoming Jewish, who's married to a person who's not becoming Jewish, but should they have children, the children will grow up as Jewish. As to why I don't perform intermarriage is, intermarriage, number one, is a very complicated relationship, especially when it comes to raising children. Secondly, I'm creating Jewish families. I don't have a problem with intermarried families. Most of our families are intermarried. It's rare that you have a wedding in the Jewish community that is not intermarried. It's not a rejection of intermarried families at all. Certainly we have many families where the non-Jewish partner sometimes is more engaged than the Jewish partner. And it's not a one-off, it's a frequent occurrence. And we would be hard pressed as a Jewish community were it not for our devoted non-Jewish family members who are very supportive of the Jewish community and their Jewish families. So I don't want to, it's not a rejection of the non-Jewish person. What I do on Jewish ceremonies is it's a creation of a Jewish family. There are those rabbis who won't do a conversion unless both members of the couple will be Jewish. I maintain the right of the individual to have a religious practice that meets their needs. Did that answer your question? I know it's
Yes, thank you. Sorry. I'm just, because I'm a convert married to a non-Jew, so it was just personally curiosity.
Yeah, so I fully support you and your conversion. I'm glad you're a part of us. And I'm sure there are other people on this call who fall into that category. And like I said, I was on a bait team just a few days ago with a wonderful, wonderful candidate who I'm just thrilled to see being brought into the Jewish community. Any other questions? Apparently there's one other hand that went up I'm not seeing. Unless, and then do you have another question? Let me scroll across. You know, my regret is that whole discussion of intermarriage is one it's a difficult one and a hard one. And I know Rabbi Wexler has discussed this, and Rabbi Yakar and Rabbi Taff. Every rabbi struggles with this. How do we, not just intermarriage, but how do we maintain our Jewishness at the same time trying to be open to as many people as possible? How do we Reform Judaism would say, how do we broaden the tent? How do we bring people in? How do we make it a welcoming community? At the same time, maintaining the community, because at some point, is there a community if the walls are too wide? And then, did you have another comment? Okay. Yes, Leslie, I see your hand is up.
Do you think there will ever be any give with the Orthodox community? Do you think that something will happen between the modern Orthodox and the Haredim, especially with what's going on in Israel, and perhaps not recognizing some of the more modern Orthodox rabbis in Israel?
Unfortunately, what I'm seeing is that the Haredi in Israel and in this country are becoming more entrenched. When an Orthodox rabbi will refuse to accept a conversion or a hechsher of another Orthodox rabbi, I see a problem with that. The Orthodox rabbi, unless they're...
So do you think that something will happen with the more modern Orthodox?
They're being squeezed out. If you look at the Orthodox community, even in Sacramento, we have Chabad, which is not as rigid as a Haredim, but rigid. And then you have KI, which is modern Orthodox. They are halachically based, but yet any one of us would be welcome to come and sit in their synagogue anytime. I don't know if they will ask people's lineages before awarding aliyot. I've never had a problem because I've never been challenged there. I've had an aliyah at KI. I see it as becoming a harsher rift. And I feel bad for the modern Orthodox because they want to adhere to a halachic form of life. They want to keep a kosher home, be Shomer Shabbos, but also want to participate in the world at large. And that was the basis of Moses Mendelssohn and some of the scholars back at the beginning of the modern period who said you can be fully religious and fully modern at the same time.
Thank you.
Dale, are you asking a question or just moving your hand? How's our time? I've got 12:19, so I've run over. Thank you for allowing me to participate again. And I want to say how wonderful it is to see so many folks from across our congregations, to see our Federation staff really erect, and our Federation President, Deborah Gonzalez. Also, I saw Rabbi Yakar from Tahoe, Rabbi Wexler from Beth Shalom, and many other people from throughout our community. This is wonderful. It's nice to see our Sacramento Jewish community together with each other. So Rabbi Taff, I guess I'm gonna turn this back over to you. And I will say I'll attempt to stay for part of the next session, but I've got a meeting as well.
Yeah, thank you, Rabbi Friedman. Thank you so much. Rabbi Wexler may be having some tech.
You have to unmute me.
Oh,
you're unmuted now.
There you are. You're unmuted.
Wonderful.
Great. Thank you. Welcome back, Rabbi.
Thank you. I want to introduce a wonderful, wonderful teacher, Benjamin Uden, who will be giving us some insights just as the heavens are opening wider and wider and wider. We get to enter on the wings of Kabbalah and Torah. So welcome, Benjamin, and delighted to hear your teachings.
Thank you, Rabbi. Hello, everybody. I'd like to.
We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
You got to talk louder.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Can you up your volume?
I thought I did, but I'll try again. Okay, how's that? It's not louder, please.
It will do.
I mean, just let me know if you can't hear me. Okay. I would like to preface my remarks by quoting something that Rabbi Greg Wolf said in the beginning, that we all have different ways of seeing and understanding the Torah, and they may seem contradictory. And the Kabbalah may seem a little bit contradictory. I have just one or two points I wish to make, and then I will open it up for questions. And if there are none, we will end earlier. So the example that I'm going to give is, let's say we are asleep in bed.
Benjamin, can you talk louder?
Oh, let me try this. Hold on. How's this? Is this better?
You just have to lean in.
Okay, very good. Okay. So let us say we are in bed asleep. We are having a nightmare. And then the alarm clock goes off. And the alarm clock, we wake up and we say, oh, I was just dreaming, I was sleeping. Now I'm awake. And Kabbalah teaches that no, now there's another level that you have to go to. And that level is another state of awareness, another state of consciousness. And that state is the state of the neshama. So the Kabbalah teaches that each of us has a spark of the divine within us. And the meaning and purpose to life is to transform this spark into a raging fire. And it's through the teachings in the Torah, and it's through the commandments, the Serat Debrot, that we are able to do this. And so it's wonderful to have this opportunity to share this with you at the time that the Israel received the Torah. In the Kabbalah, everything has an inner meaning. It is not taken literally. So while we may study many different aspects of a story, the Kabbalah sees it as something internal, as something that will promote our spiritual evolution, as something that will promote the growth of the neshama, the growth of the soul. The growth of the neshama is not something that happens in a short period of time. It takes many incarnations. And the neshama, according to Kabbalah, experiences what's called Gilgal. Gilgal is the transmigration of the soul from one vessel to another vessel. And in each lifetime, the soul has something to learn in order to become more complete. When it becomes complete, when a person has a complete soul, that is what the Baal Shem Tov calls a tzaddik, someone who is spiritually superior to everyone around them. And the purpose of the tzaddik is to teach others how to awaken their soul. So let me give one example of external and internal, and we'll see if we can make any headway here. The commandment says, Lo yeh lecha Elohim acherim al panai. You should not have any other gods before me. And so most of us translate that and understand that as we should not be polytheistic, that this is about monotheism. And the Kabbalah says there's another way of looking at this. And before I go any further, I must say that just like there is no one teaching of the Torah, there's no one teaching of Kabbalah. There are many different ways of explaining the same pasuk, the same paragraph. The Kabbalah says that we have to have the presence of God in everything we do. And that means that the neshama, the soul, has to be aware. And we have to be aware of the soul, no matter what it is that we are doing. And I would just like to quote one person, and this is Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, and he says, an individual should hold an awareness of God all the time, that he should never separate his consciousness from the divine while he journeys on his way, whatever he does during the way. So the Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman is saying exactly the inner meaning to this commandment. And that is that our thoughts that we have every few seconds usually take precedence over our awareness that we have an aspect or a spark of God within us. And so as we begin to listen to our thoughts, our emotions, our sensations, we are losing the presence of God. And so the idea is not simply, but the idea is that each time a thought or emotion or sensation comes up, that one becomes aware from the neshama that one is having a thought or an emotion. This aspect is what the Baal Shem Tov has as one of his definitions of Davikut. Davikut is the awareness of God. And then this awareness in a complete soul, once that soul's body expires, that soul literally forms another Davikut, a union with God. But that is very much advanced, and we're not going to focus on that right now. I would like to go back to the idea that in Kabbalah, it is promoting the presence of God in any given moment that we are supposed to be following. Now, let me give you an example. If you walk into your synagogue and the lights are out, the thing you are going to notice first and the most is the Ner Tamid, the eternal light. Once the lights are turned on, the Ner Tamid pales, and we're not that aware of it because the lights are brighter than that light. So the lights in this analogy represents our thoughts. And when we begin to turn off the lights, when we begin to stop our thoughts, and when we begin to control the noise within us, then the Ner Tamid within us, which represents the neshama, has a chance of being present. But it is very difficult to promote the presence of the neshama when we are talking or lost in an emotion or lost in a sensation. Let me stop here because I've said quite a bit in a short period of time. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Debbie.
Well, it's not really a question, but I'm first of all, I just love how simple. What a very understandable explanation of Kabbalah. It's so easy to understand. Thank you. The way you just explained the example of the Ner Tamid paling once we take the, turn on the lights, and you use the words stopping the thoughts and stopping the noise. And isn't that what we use Jewish meditation for? But even more significantly, I think, to me, I'm a student of Musar, and it seems to me that what you said, that Kabbalah is to help us to develop the awareness of God in every second, every moment. And my understanding of Musar is a tool to help us to develop awareness of every aspect of God in terms of the midot that we are searching for a balance to. So I'm wondering about your opinions or comments about the use of meditation and Musar for the purpose of what you were talking about.
It is hard to give a blanket answer to that because there are different aspects of meditation and different forms of meditation. So the Kabbalah encourages us to spend some time by ourselves every day, talking with God. The thing is that they're not talking about the talking, they're talking about being present to this awareness. So there is something within us, a piece of the divine, the God particle, whatever you wish to call it, that has a yearning for its source. And that source is God. And so we begin to see during some part of our private time what it is that we do that keeps us away from that source, and what it is that we do that can bring us closer to that source. And through this, one learns avodah. So there's the Torah, Ashlosha Devarim Olam Hameh. There's the Torah, there's the absolute beautiful and joyful wisdom that exists in the Torah, and there's avodah. Avodah is the work that we do, the spiritual work that we are doing, trying to promote this presence moment to moment, as often as possible. And then the third thing is Gemilat Chasadim. Gemilat Chasadim is doing good deeds. And so what is it that doing good deeds opens? It opens the heart. It enlarges and strengthens the heart. Enlarging and strengthening the heart is able to hear from the wisdom of the neshama within it, and is then able to dictate to the rest of the body, quiet, or we're going to be doing Gemilut Chasadim. And so the Yetzer Hara, what we wish to call it, does not have a chance to camouflage us. And the Baal Shem Tov talks about the fact that Amalek, when he was teaching, he said Amalek is alive today. And what is Amalek? It's not a nation. Amalek internally is that part within us that promotes fear or worry or concern how God's running his world. And he says, this is the Amalek within us. Every time we try, every time we become negative, every time we judge, every time we talk Lashon Hara, it is the Amalek within us that is taking us away from the neshama. And so with a strong heart, we have the strength, because the wisdom of Kabbalah in theory is not here as much as it is in the heart. And so it is the heart that knows how to do these mitzvot, how to do these commandments. And everything is to be done not by rote, but to be done with an awareness. And the Baal Shem Tov talked about Ivdu et Hashem b'simcha, serve the Lord with joy and gladness. And a cheerful countenance is a good example of a person's wisdom. And so in Kabbalah, they talk about everything that happens to them, and they say, no matter what it is, Gamzu Latova. I will also use this for the good. I will use this to promote the presence of the neshama, of that part of God that's within me. And I will not allow the Amalek, or the Pharaoh, as it's called sometimes, within us, to take me out of that joy and out of that presence. So meditation could be sitting in one spot saying Om. It could be sitting in one spot saying a mantra. You know, whatever it might be, it could be just like yoga, sitting and watching one's breath. One has to realize what meditation it is that one is doing. Was that okay, Debbie? Okay. Is there another question? Okay. So
Yeah, I have a
yes,
question.
I'm sorry, I didn't see
I have a
it.
question.
Heidi?
Leslie.
That's Leslie.
Okay.
So if someone has joy and appreciation and happiness, if it isn't directed at God at that moment, it's not being done with neshama. If one derives joy and pleasure from something, if you're...
This is a good question. And the way my understanding, and it's somewhat limited, but my understanding in this issue is that to bring God, the presence of the neshama, and so the neshama is watching you be joyful, that is absolute completion. So it is wonderful to be simcha, it's wonderful to be happy, but that the next step, just like waking up from a dream, the next step is to be aware that the God within us is watching and partaking in this joy with us. It is we are aware of its presence. So there's a wonderful...
So it's God's aware, being aware that God is with us, and not that it has always got to be directed towards God.
Exactly. It is the God within us. Yes, exactly. And so I'd like to quote this story that we all know. Jacob goes to sleep and he has a dream, and he dreams of the ladder with the angels going up and down. And then the Torah says this: in the morning he wakes up and it says, Jacob awakened as if he was coming out of his sleep. He woke out of his sleep and he said, surely God is in this place, and I knew it not. And so this is, in Kabbalah, something we have to do. We have to awaken to the fact that everywhere we go and everything we do, just like this Moshe ben Nachman said, has to be with this awakened awareness of the God within us. And once this soul attains completion, and this follows up with Rabbi Wexler's presentation on Malachim earlier on the angels, that soul of the tzaddik, when that tzaddik dies, that soul becomes part of the Malachim world. And that responsibility of that soul is to help others attain what it has attained. So it has the responsibility of receiving what it received from a malach and then giving it to him. He has to now, or she has to now, both men and women have an equal opportunity to awaken to this. Both have the responsibility then to, when they awaken to that level of the malach, to now help others who are on this level, and they help us in many different ways. Is there another question?
I have a comment.
Yes.
More than a question. In mental health, it's very popular to talk about mindfulness. And what you're describing mostly sounds like mindfulness to me.
Sounds like what?
Like mindfulness.
Mindfulness.
Except that in mindfulness, there isn't necessarily the component of Elohim. So that makes it different. But the idea of shutting down all of the worries and the problems that you have in your head and the voices talking all the time and the criticism is mindfulness. To get
It's not. No, it's not.
It's not?
Mindfulness is not turning everything else off. Mindfulness is exactly what Benjamin was saying. Mindfulness is becoming aware of what is happening in the moment. And so from a holistic perspective, you could be saying, becoming aware in every moment of what we're hearing from God, what our soul is telling us, because it's in that moment where we can hear this. It's in that moment where we can discover it. And I'm sorry, Benjamin.
Thank you.
Okay.
It's fine. No, this is interactive. That's really fine. I have no problem with that. Let me just take it a little bit further with another quote from the Baal Shem Tov, and it will incorporate other ideas as well. Very, very small quote. He says, forgetfulness leads to exile, while remembrance leads to redemption. Now, what is it within us that is going to be in exile? And what is it within us that is going to be redeemed? And the answer is the neshama. And so when he says forgetfulness leads to exile, forgetting that we have this incredible aspect of God within us, this neshama, and forgetting about that leads us to exile away from that energy, that spirit. While remembrance leads to redemption. So that what he's implying here is that each time we remember the God within us and allow it to come to the forefront of our lives, then we are strengthening and creating that neshama in this lifetime. And I don't know how many lifetimes it takes, but we take whatever it is, the only thing that we are taking into our next lifetime, because the body just drops it. The body is dead. It goes into the ground. The only thing we are taking into our next lifetime are those moments that we were aware of the God within us, and that neshama that transmigrates into the next incarnation is what we start with in that incarnation. And so the neshama grows on what it already learned and then grows further. This is an intricate idea, so let me stop if there are any questions.
So Benjamin, I have a question for you. not everybody comes with capacity to do the work that you're talking about. And I'm talking about things that are beyond them. Can you hear me better now?
I'm sorry, I just could not hear the question, Robin.
Not everybody has the capacity to do what you're talking about. And it may be that is that better?
Yes.
Not everybody has to do what you're talking about. There are people that have circumstances that are challenging beyond the ability to do those kinds of things. What does the next life, if all you take with you is your memories of the divine moments or the moments of awareness, what do they take into the next life?
It's a wonderful question. And I would be lying if I gave an answer. I don't have that understanding as to what if if the neshama is in an impaired physical vessel, what could he or she possibly do? I don't know. That is beyond my understanding, but it is a very good question. Is there another question? Okay. So I'm going to try to sum it up. When we awaken to the presence of God within us, we are bringing a strength that we did not have before or did not have in that moment. So we have the Yetzer Hara, we have the Amalek within us, and we have the Yetzer Tov. And sometimes it's a standoff. But if the presence of God is promoted, we have that strength, and that is when everything will be going for the positive. That the Yetzer Hara cannot stand in the sight of the neshama. So one example of this, and we just got through with Pesach, one example of this and the internal and external interpretations of the Torah is that Pharaoh represents the Yetzer Hara. Pharaoh represents the part within us that hates spirituality and that keeps us in bondage. And what it is that keeps us in bondage is all this negativity, like the Baal Shem Tov said, fear, worry, anger, judgment, whatever it is. But we can now, with the Torah and the wisdom of the Torah that we received after getting out of bondage, now we can enter the land of Israel. The land of Israel represents that part within us that is the neshama. So it's not just a physical land. The land is the spirit or the spark of the divine within us. And so when God says to Abraham, "Lechacha me'atzecha me'la'aficha manditavicha ela aretz asher echa," when he says, I'm going to take you to the land I'm going to take you to the land that I will show you, he's not talking about a physical land. He's talking about this land within each of us. So one interpretation of Lechacha is go into you. Find out what is functioning, what is within you. And then you'll be able to leave your father's house and enter the land that I will show you. And it is our birthright to be able to create more and more of the neshama while we are alive. Let me stop if there are any further questions.
What's the difference between the Yetzer Hara and the Amalek or Pharaoh?
The
I
what?
mean, you've described two negative influences. You've one the Yetzer Hara, and you compared that to Pharaoh, but then you said or Amalek. What's the difference between the two?
Right. The Yetzer Hara, Amalek, Pharaoh, these are all the same ilk. They are just different terms. And this is one thing in the Torah, the same term can have similar meaning, opposite meaning, or just it could have a similar and opposite meaning. So when we say the Yetzer Hara, we could even use the word Nachash, with the serpent in the Garden of Eden. And that, so the combination of Adam and Chava is the Yetzer Tov, and the combination and the Yetzer Hara is the Satan. And that in different times, it was just called different things. But it has the same inference. It is the part within us that hates our spirituality, that literally despises the fact that we are trying to serve God, trying to do mitzvot, and its favorite word is later or tomorrow. It's very rarely. And so we need to have a strong, wise heart that uses that wisdom, the wisdom of the heart. The wisdom of the heart has to overpower the Yetzer Hara. The Yetzer Tov uses the wisdom of the heart.
Thank you.
Sasha? Yes.
Just a real quick question. Is that similar to the term the evil inclination? I've heard that around. I don't know.
Yes, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Yes, the evil inclination and the positive or the good inclination. The Yetzer Hara is the evil inclination. And what does it wish to do? It wishes to forget the existence of God. It wishes to think that it is the most beautiful. It's like that wicked witch in one of the fairy tales, mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all? And when they say it's someone more beautiful than you, she gets very angry. And so the Yetzer Hara, the evil inclination, gets jealous and tries to have us distracted in many different ways.
Thank you.
I know it's late, and I wish to thank you all for giving me this time. And I look forward, if you have any questions further, you can always contact me at Beth Shalom. And thank you for your attention and for staying up so late. Appreciate it.
I want to, can you hear me?
Yes.
Benjamin, thank you so much for being the last taste of sweetness that we hear before we go to sleep. I don't know how many of our clergy or teachers are on right now, but I thank every single one of you for teaching tonight. It has been exquisite. And we thank the Federation for supporting this kind of communal learning. It's funny how it takes a pandemic to bring us all together this way, but it is truly the sweetest Shavuot I think I've ever had. So I thank you all, and I thank you all. Rabbi Taft, before I chant the blessing of the nighttime Shema, do you have any words you want to say? Hold on, there you are.
I just want to say thank you to all of our colleagues and all of our scholars, even even our scholars who are not ordained. In fact, after tonight, we should give you all smicha, because kol hakavod to all of you. I just also want to say a special toda rabah to Rabbi Wexler for her vision And it wasn't easy putting this together to get all of the rabbis on the same page and to put this program together. And we thank Danny Zeff as well for being our producer of technology. But Rabbi Wexler, kol hakavod to you, and may we all continue from this evening to walk in the paths of Torah, continuing to study Torah, and continuing, please, dear God, to remain in good health and hopefully to be able to gather together in our own physical spaces, which we all yearn for. So, Rabbi, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. You know, I was told that there's I don't mean to go from the sublime to but there's a pickup line, you know, right? Where an Orthodox Jew might say, I recognize you from Sinai. Yeah. Anyway, may we continue to find ways to connect. So I would like to close with those words. Danny, are you still there? If you are, can you put the text up? But if not, it's all good. The four angels that surround our bed when we go to sleep, and their names integrated into the bedtime Shema. It is so profound for me. A dear friend of mine lost their mother tonight, so I left to be there. And I was thinking about what Rabbi Taff had said about the vidui that he said. It was very powerful to go do that mitzvah with you in mind. So thank you. So it's not that text, Danny. Keep going. It's text number 6. There you go. So please join me wherever you are. I'll sing it, and then if you can follow along. And may all of us be blessed in this very special night. B'Shem Hashem Elohei Yisrael B'mini Mechael U'shmoli Gavriel Milifnai Uriel Me'achari Raphael Ve'al Roshi Ve'al Tachti Shechinat El. In the name of God, the God of Israel, there's Michael and Gabriel, Uriel and Raphael. They come to me, the Father, and gather round my bed. And then Shekhinah herself draws near to kiss my sleepy head. Danny Zeff, thank you so much. Federation and all of you, Chag Sameach Ma'od Ma'od.
Chag Sameach, everyone.
Laila Tov.
Laila Tov.
Laila Tov.
Laila Tov.
Laila Tov.